All right, everyone, and welcome inside Garden Center Lanes here in Alexandria, Minnesota for the 2025 Midwest Youth Championships here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Sini, joined by Ken Fletcher once again. Ken, welcome back to NDBowlTV.
It is always a pleasure to be here with you, and always a pleasure to be in this building. It is a long, grueling day, but a fun day at that.
Absolutely, and as you can see here, we have 4 lanes featured in front of us. We'll have one pair of the boys open division and one pair of the girls open division. And what will happen today is we have a 4-game adventures around this morning?
Yep, everybody in the building will bowl 4 games, and then that will determine who goes into the bracket finals along with the top 2 seeds. They will automatically go into the stepladder finals as the 1 and 2 seeds. So pins do carry over from yesterday, so your qualifying score means a lot. And then whatever you bowl today, so, you know, in the boys division, if you are in, we'll say 8th place, and you bowl really well today, you could conceivably jump up a bunch of spots and get into that top 2 for stepladder finals.
And as Ken was saying there, the very important thing this morning is the pins do carry over, and they're going to bowl 4 more games, and the top 2 in each division automatically are the 1 and 2 seeds in the stepladder finals this afternoon. They don't have to go into the bracket round. The next, I want to say it's the next 8 players in each division will then go into a seeded bracket that is 1 through 8. They will go, I think it's just a single game head-to-head match, isn't it?
It's been a while since we've done this. I believe, yes, it was just a single game.
There is a description down in the video description below the YouTube player, so go check that out. We have all the entire format in there, and that explains kind of everything we need to know.
Nevin was kind enough to give us a sheet, so we'll find out here in a sec. Doing a little organizing as we're letting everyone finish up practice here.
Yeah, as Tom Doherty put it one year, the NDBowlTV filing system is top notch.
Lots of papers in front of me right now.
Yes. And as always, for those of you who are checking in bright and early this morning, if you would, please let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. You guys are the eyes and ears for us. Again, we have a lot of new equipment, so a lot of different moving parts, and any help would be greatly appreciated. At some point later this morning, we will be joined in the booth by PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope. So please get any questions ready for him. We will be talking about his season on tour, what he is expecting going into next season, and then we'll talk about the great urethane debate as well. So stick around for that. A lot going on here today. This is the 10th annual Midwest Youth Championships, and we are here for our 10th consecutive season. So a big shout out to Nevin Brady, the entire staff here at Garden Center Lanes for being so kind to us over the years and allowing us in here to cover their great event. It has been a fantastic experience for us, and I think Ken will agree to that.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night, and it's hard to believe that it's been 10 years already since we've been doing this. Just, on our end, keeps getting better and better, more equipment we're able to add to make this a better show for everyone to see. We've got an extra camera we'll be able to point in different directions. That's something that we were not used to.
Correct.
So could be a little fun challenge for us, but it's top-notch tournament as always. Nothing but good things to say about Garden Center and what they do here.
Let's see. I just realized there's one thing that I'm missing. Is a oil pattern. So I'm going to see if I can get the oil pattern and put up on the screen for you guys to see what we are bowling on today. There it is. I just have to save it. All right, so while they are finishing up the practice session here, start in the morning, let's go to the oil pattern. Let's look at the top part of the graph, and we're bowling on 41 feet. Just shy of 30 mils. And then when we move the bracket down to look at the overhead view, you can see that it's pretty much a 2-to-1. Not much taper going on there, pretty flat in the middle of the lane. From what we have gathered just being here yesterday and already this morning is that finding ball reaction and finding friction is going to be key. You'll see a lot of players playing towards the outside part of the lane early on with surface. It'll be interesting to see how this pattern breaks down, especially on our featured pair here. And I do believe that they re-oil, so fresh oil for all the stepladder finals. And how that will work is once we are done with the brackets and we have decided the final 4 players in the stepladder finals in each division, we will start with the girls open division here on 13 and 14, the left pair on our featured pairs here, and then we'll move over to 15 and 16 for the handicap division final, and then we'll cap everything off back on 13 and 14 with the boys open division final later on this afternoon. So a lot of bowling coming up. Grab a coffee, grab some breakfast, and sit back and watch some bowling.
Yep, going to be a long day for everyone here, and especially those bowlers who maybe can't quite get to the 1 and 2 seeds. It's a challenge.
And they are now at 20 seconds left in their warm-up. And real quick, I just want a big thank you to the tournament sponsors of the Midwest Youth Championships. You have Garden Center Lanes and the restaurant here, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, the Alexandria area USBC that raises over $40,000 to give away at this tournament every single year. So a big shout out to them. Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. So big thank you to them as the tournament sponsors.
As a reminder, we are not skipping pairs today. You're just moving one pair to your immediate right after each game. All right, good luck and good bowling. Please share the live stream link.
All right, I need a minute to calibrate our scores here. I will say the folks here at Garden Center Lanes just got new Brunswick Sync scoring in. So brand new scoring, brand new visuals going on here. So give me 1 second and we will get the scores on the screen for you. All right, if you would, let me know if you guys can see the scores, if everything is visible for you. I would greatly appreciate that as we are underway with our game number 1 here in the Cashers round. All right, Ken, who do we have on our featured pairs in front of us? We have 3 in the boys open division on the left and 3 in the girls open division on the right. Who are we looking at here?
All right. Well, mostly got these filed in order now, so yeah, in the boys division in front of us, I'm almost right. So you can see up on the lanes right now, we got Micah Jensen just coming off the lanes. He's somebody who we've seen a little bit in the past. Somebody will say has a lot of promise at being just 16 years old out of Sioux Falls. Storm Junior staffer, 5-time NBT champion. I believe SYC's, that's
Storm Youth Championship.
That's kind of what I figured that meant. He's a medalist there. So very accomplished at 16, 225 average, 4 300s, 802 series.
Wow.
Yeah, Mike is somebody I know we've been watching for a couple of years, and we're like, he's going to be somebody to keep an eye on for the future. And
yeah, just threw a shot there on 14. Lefty out of South Dakota.
Yep. On left lane currently waiting to go, Ethan Kraus, 19 years old, out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Bowled for Team JBST. He has a few titles, 3-peated Badger State games, 215 average, 300 high game, 814 high series. Name I think we've seen here as well a little bit in the past. And then up on 14, you can see Hayden Podlucky, 18 years old, out of Stillwater. Something tells me that that isn't all correct. I'm guessing that the 205 high game is not his high game.
Since he's beat that in qualifying. So we've learned our lesson by reading these off that a lot of the kids are jokesters.
Yes,
so we're taking what they write down with a grain of salt, but we're going to let you know what they write down because They clearly want us to tell you guys. So Hayden's high game is 205. We don't think that's the truth, and we're going to stick with that.
If his high series was 568 going into this weekend, then he has beat it at least twice, more than likely to. Actually, I can tell if he's beat it twice then. He has beat it twice to make qualifying. So, but yes.
Well, if there's anybody in the chat room who is family or friends of Hayden and has some tidbits on what he's accomplished in his young bowling career, please let us know. We're interested.
Yeah, but 3 names I know we've seen here in the past, and clearly three very solid bowlers. And so just so we're like, we haven't gone through qualifying scores yet, but these are our 10, 11, 12 seeds from qualifying, so very much in the running to make the top 8 for match play. Everyone's in the running, if you will, as long as you have a strong day today.
And I do believe, based on the poster, that they did cash 1 in 5 this year at the tournament. There were, I think, over 150 boys entries, over 70 on the girls' open side, and I'm not quite sure on the handicap.
Yep,
total entries.
155. Well, I should say 155 at least separate entries. I'm not sure what their numbers are going on here, because the first page they cancel off a lot of the people because they bowled 2 or 3 times, but at least that. On the girls' side, it is well over 70. Nevin said they saw a nice uptick this year.
Very nice.
And then the handicap, they're into the hundreds, and they always have good turnouts.
So another good year here. So who do we have over on 15 and 16 in the girls' open division? It looks like they have 4 to a pair over there.
Yep, so you can see up on 15 we've got former champion Kyria Magsam, who coincidentally enough is the only person we don't have a sheet from on the girls' side.
I think we know enough about her. She's a Jacksonville State college bowler. I think she just completed her first year there, on her way back for her second year. Former champion here. Kind of goes without saying, she's got a pretty good resume.
Yep, I think we can remember seeing her the first time, 3 years ago or so?
3 or 4 years ago, actually. Probably early high school years she was here.
Yeah, and just, being incredibly impressed with her game, and she's done nothing but get better. Who do we got up on 16?
That would be Callie Trisky, I believe.
That is Callie Trisky. So for the girls, this is our top 3 qualifiers from qualifying yesterday. So
Or top 4?
Yes, excuse me. That's right. They are doing 4 to the pair. So yep, Callie Trisky on 16. 19 years old, out of Minnetonka, going to Hennepin Community College, or Technical College, excuse me. 299 high game, 750s high series. Has a whole list of bowling accomplishments.
As I think a lot of the Trisky sisters have. They're very, very well accomplished.
Chad Meyer just coming over here confirming we have all our sheets. But yeah, to get back to Callie Trisky, she's been out here, I know, several years. Losing my train of thought for a sec.
It's early.
Yes, it is. 299 high game. This is my favorite one. Shot at age 13. That's
Wow.
something I only could have dreamed of at that age. I know that. 6 MJBT titles. That is very impressive. 2 older sisters that bowl in college. Yep, we've seen them. Back-to-back player of the year for MJBT. So obviously very accomplished bowler at this age. Kyria Magsam, since we did just get her sheet, 2026 Junior Team USA member, 2-time Midwest Youth Champion, as we said, 5-time USBC Youth Bowling Champion, 5-time EYT, I think that's what that is, and 11th place at Junior Gold, so like we said, very accomplished. And then up on 16 now, we've got Taylor Letha, 17 years old, out of Winona. 205 average. Team and individual Minnesota State champion, 3-time MGABT champion, 2-time WYBT champion, 1-time JBST champion, 3-time Junior Gold Final advancer, and 2025 Lake Michigan Cup champions for Team Wisconsin. So Taylor, I believe, was our third qualifier yesterday, so that's 3 of the 4, and then our fourth one, Holly Orgeman, who is just sitting back here and will be up to bowl again shortly, but 16 years old out of
Briarwood?
No.
That's high school. Yeah, so it would probably be Briarwood, Wisconsin. Is that it?
I think that's Briarwood.
Okay.
But Holly out of Wisconsin, we'll just say that.
Out of Wisconsin.
16 years old, somebody who is still up and coming, I would say. 207 average, 269 high game, 733 ice series. PBA Junior All-Star Team, 2023-24 JBST Girls Bowler of the Year. Bowlers Journal Generation Next. U15 Wisconsin State Pepsi champion, probably a couple years back. Lake Michigan Cup first team all tournament team, and back-to-back Midwest Bowl Fest champ.
Very nice. So that is who is on our featured pair here. Featured pairs, I should say. Blake Wallstrom, thank you for joining us in the chat room. Chris Massey wants to know, how many purple hammers do you count on the boys' scratch pair as well? Chris, I do believe you're in the building, so why don't you walk around and give us a count?
The answer is probably several.
Several, yes.
Yes.
Which that's a conversation for later today, but as many know, there is a few rumblings out there about the urethane that is currently being allowed on the lanes. Will they change that? How will they change that? More to come from USBC. But once I do see Mitch Hupe is in the building, and when he decides to come over here and give us a little bit of his time, we will visit with him about that as one of our topics. But again, a big thank you to everyone joining us here early on a Sunday morning in Alexandria, Minnesota for the Cashers round. All bowlers have a qualifying total, a 6-game qualifying total. They're going to add the 4-game total here this morning. And after 10 games, the top 2 in every division automatically go to the stepladder finals as the 1 and 2 seeds. So a huge advantage there to get those top seeds, guaranteeing yourself a lot of scholarship money. So, and then after that, it is the next 8 players that go into the bracket. So essentially only the top 10 will advance after this Cashers round. And then once we determine our 3 and 4 seeds, we will have a 4-person stepladder final in all 3 divisions, happening right here on NDBowlTV.
All right. Well, we're set with all the sheets finally. But if we like, we can go through some qualifying scores.
Yeah, why not? Let's go through what the cut line was for each division, and then let's go off the top 5 in every division just to kind of keep it simple here.
Yep. So boys qualifying, so there's several people that, bowled multiple shifts. And so they took that into account on our sheet here, but they took 21 boys today to we'll call it the Cashers round, and that cut was 12-13 with Chase McVicker, and all the way up to our top 5, our qualifying leader. I know it says Jeremy on here, on the back of his jersey. I'm pretty sure it says JJ.
Okay.
So the people that know him, JJ Christensen, top qualifier at 14:35, and we were kind of looking at his scores from his first 4 games and had over 1,000 for 4 games, which is a massive total.
That's a lot considering we're bowling on a 2-to-1 pattern. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, so 1435, top qualifier by 32 pins over Isaiah Sample. And then there's a 52-pin drop to third place. And I'm going to just say this right now. This is going to be some fun with some of these names today. So,
As always, we do apologize if we do mispronounce some names. So,
although,
in advance, sorry to those if we mispronounce it.
well, the good news is most of them actually do right on here how they pronounce it. So, Levi Gabriels. I'm sure that was not right, but Levi is out of Wisconsin. So third at 1351, Brandon Schmid, 1345, and in fifth, Michael Evenson at 1331. So there's a little bit of a gap between our top 2 seeds and everyone else behind them, but you know, if you're looking at your 10th place, it was 1289, and down to 15th place is only 25 pins. So you have a handful of good games today, and you can easily jump yourself up into that top 10, which is what you're looking for right now.
Okay, and that was our boys' open division.
All right, so the girls who are just to our right here, as we said, we've got the top 4 seeds from qualifying yesterday right next to us. Callie Trisky led the way at 12:55. Kira Magson right behind her, 12:43. Taylor Letha, 12:15. Holly Orgeman, 11:79. And Angela Steinke at 11:23 was our 5th. So a little bit of a gap there. But then down to 12th place, or the cut at 12th, which was 10:69 by Olivia Baskin. So again, there's lots of wiggle room to jump up into the top 10 to make the bracket round. And should say as well, so with the girls, they cut to 12, but they did pay to 15 spots. So they paid all the way down to Claire Graves in 15th. And then for the boys, same thing, cut to 21, but they paid out 30 spots, where Adam Azeltine and Jaden Roller were tied.
So perhaps we need to call this the advancers round and not the cashers round anymore. I do know they switched up the format a little bit this year to take fewer boys to the next day. They took 21. I believe they took how many? They took 21 on the handicap side, and then the girls, they took 12.
Yep.
So just to kind of get things going a little quicker on day 2, and it does allow us to see a little more of the girls' open division here in the advancers round. So that's why we see a fewer people this year on day 2, but the same cashers ratio is still 1-5. So there are players who aren't bowling today who did cash in every division.
Yep. Yeah, and part of that is just space in the building. With only 34 lanes, it gets hard to be able to have everyone bowl today. And
yes.
With the boys division typically being the biggest division, that's the one where, you've got to find that balance of bowlers to bowl, but bowlers to pay.
Yep.
So, but then getting over to our handicap division, who is down on the far end, like Darren said, paid out or cut to 21 spots, but also paid out 21 spots.
Okay.
So everyone that advanced in the handicap division got paid. Qualifying leader, I'm going to find our sheets here because some of these names will be fun. So qualifying leader, Alex will say Odom at Alexander Odom at 1384, and remember this is with their handicap, so some of these, like Alexander has 73 pins a game. Second qualifier, Connor Walber, has 48 pins a game, so 1381 was second. Caleb Galbraith, 1369. Kason Gosowicz, 1361. And Jackson Gobernatz at 1323 were top 5.
Okay.
And the cut with 2 people tied at 1262. So I mean, just over 100 pins, which in a handicap division, if you pull good, you can make up some pins quickly. So, yeah, very volatile day if you're bowling good.
Chris Massey says about 90% are throwing some sort of urethane on the boys' open division side. I don't doubt that a bit from what we see here in front of us. And from what we gathered talking to some of the players last night, the key was just finding ways to get your ball to read the front part of the lane. And I think everyone knows out there the best way to do that is getting the ball that reads the earliest, which is urethane. So a lot of surface, a lot of urethane as you see. It'll be interesting to see how this pair will break down with the urethane going down the lane. Likely lanes are going to get tighter here in about a game. You're not going to see as much ball reaction down lane, but
you can definitely see it in the scores from qualifying that after the first couple games they did start to drop a little bit. And, you know, the longer that you're able to probably stay in that zone, the better you're off you're going to be. But it's a very tricky thing to do. As somebody who can't throw urethane myself very well,
right?
And I'm sure Darren agrees, it's not the easiest thing in the world.
And for those of you joining us, if you would be so kind, click that thumbs up button. That would help us out greatly. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. This is our first tournament of the season that we are live streaming at. We got a lot of good shows planned for you this year. Our next one will likely be in Minot at the NDBowlTV Masters at the end of October. We have some shows in the works as far as perhaps heading back to Manitoba. We got a show possibly in Bowman, North Dakota as well. So stick around, hit that subscribe button, and turn on notifications. You'll know when we go live. We are 30 subscribers away from 2,500. We'll see if we can get there this afternoon. That would be great.
Seen some good scores in front of us already. Defending champion Dawson Unrath, who will be coming onto our feature pair here momentarily. Starts off with 240. Saw 247 from one of our top 3 bowlers in the boys division. So some good scores out there early, and you can see with the girls over there, a couple 2 teens. There's a 230 on the board potentially. Yeah, there's a lot that you can get early if you can find that line to the pocket early enough.
And up here on lane 14, Dawson Unrath doesn't have his name on his back, but we are very familiar with him. Fresh off a top 5 finish at Junior Gold here a month ago. Looking to defend his title here at the Midwest Youth. One of the few throwing reactive up the right at the moment. Michael Cruz up on lane 13. They're joined by Dawson Peterson, who is also a familiar name here at the Midwest Youth for us.
Let's see if we can find our sheets here real quick. Yep, so like we said, Dawson Peterson up on the left lane. Somebody who, no stranger to our show here. 19 years old, out of Stewartville, Minnesota. Is currently going to college at Wisconsin Whitewater.
Who just won the ITC National Championship down in, I believe it was Vegas back in April.
He does have that on here. He says he led Whitewater in average. I'm sure that is no small feat. There's a few other things that maybe we don't need to say. Second at St. Louis Regional, he said. He says he was also better when he was 15, which, you know, a lot of us think we were better when we were younger, and I'm not going to disagree with him or agree with him either way on that. And he also is Keaton Biari's #1 fan.
I mean, I think last year he was Brady Stern's #1 fan, if I recall. So
That wouldn't be surprising. I don't remember if that was the case. I didn't say 230 average, 300 high game, 817 high series, all very impressive. Up on 13, as you can see there, defending champion Dawson Unrath out of Bismarck. 18 years old, 221 average, 300 high game, 828 high series. He throws it better than any of us.
correct.
And is Drake May's biggest fan.
Gotta love the humor from these kids. That's his accomplishments, even though we know what he's done here in the last few months.
Yep. Enough said on that. And then, as you can see up on 13 again, we've got Michael Cruz Jr., or the third, excuse me. So used to talking about his dad.
Yep.
Michael Cruz the third out of Sioux Falls, going to Morningside University, 215, 300 high game, 798 high series. South Dakota High School state champion, planning to bowl at Morningside. South Dakota Junior Scholarship Tour 7-time champion, and he helps run Cruz's pro shop, I believe, at Empire Bowl.
Very nice. So that is our next three here for the boys open division. They're going to be bowling a little bit quicker than the girls to the right since they have 4-2 a pair.
And if you will, like, these three are the three that kind of are on the edge of the making the bracket through yesterday. If you're going all the way up to, even if you want to, third place to, where are we at? Third place to 16th place is less than 100 pins.
Wow.
So it's outside of our top two, who said are a little bit ahead of the field. Everyone else is pretty tight, and with a couple good games can make a big impact. All right, I believe these are four. Nope. I believe those are our four, but maybe I have these mixed up.
Again, our filing system at NDBowlTV is top notch.
Yes.
So for those of you who haven't been to this tournament before warm-ups, the great staff here at Garden Center Lanes hands out bio sheets for each kid to fill out. And so we have quite a few up here to sort through each time because there are roughly 70 bowlers in the building at the moment. So sometimes we don't have everything in order, but that's
No.
okay.
I was close. I had one out of order, I think it was, so there we go. All right.
All right, we have a handicap division update, and Nevin did say the handicap is their total handicap that they're going to receive the entire day. So keep that in mind when Ken reads off these scores.
So they might sound a little bit crazy after what they had yesterday. So
I would just read top 5 with their total score
Yeah.
at the moment, and then that'll be good.
Yep. So currently leading, which was our qualifying leader for the handicap division, Alexander Odom at, again, 1839. Aiden Dower, 1816 in second. Jackson Gobernatz in third at 1804. Joseph Krebs at 1756 in fourth. And then Emma Ashnowitz, I think that's right, at 1747 is fifth. So it's a little difficult to tell exactly how they stand just because of all the handicap being added in, but that's where they stand. So we can get back to our 4 girls that we have over here on 15 and 16. So can see going up on lane 15 right now is Jasmine Gilday. Out of Bismarck, North Dakota. 16 years old, 189 average, 279 high games, 703 high series. Has a long list of things to say, so
I guess paraphrase the best you can.
I was going to say, I'm going to skim through some of this real quick. Okay. Been to junior gold for the past 3 years. State Pepsi tournament 3 years in a row. Second at state, won the Morris Anderson tournament. Took first and second in the team event at Howie Koloff Invitational over the past 2 years. And a lot of other things, just a lot of interesting facts about Jasmine. So, but clearly very, very accomplished at a young age already. Who we got? Lillian Blaha out of Owatonna. 15 years old, 185 average, 286 high game, 682 high series. Fourth at Minnesota Girls State Singles in 2023. Second at U15 Pepsi in 2025. Competed U.S. Nationals U15 Upper Midwest, took 7th in Green Bay. Outside of school, shoots trap with her school play target, loves fishing and hanging out with family. And clearly a talented bowler at only 15 years old. Let's see. Looks like we got more Deadwood. Shout out to the Garden Center Lanes team. Common theme in this building is Deadwood.
Yeah, twister pins. That'll do it. All right.
Trying to just see who. We're not super familiar with everyone, so just seeing who's up on 16. Well, I think by looking at other people,
Alyssa, I believe.
Yeah, so I think by looking at the other one. So, pretty sure up on 16 that is Alyssa Hessler, 19 years old, out of Farmington. Will be going to Lindenwood University, or is going to.
Very good bowling school there.
Yep, 200 average, 300 high games, 686 high series. First team All-State in 2023 and 24. Highest female house shot average in 2024. MJBT All-Star Team 2025. Lettered in academics as a freshman through senior, and Deanless List in fall of 2024. So
not only a good bowler, but very smart as well.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Looks like they're spotting a split for her on lane 16. So I see a 8 up on the score. So they're going to be respotting that. As you can see on our featured pair here in front of us on the boys' side, the lanes are getting a little tight down lane. You're not seeing as much ball reaction as one would expect here with the amount of urethane going down the lane.
And just like to point out, not something that you see a ton of, but you're seeing more and more, is we do have a couple two-handed girls, as
nice.
Lillian is, and then one of the girls that was over in our top 4 also is. So not common, but starting to see it more and more, and nothing I think we're unfamiliar with around here is that is a 2-4-8-10 off the back.
Very nice by Michael Cruz III.
All right, Well, we have one more girl to get to, and that is Olivia Baskin, who is up on lane 15. 18 years old, out of Elk Mound, Wisconsin. Will be going to Youngstown State.
Also a very good bowling school. I believe that girls' team won the national championship this year.
That's very impressive. 208 average, 289 high games, 749 high series. Player of the Year, Wisconsin. Youth Bowlers Tour, Junior Bowler Scholarship Tour in the same year. 7 titles this season. And bowling in Youngstown this fall. So
very nice. And a lot of these kids are about to head to college for their first or second years based on their ages and the age limits at this tournament. So a lot of big changes coming up for a lot of these kids. And with that, we have scoring updates for the boys and the girls division. Let's start with the boys. Jeremy Christensen, or JJ Christensen, and Isaiah Sample now tied at the top at 16-19 total. Levi out of Wisconsin, you said?
I believe so.
Instead of trying to butcher his last name, we're just going to say Levi for now. He's at 1598. Brandon Schmidt at 1556. And Dawson Unrath moving into the top 5 at 1546. And then about a 30-pin gap to Michael Evenson Jr. in 6th. So the top 5 starting to separate there on the boys open division. The cut to the top 10 would be Derek Lewandowski at 1503. So again, after these 4 games, top 2 will go to the stepladder finals automatically as a 1 and 2 seed. The next 8 go to a bracket, single game matches, I believe. On the girls' side, Kira Magsam is your new leader at 1472. Callie Trisky in second, just 2 pins behind at 1470. And then it's about a 60, 50, 40, 50 pin gap there. Taylor Leith at third at 1428. Holly Orgeman and fourth at 1407. And then a 100-pin drop down to Allie Salter at 1309. So those top 4 clearly separating themselves from the field. So really just a race for the top 2 at the moment. The others will be placed into the bracket. If there's anyone out there that you did not hear scores for, please let us know in the chat room and we will let you know how they're bowling.
Had a rough finish for Dawson there. Dawson Peterson missing a 7-pin. Still 227's a solid game right now. A couple 230s to our left. Looks like we have a couple 250 potentials from our top 3. So good scores out there on the boys' side. As I think we see every year, our feature pair here, 13 and 14, just a little bit tricky.
Usually is. So how's everyone in the chat room doing? I hope you had a great summer. I know everyone up here in the High Plains is ready to get back on the lanes. Most of these kids have been bowling all summer, whether it be Junior Gold, MGBTs around the area, or here at the Midwest Youth. I know the Storm Youth Championships, there's been a few of those as well. But for those of us adults, they tend to not bowl much in the summer. There are some CBAs going on down in the cities, but especially in North Dakota, there's not much going on until league starts and the weather starts getting colder.
Yeah, us people in the upper Midwest tend to like to be outside during the summer, since, you know, it's
can't blame them.
pretty crappy weather during the winter up here.
Again, as leagues will get started up here at the end of the month or early September. I know I picked up a new High Road 40, an Ion Pro Solid. A couple new products from Storm to add to the arsenal this season. Big shout out to the folks at Storm for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network for the 3rd season in a row. Do appreciate their continued support. So got a little bit of player movement here on the boys' side as they are about to enter game number 3. As the girls on the pair to the right are in the middle of game 2. Again, they have 4 on a pair. Who do we have coming to our pair here on the boys' side?
Yep, so you can see up on the left lane, I'm going to say 99% sure that is Brandon Schmidt. And he does put no T in Schmidt, like we would normally see, so Schmid.
Yep.
17 years old, out of, says Hugo, White Bear Lake area. Undecided on the college, I suppose, because he's not quite ready for that yet. 229 average, 300 high game, 794 high series. 30th in junior gold in U18, 4 300s. He plays 7 instruments.
Wow.
Which is impressive in itself. Going to be going for aerospace engineering, so let's just say he's probably a very smart kid too.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, somebody who I don't think we've seen very much of here, but obviously very gifted bowler if he is in our top 6.
And 30th in junior gold. And I just want to kind of throw this out there to those of you watching. In junior gold, in the under 18 boys division, there was roughly 1,300 kids bowling at that time. And we have a few that finished in the top 30 in front of us here today at somewhere in the building. So very talented kids. I remember when you and I bowled junior gold, just getting out of the first qualifying round was impressive, and half these guys are making the bracket now on a regular basis. So very, very impressive.
I was happy if I finished in the top half of qualifying,
correct,
which I never did. But yeah, to finish in the top 30 is hugely impressive. All right, up on 14, we've got Michael Evenson Jr. out of Rushford, Minnesota, going to school at Wisconsin Whitewater.
Defending national champions.
Yep. 227 average, 300 high game, 817 high series, and he says he likes going to the gym. And then you can kind of see him, and somebody I know that we've seen a little bit of before is Drake Waite out of Stillwater. He's not decided on a school yet, it looks like. 247 average, 300 high game, 837 high series. Captain Dexter All-American 2025, back-to-back MJBT Player of the Year, won high school state singles, been captain of his high school team for 3 years, and won last game MJBT and shot 300. So
very nice.
Yeah, Drake, I know somebody we've seen before, and obviously very talented bowler.
Yeah, got some nice scores going on over here on the girls' side. So 279 possible for Jasmine. Alyssa got a spare there. Still got, 2 team left.
Yeah, scores early on are looking very solid.
And one thing I would like to point out is when you watch how these lanes are going to break down, there's a predominance of urethane being thrown on the left pair here with the boys. I'm guessing a lot due to high rev rate. And then on the girls' side, there's far fewer urethane balls being thrown. So I'm really curious how the right pair is going to break down as opposed to how the boys' pair is going to break down. I think they're going to break down drastically different and really dictate how certain people will score come the bracket time when they hit these pairs.
Yeah, it's like there are a couple of the girls that are throwing urethane I've seen, but typically speaking, it's probably not a common thing.
I did see Callie Trisky is throwing a harsh reality pearl with a little bit of polish on it. So the other way of attacking this pattern is to get a really strong core and put a little polish on it, get it to store energy down lane. And she sees all of her reaction down lane, where a lot of people on the boys' side are trying to get that reaction in the front part. So very different ways to attack this pattern.
And obviously has worked well for her. And,
Absolutely.
you know, the boys, I think that's just kind of, it's the common theme nowadays is, like, so many of them using urethane want to see that reaction up front, or, like, that's what they're used to seeing, so...
Well, I think the other thing, too, is when urethane is in play with just a few players, what it creates down lane almost makes you have to throw it as the other players in the field, because the carry down, the urethane puddle, so to speak, down lane, doesn't allow for decent reactive reactions down lane, so then it's just an arms race trying to find early hook with the urethane ball. So when it's in play, if you don't throw it, you're falling behind.
Yep. And you see that at the highest level, you see that at this level, you see it at, our scratch level that, we cover all the time. It's, as we'll talk about with Mitch when he's over here, it's sparked a big debate.
And it's a great tool when you know how to use it. I know a lot of these kids, especially on the boys' side, like to use it due to their high rev rates. It allows you to control the pocket a little bit better, especially on tough patterns.
Yeah, it can be very effective, and it can do some very strange things to the bowling lane that can be very difficult for others to handle.
It's hard to get around, especially if you don't have that rev rate. Again, the boys are in the middle of game number 3. On the girls' side, we're just finishing up game 2. Following the 4th game, all 3 divisions will cut to the top 10. The top 2 will automatically go to the stepladder finals later on this afternoon. The next 8 will go into a bracket, single game matches, to determine the last 2 seeds in the stepladder final, and then we'll just progress from there until we have a champion in each division. Do we have a payout sheet?
We do, somewhere in my stack over here.
Let's go through the top 5 places in each division and just kind of highlight how much money they're giving away this weekend. I know, big shout out to the Alexandria area, USBC, and everyone here at Garden Center Lanes for how much money they raise each and every year and give away over $40,000 in scholarships.
Yep. So in our handicap division, it is a $3,000 scholarship for winning, and for some of these kids coming here, probably not even thinking about the money. Especially like we see it in the handicap division. I think more than anything, it's about winning. It's about having fun bowling good. They're not thinking about the money. But an added $3,000 scholarship for winning is awesome. Second, $2,000, third, $1,500, fourth is $1,000. So everyone in our stepladder final will get at least $1,000 scholarship, all the way down to 21st in the handicap gets $100. In the girls, it's the same breakdown at the top: $3,000 for first, $2,000, $1,500, and $1,000 for fourth, down to $150 for 15th. And then in the boys, which, as we said, they always have the largest pool of bowlers, it's $5,000 for first, so getting that top seed, you're guaranteed a $3,500 scholarship. $2,500 for third, $1,500 for fourth, and then $1,000 for fifth. All the way down to 31st gets $100. So
very nice.
Everyone that will make our top 4 for stepladder will get at least $1,000 scholarship, and that just shows you the amount of money that is added into this, and just the amount of entries that are here. It adds up in a big way.
And that is why this has grown to one of the premier youth events in the Upper Midwest. We have seen youth bowlers travel from all over the United States, and we actually have some bowlers down from Canada as well. So big shout out to everyone who has made the trip to Alex this weekend. A fun weekend for us as well every year. This is the 10th annual Midwest Youth Championships. They do have banners hanging here that represent all the winners from the past years. Looks like we have some scoring updates. On the boys' side, J.J. Christensen has regained his lead of 40 pins with a 257 in game number 2 with 1876. In second, Levi out of Wisconsin, 1836. Isaiah Sample in third at 1798. Brandon Schmid fourth at 1791, and Dawson Unrath in fifth at 1761. So those top two kind of separating themselves, looking to take those top two seeds in the stepladder finals. We have a handicap division update if you want to go through that, Ken.
Yep, so we'll say it again, just with the handicap already added in there. Scores are a little bit funky, but continuing to lead, and looks like bowling pretty well. Alexander Odom at 2009. Caleb Galbraith at 1941. Should say, too, Caleb has back-to-back 200s in the handicap division.
Very nice.
Which is very impressive, along with the 40 pins each game. So Desiree Galbraith in third at 1938. Joseph B, we'll say, at 1930, and Aiden Dower at 1905. So still very much in flux just because of handicap, but Alexander continues to hold on to that lead. So,
wrapping up game number 2 over here on the girls open division side. 225 for Jasmine. I believe that's a 210 for Olivia Baskin. Unfortunately, she had a single pin miss there in the 10th that could have been in the 220s.
yeah, a pair over that can't probably quite see. There's 224 and 232.
214 as well. Low on that pair is 189. So a lot of good scores on the girls' side.
Yeah, and those are our top 4 that are shooting the big scores there. So stretching themselves out even further from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, the top 4 in the girls' division are 100 clear of everyone else. Be interesting to see how the bracket plays out once the top 2 are automatically advanced to the stepladder. Again, if you're watching and want to know how a particular bowler is doing in the building, please let us know. There are roughly 60 bowlers in the building at the moment. And short of reading off every single name, just let us know if you'd like to see where a certain bowler is at. We will be more than happy to let you know.
A couple big games on our feature pair here for the boys. Drake Waite going for 266, and Michael Evenson with 279 possible still.
Fortunate 10th frame open there for Brandon. 169. Strike there for Drake Waite into the 260s. Pretty impressive scores when you look at the pattern being a 2-to-1 pattern. Pretty tough.
It's one of those, when you have it, it is really good, as you can see, but if you're just a little bit off, it can hurt you very quickly.
Again, if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. That would be greatly appreciated. And if you haven't, please consider subscribing, as we are approaching 2,500 subscribers here at NDBowlTV.
Oof, unfortunate miss for Michael. 247 right there is all. But still a really good game right now, because a couple pairs to our left are not a lot going on right now.
And our leaders are going to be making their way onto our featured pair here the next game. So stay tuned for that.
Shockingly enough, the boys are moving pretty quick right now.
Yeah, with the 3 on a pair and a lot of strikes being thrown, they're moving at a pretty good pace.
Looks like a lot of the handicap divisions getting into their 4th game, a couple finishing up their 3rd still.
Usually the handicap division does go particularly faster than any of the other divisions here. And girls, as we said, have 4 to a pair, so they will be a little bit behind.
Well, the good news is we do have 4 new bowlers over on our girls' side that we can go through real quick.
We have a girls division scoring update if you want to go through that first.
Well, we can absolutely do that. So through now, we can call it 8 games, but 2 games today. Kira Magsam is continuing to lead, but the lead is only 10 pins over Callie Trisky of 1704 to 1694. And there's a 52-pin gap between Callie and Taylor Letha in 4th at 1642. Holly Orgeman, 1596 in 4th. So those top 2 are stretching it out a little bit and looking in good shape to potentially take one of those top 2 coveted buys. So it's still a long ways to go. Anything can happen. I mean, you know, a rough pair and a 150 game can bring you back down to earth real quick. But as we said, we got 4 new girls over on our pair to our right. So up on lane 15 is Peyton Kuslik out of River Falls, Wisconsin. Is going to, I believe that's Judson University.
Okay.
177 collegiate average. She does make note of that. 279 high game, 750 I series. Bowling accomplishments, bowling your first 700 series, bowling in college, bowling for the first time at nationals as a freshman. Judson winning the Hoosier Giant. I can't totally read that.
Oh, Tier 1 tournament, so that's a college Tier 1 event.
Okay.
They separate them into Tier 1 and Tier 2s depending on how many points they're awarded, so then all the huge schools go to them. So those are big events.
Sure. Yeah, I'm glad you can read because I guess I can't. And then making the Dean's List as a freshman, so very smart, obviously very good bowler. Up on lane 15 right now, Angie, I guess it is, so it's back of her jersey too if you just look at that. Angie Steinke, out of Wausau, Wisconsin, going to Western Illinois. 196 average to, I think that's 289 high game, 683 high series. Made the JBST All-Star team and the WYBT All-Star team. You know, just bowling for Western Illinois, first year of their women's bowling program. So that's kind of awesome to be, I guess, a charter member, if you will.
Yep.
Allie Salter out of Minokan, North Dakota is up on lane 15. Keep catching everyone on 15. 19 years old, going to Mount Mercy. 209 average, 300 high games, 780 high series. 3-time state champion, 4-time Indy Girls Youth Bowler of the Year. Made the all-tournament team at the 5-season tourney and has a pet cow named Betsy.
Very nice. And I will say Allie's got one of the higher rev rates on the girls' side, so that will be to her advantage.
Very much
We do have some Callie Trisky and Kira Magsam fans in the chat. Do appreciate y'all tuning in this morning.
Yep. And then up again on lane 15, Lily Topinka out of Meyer. Going to Waconia High School, 16 years old, 189 average, 279 high game, 678 high series. MJBT champ, and looks like 3 titles, 1 in 2024, 2 in 25. High school all conference 2022, 3 and 4. Varsity captain 23, 24, 25. Honor roll. Going to be a senior, I assume, this coming year. 2023 Sportsmanship Award for MJBT. And VP of Minnesota Youth Leader Committee. So another good bowler, but also very smart bowler.
I'm actually very shocked at how accomplished all these kids are academically, as well as how unbelievably talented they are in bowling.
Yeah,
so
very much so.
it's good to see. It's the future of our sport and the future of the country, so that's good to see. Again, big shout out to everyone who has shared our stream on social media. I do greatly appreciate that. Again, if you want to see our upcoming events for NDBowlTV, as well as some scratch events in your area here in the High Plains, please head on over to ndbowling.com and click on the upcoming events page. If that particular tournament listing has an NDBowlTV logo by it, we will be there streaming the event. Otherwise, that will show you the poster for the particular event, as well as a map if you don't know where the tournament is being held. Again, just waiting on what would be the top 3 bowlers on the boys' side. They're finishing up game number, 3?
Yep.
I'm getting confused over here because we're going at different paces, but the boys are slowing down just a little bit, as you would expect, going into the kind of make it or break it games here late in the, we'll call it the advancers round. So we've changed things a little bit.
Not sure who it was, but somebody over in the boys, just somebody who had qualified in the 16, 17, 18 range, just shot 277.
Very nice.
So
big jump there coming up.
That's a big game at this point of the day, so not sure who that was exactly.
And not to mention, we just had a 260 in front of us from Drake Waite, who was in 11th going into that game, so he will be making his way likely into that top 10 where you want to be. He now had to jump the house and is now down bowling on 1 and 2, so we'll see if they are different down there or not. One thing to note this season is, unfortunately, the Alexandria area had a few bad storms, and I think it knocked out the AC on the low end of the house, so it's a drastic difference temperature-wise down on the low end to the high end, and I do wonder how that changes the way the lanes break down, but something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we're used to sitting in here in jeans
Freezing.
and sweatshirts and just freezing cold, but we walked in yesterday and they told us that, and it's like, oh, it's noticeably different from end to end.
And it's just a series of unfortunate events, as many know who live up here in the High Plains. These last few weeks to about a month and a half, we've had quite a bit of intense weather, and unfortunately things happen when it hails the way it does. So update for the handicap division following game number 3.
Yep, so continuing to, we'll tentatively say lead is Alexander Odom at 21.59. Joseph B, 21.26, coming off some really good games. Just looking at this, 180, 190, and 190 with 70 pins of handicap a game as well. So,
wow, yeah, that's really good.
Caleb Galbraith in third at 20.95. Desiree in fourth at 20.55.
Who is our defending champion, correct? Desiree won it last year, I do believe.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
I know that poster's right there. So, yeah, Desiree had a really good game 2, followed by a not so good game 3, but somebody who clearly can bowl.
Yep.
So, yeah, again, that's very very tentative just because of all the handicap being added, but
Right. These totals have the entire handicap in them for the 4 games.
so be interesting to see how the handicap finishes up, but they're rolling right through. You can see a lot of them are already getting close to finishing up game 4.
Yeah, that's down on our high end here in the house. Right here in front of us, our top 3 bowlers after the 6-game qualifying round are now in front of us for the Boys Open Division. J.J. Christensen, Isaiah Sample, and we're going to call him Levi from Wisconsin. By the end of the day, we'll get the pronunciation of his last name out there, but we do apologize, Levi. We just want to...
Yeah, he has it on there, but I'm still not sure exactly how to say it. So
Yeah, we'll talk to him before the day's over. We'll get it down.
Yep. So as we said, JJ over on the left lane there out of Blaine, going to University of Minnesota Twin Cities, 227 average, 300 high game, 825 high series, 2-time first team All-State, captain of his high school team, 34th at junior gold this year, so another high finisher. It took me a second. The house bowling got me into bowling competitively, and by the house bowling, I'm pretty sure he means Packy Hanrahan's channel.
Yep.
I can understand why. It's a fun watch.
Yes.
Just got back from the Boundary Waters. That's a nice time away just to get back into this. National High Team Game and Series for Youth League. Wow. 11-10. I'm assuming this is 4-man. 11-10 and 28-68.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's those are large. Let's just say that. So, like we said, high qualifier yesterday at 14:35, and having a solid day where he's hanging around those top 2 seeds. Isaiah Sample, who just got finished up on lane 13, 18 years old, out of Rochester. Going to Hawkeye Community College, 225 average, 300 high game, 805 high series. And he says he has 3 sanctioned 300s, so again, very good bowler. And then our third member, who just got finished on 14, is Levi out of Green Bay. 226 average, 300 high game, 846 high series.
Finish up your 14. Please make sure that you get your score sheet down to the tournament check-in counter as soon as possible, so we can continue into the next round. If you finish up your 14, please make sure you get your score sheet filled out and down to the tournament check-in counter. Thank you.
Just announcing to make sure they get score sheets in. So back to Levi, though. Says he loves cars and disc golf. 3-time YWBT champion. Friday night handicap Willow Creek sweeper champion. And 5-time JBT. I'm not sure what he exactly means by that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Either way.
Phenomenal bowler, nonetheless.
Yes,
I can tell you that.
I was going to say, all 3 of these guys, incredibly good bowlers and have had really good starts to their weekend, as they are all 3 in the vying for those coveted top 2 spots right now.
And I will say to those out here joining us, the tournament started on Friday. Actually, on Thursday, they had a adult youth tournament. First round was on Thursday evening. The qualifying shift started on Friday. I think there were 5 different qualifying shifts. They do allow re-entry, so a lot of these kids come back and try to improve their scores over the weekend because pins do carry over till this morning. So it is very, very important to have a very good qualifying score coming into today. And then Friday night had the last round of the adult youth doubles tournament, and I do believe that was Chad and Aiden Portscheller that won that.
Yep, you're correct. Chad and Aiden, that's for $1,000. Tatum Lee and Talon Jacobson were in second. Caleb Galbraith and Antonio Tejeda in third. Michael Walswick and Chad Meyer in fourth. Austin Wilson and Jesse Wilson in fifth.
Very nice. Always well attended. It's a fun little portion of the tournament that allows the youth and the adults to bowl together and give out a little more money. I mean, that's just kind of what this tournament's all about, is to give out scholarship money. And there's an opportunity for the adults to kind of get a little bit of cash in that tournament as well. With that being said, we've got a Game 3 scoring update for the boys division side here. In front of us, J.J. Christensen is leading the way with a 20.88. In second, Dawson Peterson, on the heels of a 279 game in Game 3, has jumped all the way to second at 20.23. 3 pins behind him is Isaiah Sample with 20.20. And then 3 pins behind Isaiah is Levi at 2017. And a pin behind him is Dawson Unrath at 2016. So we have 7 pins separating second from fifth, all vying for that one bye in second place, assuming JJ has a good enough game here to hold off on that number 1 seed. So,
well, and unfortunately for him right now, 2 opens and 4 frames is slowly creeping some other people back into it. But
things are getting very tight on the boys' side.
Yes, that 50-pin lead from second could be hugely beneficial if he's not able to string a couple together.
And in sixth, on the heels of that 266 right in front of us, was Drake Waite. So he's at 1980. He's still within 43 pins a second. So he's down on 1 and 2. We can't quite see how he's doing. But I will be very curious to see how the boys division is going to shake out here with a lot of players within 7 to 40 pins, all trying to get that number 2 seed and that automatic bye to the stepladder finals.
And I guess the curiosity thing at this point is, where are we sitting at with our 10th place?
Brandon Lee. I think it's Lee.
Yeah.
On 10th place at 1945. Right behind him is Micah Jensen by 2 pins. Hayden Podlucky is about 20 pins back, so a lot of players still close to that 10th spot. So a lot going on.
We talk a lot about those top 2 seeds, but just as important is making that top 10.
Yes, because you're still alive. We've seen a lot of players in this tournament win from the 3 or 4 seed in our stepladder finals.
Yeah, you get comfortable on those lanes, and I mean, I think if you ask most bowlers, they're like, give me 1 game to win $5,000 scholarship if you're talking about the boys. But can't be unsaid how much getting comfortable and familiar with a pair can do in a 1-game match.
Okay, the girls here on the right wrapping up game number 3, entering the 10th frame.
Solid 223 or 4 from
Lily
right there.
Yeah, good time for the 7-10, I guess, after you already filled the 10th to start.
And JJ having a rough go of it right now.
We talk about it every year. There's something about our championship pair here on 13 and 14 that just gives the players fits. Do appreciate everyone joining us in the chat room. Once again, if you're joining us there, let us know how it all looks, how it all sounds. All of you watching are the eyes and ears of NDBowlTV, and we do appreciate your feedback.
That was a big 5-7 conversion, I think, right there for him.
Yeah, get him going.
And one of the few bowlers that is not throwing urethane, I believe, is our number one.
I do see a few of the boys' side kind of getting out of the urethane. And then, ironically enough, you look over on the girls' side, there's a couple urethane balls on the ball rack. So it is fun to see the progression from the two different sides here and the drastic differences in the rev rate.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how many people would you say on the boys' side have a rev rate under 400?
Right.
Because I would say that answer is probably single digits, if not close to 0.
I would agree. It's almost paramount to have rev rate in the modern game.
Yeah, lane 13, just that little bit of hang spot there. Not sure if that one was speed for Levi, but seems like that's when I've been seeing it, just little hang.
Shout out to the Hersrud clan joining us in the chat room. We do miss you guys out here this year. Hope you are well. And Jenny, thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate you in the chat room this morning. Again, we're in game number 3 for the boys, or is this is game 4 for the boys. We're about to enter game 4 for the girls.
Yep, that is correct.
I'm getting turned around here with, I should know by the colors of the screens. They change by the game, so.
I'm going to guess we're going to get a handicapped update here pretty quick because they look like they are all done.
Yes, you can see on the far right of your screen there, lane 21 through the high end of the house is dark, so they are completed with their cashier's round 4 games. So we will be able to update our handicap division bracket first and get the top 2 seeds in the stepladder finals cemented in place for now. Again, following game 4, all 4 divisions will cut to the top 10. The top 2 players in each division will be the 1 and 2 seeds in their respective stepladder finals. The next 8 will go into a bracket where they will be bowling single game matches head-to-head until there are 2 players left. Those 2 players will then become the 3 and 4 seeds in the stepladder finals of their respective divisions. So stay tuned. A lot of good bowling coming up. Share our stream with everyone you know on social media. Hit that like button. If you haven't already, that'd be greatly appreciated. Again, I'm Darren Cini, joined by Ken Fletcher, our 13th season here at NDBowlTV, and our 10th in a row here at the Midwest Youth Championships in Alexandria, Minnesota. As always, good to be back.
Well, yet another open from JJ, staring at max 180, which means 230 to 240
would catch him, yeah.
Yep, that's...
Again, JJ had a, what was that, 55-pin lead, 65-pin lead going into this game. So you did have a little bit of a cushion, but having a rough game here on our featured pair.
Yep. Does not look like Isaiah will be able to catch him unless he has a little bit more unluckiness, but Levi very much in the mix at 246 possible.
Oh, happy birthday to Keaton Bieri. Well, happy birthday, Keaton. He is bowling here today. On the boys' side, I do believe. I think he's on, that's him on lane 10. Just threw a strike, so happy birthday, Keaton. I don't think we will see him unless he advances to the bracket, and then maybe we'll catch him on one of the featured matches. As you can see over on the girls' side, we are rotating into game number 4. Again, the top 3 bowlers after the 6 games of qualifying will be featured this final game of the advancers round.
Couple of the looks like 1 through 4 are already done. Cannot see any scores. My eyes are not that good from right here.
Also, happy birthday to Susan Brady. All the kids sang happy birthday to her today, this morning. She is one of the main people here at Garden Center Lanes, one of the owners, I do believe. Hall of Fame bowler herself.
Yeah.
So happy birthday, Susan.
Nevin always likes to get the whole bowling alley to sing happy birthday.
And those you don't know, that's Susan is Nevin's mom, so he likes to razz her a little bit, which I think all kids would do to their parents. So
very, very much. Well, very interesting right here in front of us, just based off of what we know. But JJ desperately need of a double to force a double from one of these two. Looks like we have a game 3 on the girls' side. And fresh off of yet another solid game, Kara Maxim has stretched her lead to 52 pins over Callie Trisky, who has a 72-pin lead over Taylor Letha, who is in 3rd. And then followed by Holly Orgman and Lily Topinka in 5th, Ellie Salter in 6th, a pin behind. So not a ton of drama, it looks like, unless one of those top 3 either has a big stumble or shoots a really big game.
now, do we know for sure the girls will cut to 10?
Yes, I'm pretty positive that they are still cutting to 10, so it would only be the bottom 2, unfortunately, that would not make it. And at this point, there's a 59-pin gap between 10 and 11. So,
So our top 10 are pretty much determined on the girls' side, and our top 2, pending anything really crazy going on, are essentially locked in place, but we will see how this final game shakes out.
yep.
I do expect a handicap update here shortly, and we can get that put into our stepladder finals.
Yeah, I suppose they're just confirming everything since they are done, but
Yeah, being the last game, it takes a little bit longer.
well, and JJ in front of us, unfortunately, going to shoot 160, and that could be a big problem and potentially knock him out of the top 2.
All right, we will see what happens on the boys' side. And Lee Brady, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate you confirming with us that Susan is the owner and Evan's mom, and Desiree and Caleb's grandma. So,
Oh.
a lot of good bowling in that family. Very talented individuals.
Where were Levi and Isaiah at?
Let's see. So Levi was 4th at 2017, and Isaiah was 3rd at 2020.
So they're 60 pins-ish.
So Isaiah was 68 behind Jeremy, and Levi was 71 behind Jeremy.
So neither one of them are going to pass JJ. That's the
So
good news there.
Not knowing what Dawson Peterson finished with that game, Dawson could have moved up to the number 1 seed depending on what he shot.
Or Dawson Unrath, too.
As we hope.
So
I know there's some big games going on down there on the low end of the house. 1 through 4 is completely done.
yeah, and that's where both of those guys were.
Okay.
So not 100% sure, but for JJ's sake, he survived. It looks like the 2 that he bowled with. But still very much in question. So We'll see what that brings here soon enough as the boys are finishing up their last frame or so. And with the girls just getting going on their game 4, we have a few minutes for them yet, but we are able to see our top 4 right here again. And like I said, not a ton of drama, it appears, in the girls division.
So you can see some of the other boys players walking around trying to do the math in their head. I know that's something you and I would do every tournament.
Far too often than probably should be done in my case.
That's a fun debate out there. Those of you in chat, do you think it's a good thing to be a score watcher or a bad thing to be a score watcher? I personally believe score watching is almost required towards the end of a block, but beginning, I mean, you can only control what you can control, right? So I understand both sides of the argument there.
Yeah, I'll just say it's like I like to know where I stand.
Right.
And, sometimes to your benefit, because it's like, oh, well, I know where I'm at, I got to shoot something big. Or sometimes your detriment, I know where I'm at, I got to shoot something big, and then you press it and you bowl even worse.
Okay, just a few more shots to be thrown on the boys' side. The handicap division has been completed for the cashers round. The girls' open division, midway through game number 4. Unfortunate open for Keaton Bieri for 224. Now, he was outside of the top 10 by roughly 20, 30 pins. And I think he had a shot at 250 going into the 10th frame, leaves the split and only gets the 1. So actually they corrected it. He didn't get any of them. So now 222 for Keaton Bieri. Depending on what happens around him, he may be able to jump into the top 10, but he's going to need some help.
I do see a bunch of low 2s. I saw a 259 under the pair to his left, so it's going to be close. Obviously, those few pins can make all the difference. You can see JJ kind of wandering around right in front of us. I think he's trying to figure out where he's at after that game, if it was enough or not.
And as somebody who is very familiar with that situation, I'm one of those. After you're done bowling, you want to know because you know you're right on the bubble. Those of you who know me.
You're right on a bubble in the bad way. He's right on the bubble of did I make the top 2 or not.
But still,
story.
Depending on how you look at it, that's in this case could be $1,000 swing, if not more. So it's very important for him to stay into the top 2 in any division because it is such an advantage to advance into that stepladder final automatically as the 1 or the 2. So
yeah, well, and like we said, if we were looking at it from the bowlers that were close and short of somebody who was in 6th, 7th, 8th shooting 270. He survived 2 of the 4 he had to, and unless both Dawson Peterson and Dawson Unrath shot, something in the probably 230s plus, then he's at least going to be safe into either 1st or 2nd seed. So we'll find out here soon enough as the boys are officially done now. And girls are about halfway done with their game 4.
ooh, it touched the 7, just couldn't get it out. Nice attempt there on the 5-7 split. You know, it's fun to note watching all these kids bowl how many that we have seen on professional tours. I know you and I went through the list at the PWBA, the event the other day, and there were a couple names that we watched bowl here in this tournament, and they're cashing and bowling for titles on the PWBA tour, as well as some of the boys who have advanced over the years. You remember Zach Andreessen was a Team USA member, Brooke Salzman, two-time Team USA member, two-time winner here, both two-time winners. It's crazy.
Yep. 2019 champ Carlene Byer was doing really well at the is it Pepsi? Is that the one we were looking at last night?
Cassidy Curry as well. Both of them were bowling fairly well, and I know Carlene's made the Queen's Show. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but one of those, she made the Queen's Show and won a couple matches. So it's good to see the talent in front of us at this tournament, how well they've progressed, whether it be in college or at the professional level. It's been very impressive.
Yeah. A couple people we saw last year, Landon Griffin.
Yep.
You know, he's done well for himself already.
I believe he's made match play at the U.S. Open a couple times.
Yeah. This year I know for sure.
Gianna Brandolino was here last year. She's currently bowling for Team USA down in, I think it's Guatemala.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. But, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, the longer that this tournament has gone on, the more, we'll say, bigger name youth bowlers have made it to here. And just, you know, a few years back, you know, when we had Parker Bone here, both of his kids bowled and bowled very well. And it's
they continue to bowl well too. I'm pretty sure Brandon Bones won the under-22 Masters both years they've had it. He's the only winner they've had. He's done very well in college. Justin as well won a junior gold. Like, they're insanely talented family. But it just goes to show the kind of talent that's come through this tournament in the 10 years they've had it.
Yeah, it's hugely impressive. Still trying to figure out who it is over here in the girls. Just to the pair to the right has six-bagger going right now.
Yep. Can tell by that shot there by Kira, she's really developed her game more direct up the ditch, as we've seen in past years. Perhaps that's something they've really worked on in college. As we said, she bowls down at Jacksonville State. It's good to see how many of these kids have progressed over the years. We've seen them start out in the handicap division and then make their way to their respective open divisions. And have gotten better every year. That's always been a rewarding thing to be able to sit back here and see that every season.
Marvel at the game when they're, 12, 13, and then they get to be 16, 17, 18 in the scratch divisions, and it's like, you're exactly what we were expecting from you, if you will. Just getting better and better, and the physical games of everybody in this building, I'll marvel at every single one of them, because nothing like what we saw when we were younger.
I agree.
No, we, we're fortunate enough to have a lot to bowl when we were younger, but not sure if the coaching necessarily was there like it is nowadays.
Well, too, when we were younger, there wasn't the social media and the different avenues to find information, and to bounce ideas off people. It was pretty much you talk to who was around you in your towns or the people you knew that bowled close by. The kids these days, they can access so many things for information, for training, for coaches, and it's nice to see that they're taking advantage of that.
Yeah, very much so. If we had this access, would it have turned out any different for, anybody our age? Who knows?
Hard to say.
But, it's awesome to see that they're able to have that access, but also put it to good use.
Yes, and a big shout out to all the great youth programs out there. I know each and every town, each and every bowling center, USBC Association tries really hard to get a really good youth program because that's kind of what creates the future of our sport. So shout out to them.
Very much.
Frame number 8 here on our featured pair of the girls' open division.
Looks like no big surprise. Kira throwing four in a row together right now and just kind of running and hiding from everyone at this moment.
And Callie doing what she needs to do to hold on to that second spot as well. Clean through 8.
Yeah, and Taylor and Holly just kind of right there, seating once you get into the bracket is not the biggest thing because anybody can beat anybody in a one-game match.
So perhaps the folks at Garden Center Lanes are keeping tight wraps on the other two divisions for the moment, as they probably want to announce them when we announce them, just so that word doesn't get out on who the top 10 and in particular the top 2 are in each division.
I suppose that would make some sense.
Because I could see how a few friends would text their friends after hearing our coverage, so...
Well, when we find out, we will obviously let everyone know, but...
Absolutely.
That could be a few minutes, yeah.
And then we'll show you our brackets as we have them.
Some good games over from our girls, though. Angie Steinke had 221.
Okay.
It's pretty solid there.
And do you have the girls
Nope.
game 3?
I do. And so Angie was our in 10th going into this game, so 221 safely.
So it's a matter of seeding in the bracket then? Yeah.
Yeah, and with the difference between 9th and 10th being 20 pins, Lillian and Peyton, I don't think are going to be doing enough to jump anybody above Angie even, so. Oh.
Almost a bit poor conversion on 16.
That was really close. Unconventional way to do it, too.
Right, yeah, it sent the 6-pin off the wall, right?
Yeah.
And if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button and consider subscribing. We are about to finish up our cashers round, advancers round, whatever you'd like to call it, here at the Midwest Youth Championships, and we'll be advancing to the bracket round. Top 2 automatically go to the stepladder finals. The next 8 will be in a bracket. Single game matches, I do believe, until there's 2 left. And those 2 left in each division will be the 3 and the 4 seed in their respective divisions. So a lot of bowling coming up.
I think that strike from Callie right there pretty much secures the number 2 seed. So I think we can safely say our 1 seed will be 2-time champ Keurig Maxim, and 2 seed will be Callie Trisky. Obviously, you wait to confirm from the staff, but based off of what we know.
And something to note, Kira has a chance to be the first 3-time winner here at the Midwest Youth Championships as Zach Andreessen and Brooke Salzman, as well as I believe Rebecca Broerman had 2 titles as well. So
Yep.
nice array of players that have won here twice, but there has not been a 3-time winner. And if you're joining us in the chat room, please let us know where you're tuning in from. I'm always interested to know where people are watching from, how far our reach is here at NDBowlTV. Always fun to know. Yeah, final frame here for the Girls Open Division. We'll have a brief break as we announce the top 10 in each division. Then everyone will get in place for the bracket round and they'll be underway. I do see Mitch Hupe in the building, so I do think we'll be having him in the booth probably in the bracket round and the stepladder finals. Go track him down at some point. So if you have any questions in the chat room, please get those ready for him. Ray, tuning in from Fort Myers, Florida. Do appreciate you logging on this morning. I suppose it'd be close to afternoon for you.
Yep, we are getting there, aren't we?
Terrence McKinney from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Do appreciate you tuning in. I will say one thing over the years that has been very clear as we've gotten to year number 10 here is the amount of power you see on the girls' side from when it started back in 2016 till now.
Yeah.
The amount of power players on the girls' open division has gone up exponentially, and that's good to see. And I don't know if that's just part of the modern game as the game of bowling, the sport of bowling progresses.
I mean, I think that's every bit of it, Until this year, how many two-handed girls have we actually seen?
Yeah, in this tournament.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're obviously out there, but seeing bowl here and, as Holly is one of our top 4 seeds, very likely, pulled very well.
Who was the other one down there?
Lillian, I believe, was the other one.
Lillian Blaha.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy how the game has advanced over the years.
Yeah, and like you said, it's just that is the modern game. I mean, that's also how much of that is coaching. It takes talent to be able to do it, but it takes the right coach to see it and be able to develop that with them too.
All right, Kira's got one of our final shots here, or our final shot on the featured pair. Looks like the 19 and 20 is in the 10th frame as well, so we're just wrapping up our final game here in the girls' open division. Wrap up a nice 240.
240 on the dot.
Kira Magsam, and she will be the number 1 seed in the girls' stepladder finals, looking for her 3rd title here this afternoon.
Yeah, really impressive 2160 for 10 games so far.
And I believe that was a 201 from Callie Trisky. So
yep, 201. So
top two pretty much in place, right?
Yep, yeah, exactly kind of as it stood. Our top two appear to be what we thought, and from there we'll see what the bracket looks like. But yeah, very impressive showing from both of those two so far.
And while we have a moment, I'd like to let you know you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network, as well as Zello Gear, the official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. You can save 10% at zellogear.com by using promo code NDBowlTV10. Also want to make a big shout out to the tournament sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships. These sponsors help make it possible to give away over $40,000 in scholarships this weekend. So please support them if you can. And a big shout out to everyone here, especially the Alexandria area USBC. Has done so much for the kids, as well as the host center here at Garden Center Lane. So big thank you to them. Well, once again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher. We can bring you on into the booth here if I can get the camera right. And here we are. Ken's over there.
You can see my hand right there.
Hope everyone's had a great summer. We're just waiting on the official scores before we have our top two in every division, as well as the next 8 in the bracket. Might as well update our Girls Open stepladder finals, because I think that one we have. Okay, and this is what the Girls Open Division will look like. As of right now, this is unofficial, but this is what we have based on our scores. Official NDBowlTV scoring by Ken Fletcher. Kara Magsam will be that number 1 seed, bowling for her 3rd title here at the Midwest Youth. Callie Trisky, the number 2. The next 8 players will go into a bracket to decide the 3 and 4 seeds. So stay tuned for that. Mason Clark says, where is Brandon Schmid currently at in the standings? He was in 8th going into game 4, and that's as much as we know. He currently had a 17-pin lead on 11th, so definitely needed a good game that last game to remain in the top 8 bracket, or the top 10 bracket, I should say. Mike Wolf says the Alexandria USBC does a great job with the youth program. We would agree there. Fantastic job from the staff and ownership here at Garden Center Lanes to the entire Alexandria Association. Every year they do a great job. Every year I leave here pretty impressed with what they do. Not only this tournament, but for the entire year, what they do for the kids.
Yeah, it's just this tournament is a testament to what they do, but it's not like it's just a one weekend thing. They keep it up throughout the entire year, and that's why you see this continue to grow and get bigger. Is as much because of the area as it is everyone that comes here from, Wisconsin, South Dakota, wherever, Iowa.
Again, we're just waiting for the final tally of scores following the advancers round, and then we'll be underway with the bracket matches. Always a very exciting part of this tournament, as it's a head-to-head thing to advance and try to earn those spots in the stepladder finals. Shout out to Chris Massey. Do appreciate him supporting us over the years and giving us some Big Breakfast stickers. Shout out to you, Chris Massey. Do appreciate it. See Nevin making his way to the front desk, so perhaps he's got some information to announce. I do believe the PA system is loud enough for you guys to hear through our mics, but we will also go through the standings once they are finished.
All right, thanks for your patience. We'll get the bracket started here in just a minute. All right, results for the girls division. Our top girl after 10 games with 2160s, Kira Maxim. She will be our number 1 seed in the stepladder. And our number 2 in the stepladder will be Callie Trisky. Now 3 through 10 will be put 2 and 8 versus bracket. Single game, single elimination, both 2 rounds. Get down to 2. They'll be the 3 and 4 seeds. The cut was 18-28. So finishing in 11 was Peyton Kuzlik, and 12 was Lillian Blaha. Congratulations to them. I will announce the lane assignments for the rest of the gals now. On lanes 17 and 18, 3 seed Taylor Leza versus 10 seed Jasmine Gildia. Also on 17 and 18, 6 seed Allie Salter versus 7 seed Angela Sankey. On 19 and 20, Lily Topinka, the 5 seed against 8 seed Alyssa Hessler. On 15 and 16, 4 seed Holly Orgeman versus 9 seed Olivia Baskin.
Okay, that'll be our first featured match
You
there.
guys can report to your lanes. In the handicap division, our number 1 seed with a total of 23-21 is Alexander Odom. And our number 2 seed also receiving a bye to the stepladder with a score of 22-72 is Caleb Galbraith. The cut score to make the top 10 was 21-34. That's Eli Moore.
Okay.
So listen to your lane assignments here. 3 seed Joseph Bung versus 10 seed Eli Moore on 23 and 24. On 25 and 26, 6 seed Joseph Krebs versus 7 seed Casey Goswich. On 31 and 32, 5 seed Connor Wahlberg versus 8 seed Emma Ashnowitz. On 33 and 34, Desiree Galbraith versus 9 seed Landon Trucklin. Finishing in 11th was Bodie Schindler, 12th Cassie Zahn, 13th Alex Levi, 14th Jackson Gobernan, 15th Aidan Bauer, 16th Liam Schmidt, 17th Christopher Mayer, 18th Zachary Miller, 19th Donovan Shira, 20th Avery Wilson, and 21st Aubrey Bubach. Congratulations to all of them. Now in the guys division, the 1 seed with a score of 22-77.
1
Dawson
seed.
Peterson.
Dawson Peterson got the number 1
2
seed.
seed Jeremy Christensen at 22-50. 3 seed was Levi Gabriels. 4th was Jake Wake. 5th, Derek Ulandowski. 6th, Isaiah Sample. 7th, Dawson Unrath. 8th, Brandon Lee. 9th, Mike Jensen. And our cut score to make the bracket was 2150, Brandon Schmidt.
And Brandon Schmidt, for those of you guys out there looking for him, was the final player to make it into the bracket. So
Isaiah Sample versus Dawson Unrath. On 5 and 6, Derek Lewandowski versus Brandon Lee. On 1 and 2, Drake Wake versus Michael Jensen. Finishing in 11th was Michael Evenson Jr., 12th, Hayden Codlucky, 13th, Keith Byrie, 14th, Michael Cruz III, 15th, Wyatt Hector, 16th, Trevor Luke, 17th, Hunter Diepenbrock, 18th, Hayden Lee, 19th, Ethan Kraus, 20th, Dylan McCauley, and 21st, Chase McVicker. Congratulations to all of them.
all right, let's go through our top 2 in every division really quick while we have a moment. On the boys' side, Dawson Peterson and JJ Christensen will advance to the stepladder finals automatically following their 10-game totals.
Report to your pairs, please. We'll give you 4 minutes of practice.
On the girls' side,
Give you a minute.
Kira Magsam and Callie Trisky are the 1 and the 2 in the stepladder finals this afternoon. And then on the handicap side,
Get ready for 4 minutes of practice.
Alexander Odom is our top seed, and Caleb Galbraith the number 2. So those are the 6 players that automatically advance to the stepladder finals in their respective divisions. We will now have bracket matches going on. There are 8 players in the bracket in every division, following 2 rounds of head-to-head matches. The 2 remaining players will be the 3 and 4 seeds. Big thank you to Nevin for providing us all the materials. We have brackets here to go through and for our benefit, I guess, to know where everyone's at.
Yep, we have brackets and final standings, so if anybody's curious about a specific bowler, we can let you know where they finished at.
Okay, let's get back out to the lanes here. I believe we will go straight into our matches and our featured matches in front of us again. Can you find those?
Yep, so that is going to be Levi and Brandon Schmidt will be right here in front of us.
All right.
And on the girls' side?
Turned on 4 minutes. You are allowed to surface right now. We're between rounds. We can surface before match play, and we can surface again before the step ladder.
So to our right, they are not using 15 and 16 this round.
Okay.
So with the girls, because they are only using the 3 pairs, they have both matches stacked up on 17, 18, 19, and 20. And then in the next round, they will both be on 15 and 16.
Okay. So we will have a boys match to start here on the featured pair. Wendy Adams asks, can you say where Liam Schmidt finished in the handicap side? We can sure do that for you.
Liam Schmidt was in 16th. 2072 was the total score. About 60 pins out of making the bracket round.
But Liam did advance, so will receive a scholarship.
Did I give you 2 girls brackets? And you crossed it all off? Damn you. What's that? My copy of this.
Oh, you need another one? Oh, yeah.
I put in a 2 of each.
Again, the players are in a 10-minute warm-up period here, as tournament director did announce that they can alter the surface of a bowling ball, being it is a separate round in the tournament.
They turned them on for 10. I thought that Nevin said they are only getting 4. So here we go.
All right, we'll be underway here with the first round match on the boys' open side.
And as a reminder, you want to finish every game, even if you're going to lose your match. We do use the 11 game total or 12 game total, depending on which round you lose in, to determine your finishing spot. So even if you're losing, finish your game out. Good luck and good bowling.
So just a good point Nevin brought up there. Standings overall. So like for this round, in the boys division, the 4 losers of this round, their total pins will be added to what they qualified with the 10 games already to determine final standings.
Instead of paying out everyone the same finishing spot. Yep, that makes sense. So it is important to get as many pins as you can as far as where you want to finish. There's probably a decent pay difference in those 4 spots, so it would be worth their while to get as many pins as they can, even if they are on the losing end of the game. And we're underway here with our featured match on the boys' side. In the next game, we will have a match on the girls' side in round number 2. And of course, we will do what we can to update you on the matches as they are happening.
Yeah, it will be a little difficult to get to the handicap ones. The boys and the girls are close enough we can see them, but as we find out where everyone is going, we'll let you know. Be very curious. Over on the boys' side, we do have 2 lefties still in it.
Okay.
With Micah Jensen being one, and who is our other one? I believe that's Brandon Lee is the other one. Yes. So, very curious to see how that finishes out for our lefties, and if they can make it further, that could be a big advantage.
So out of the 8 players that we have left here on the boys' open side in view, Who do you think's got the best chance to challenge the top 2 guys in the stepladder finals?
I mean, if we're going based off of, you know, accomplishments and what they've done.
Probably recently as well.
Yeah, like, I mean, Dawson Unrath is obviously somebody to look at. You know, defending champion has bowled incredibly well at junior gold recently. After that, honestly, it's...
I mean, based on experience, Drake Waite sticks out.
Yep. It's not that we haven't seen a lot of these bowlers before, but, you know, we're kind of... it's almost like we're getting a new crop of bowlers. You know, some of the... You know, the Zach Andreessens of the world who, you know...
Lucas Herzruds.
Yep.
Yeah, the Brandon Cryers. They've all moved on. We talked about it last night. It's almost like a changing of the guard here on the boys' side.
Yeah, you know, the bowlers that dominated this tournament for so long, they're now gone into...
They're too old.
Yeah, there you go. Too old for this, but, you know, we've seen several of these bowlers before, and, you know, waiting for somebody to prove what they can do in this setting. So it's going to be a very interesting, very fun match play to see how this turns out.
And by no means we are saying either any of these boys are capable of winning this thing. We're just kind of going off our past year's experience here at the Midwest Youth. Let us know in the chat room who you want to win in either division, who is still alive looking for a title.
And I actually did misspoke. We have 3 lefties still left in the boys' side.
Okay.
Because I believe, Derek Lewandowski, he also is a lefty. So we have a lefty-lefty matchup on 5 and 6. You know, we've talked about how the pattern lends itself to trying to stay right, and you see somebody like Levi who's trying to shape it a little bit more than everyone else. And just curious how that plays out the next 2 games.
Right, and I mean, the lanes could come to him, really. There's a lot that could happen.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, and I mean, as I believe Brandon threw a shot, first or second frame, not sure which one. There's a giant hook spot out there if you get it out there.
Yeah, you can throw it to the spot, yeah.
But, you know, you're talking 1-2 you got to get to.
And you can see here, Brandon up on lane 14. Working on a spare. Got that one in a little bit. Makeable spare nonetheless. Again, we're in the bracket round here in Alexandria. After 2 matches or 2 rounds here, we will have the 3 and 4 seeds in every division determined. And then it's on to the stepladder finals. Before the stepladder finals, we are going to adjust some cameras, move some things around, and start with the girls' open division on 13 and 14, then the handicap division on 15 and 16, followed by the boys' open division as the final stepladder final on 13 and 14 to wrap up our tournament.
Down on 5 and 6 halfway through the game. Derek with first 6 against Brandon Lee, who appears to be clean but no double.
Okay.
Down on 1 and 2 with Drake Wade and Micah Jensen. Pretty hard for me to see that far. And then on 9 and 10 over here, Dawson with a small lead early on. They're about halfway through the game.
And as we've seen over the years on our featured pair, it's starting to show signs of being very tricky. Still looking for our first strike up on the board in this match. Levi threw that one out to the dry one, and it wrapped 10. Good shot there.
Seen a lot of 10 pins early on.
Makes you wonder if that down lane shape isn't quite as early as it was, and now a lot of the shots are just coming in a bit late around the head pin and resulting in the 10 pin everyone loves to see. But that just means spares are at a premium. And good conversion there.
You know, for as much as we talk about power, watching Levi throw his spare right there, like, you see how much he's able to stay up the back of it and almost just a smidge bit of a back up on it.
Right.
And, I mean, that's great technique that cannot be easy.
Right.
You know, never going to say I'm a good two-handed bowler, but in the little bit that I've tried it, it's so touchy to be able to keep your hand in the right place.
Yep, I would agree. You know, a lot of people out there like to talk about how the 200 game is easier to learn quicker. And while that may be true, it's not, doesn't mean it's easy to master by any means. So
No,
again, rough break there on 13.
good break getting the 9 out, but how that 4 did not fall.
Something hit it.
Yeah.
Looks like Dawson Unrath with a commanding lead on our match to the left. And still, is that a front 7 on 6? Now front 8?
I believe that's 8 in a row now for Derek over on 5 and 6, who looks like he is steamrolling into the next round.
Tough
And
break
this-
for Brandon there, and the Deadwood to add to it.
I mean, you can see it with the smirk. Oh, are they not going to clear the Deadwood first, I guess?
And he's going at the 10-pin side, and it's going to hit it. So
And-
now what?
And I think that's got to be a 0.
I'm curious to see how they're going to have to score that. Does anyone know in chat what the official ruling would be on that? Because
He's going to change it. I think he knows that should be a 0.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, if anything, he cleared out the Deadwood for the staff here at Garden Center Lanes.
That is true, and I'm sure in that case it was more of a, well, I'm not making this anyway, so what does it really matter? But
Oh, the one
the
pin
same-
might matter. Who knows?
at the same time, very much, and with the way we've seen pins bounce in this house, you never know.
Shout out to Brandon for the honest fix there for his score.
Yep. But what that does is that pretty much puts us to a dead even match.
front 9 I see over there for, who is that, Derek?
Yep.
She said?
And big wrap 7 on the first ball on the 10th. So either way, that's going to be a win. But fortunately, will not be a 300.
Hey, but perhaps that's a good thing, you know, getting all amped up for a 300, and now he can kind of stay in his groove, and who knows?
Yeah.
Everybody's different.
Yeah, very much. Nice shot from Levi to kind of keep the match even with that strike.
Oh, what do we see over on the girls' side here? There are 2 matches going on each pair, so they're going to be a little bit behind, but it looks like they're kind of right on track with our featured pair here in front of us as far as where they're at in the game. Don't have any names on the scores, so you kind of have to follow who's bowling at the time.
Curious if they have it set up as I think they do. Yeah, so it is who you're across from in this case. So
Oh, trick 2 for Levi, big double.
took a few frames, but the boys are starting to figure it out right here.
Looks like
Dawson not done yet, but that trip, I don't know what that was tripped.
yeah, high shot there, but gets a double, and that pretty much does it for him.
Yeah, he just needs a mark in the 10th frame to secure his spot in the next round. And so down on 1 and 2, really hard to see who exactly is winning between Drake Waite and Micah Jensen.
It's in, it stays there, 9 in for Brandon. That would have been a big shot there, working on a double.
Just to keep the pace, but and Dawson gonna,
Oh no.
oh, fortunate miss that could be a dagger, but still some frames left here. But over to our left, Dawson Unrath with another strike in the 10th will move on.
Okay, so Derek advances, Dawson advances. We cannot see the Drake Waite Micah Jensen match down on 1 and 2, but we will update you once we learn of that final. And then, of course, in front of us, we got a barn burner here. Levi with an opportunity to take control of this match following the open from Brandon.
It's hooking. Oh, trip 4. So with that open right now by Brandon, Levi needs to stay clean in the 9th and 10th. I can't say for sure, but based off of body language, I believe Drake will win that match, but
Not official.
not official.
Good shot there. Oh,
Big
wrap
wrap
10.
10.
But
It's okay.
it's about spares now, filling frames for Levi.
Over in our girls, it looks like Ellie Salter, I believe, is on a 4-bagger. Is looking in good shape to win her match.
Shot there, 5-bagger for Allie.
And the American flag is in my way from seeing the other pair, so
God bless America.
good spare there from Levi. So we'll see if Brandon can put some pressure on with a couple strikes here.
So Brandon's got a possible 199. Strike out to force a mark, is that what I see?
Strike out to force a mark.
And with that,
It's count at this point for Levi then.
okay.
Yep. 8 pins on the first ball at minimum would be a winner for Levi. So that's if Brandon strikes out. And now does not even need that. So unfortunate finish for Brandon, but I think just sneaking in as the 10 seed has got to be a bonus for him. Can kind of see it with how he's been just smiling the entire time with some bad breaks that probably is just happy to have made the bracket round.
Yeah, considering he was on the outside looking in with a game to go, to sneak in there and have a chance, still a pretty good tournament.
Yep, and Drake is coming in putting his stuff over here, so I think that confirms what
Okay,
we
so what
suspected.
matchups do we have in round 2 then on the boys' side based on what we know?
So in front of us, we are going to see Drake Waite and Derek Lewandowski. And then over on 5 and 6 will be Dawson Unrath and Levi.
Okay, so let us know who you think is going to advance. And it doesn't matter the 3 or the 4 seed, of maybe they go by qualifying total to decide who gets lane choice in that first stepladder final match. But the winners in round 2 automatically go to the stepladder finals as the 3 and 4 seeds. So a lot at stake in this next round. Not sure what they do. Possibly a 2-ball on each lane going into this next match since it's right away. But we will wait and see.
Looks like over to our right in the girls that
I see a Jasmine. No,
that's
it's
the
Taylor is going to
yeah. I say
win that one.
I grabbed the wrong stack of sheets.
So Taylor over Jasmine in the first match.
Yep, and Taylor was our 3 seed, so one of the 4 girls who'd kind of pulled away and kind of shoot a really solid 220 game. In our other match that we can see Allie Salter and Angie Steinke. Both girls having a pretty good game, but looks like 5-bagger in the middle there for Allie is going to be enough to likely take that win. She just needs 6 pins.
All right, again, we don't know the outcome of the handicap division matches at the moment or the other set of girls open division bracket matches, but we will update you when we know them.
10 pin there giving Allie 220. That's going to be enough. So one match will be Taylor against Allie, and then the other one will be the winner of the other 2, which when we find that out, we'll let you know.
All right, I'm going to step out for a quick moment, and I'll be right back.
Nice showing by Angie there, shooting a really solid 199 that's going to win a lot of games. No confirmation, but based off of who's coming over for the girls, looks like Holly has won her match. And I believe Lily also. So we'll find out as soon as Nevin tells us.
All right, underway now with another boys division match on 13 and 14. Drake Waite against Derek, is that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if they're going to announce it or not. I mean, everyone seems to know where they should have gone. Handicap, they're rolling right along as they always do. And so based off of what I saw from the girls, we have our two matchups of Taylor versus Allie and Lily versus Holly.
All right, moving right along. You can definitely tell things are moving quickly here this year, which is always a good thing for people to start their trek back home or back to college or wherever life is taking them next.
And
We'll have two matches over here on the pair to our right. Do we know who they are? Is it going to be both matches? Just the all in the one? Okay.
Yep, both matches will be right there. The interesting thing that I'm curious to see what happens here in front of us is we've only had, I believe, one game bowled by a lefty, and that was the very first game by Micah Jensen.
Here on our featured pair, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that opening shot from Derek, I didn't catch it, what happened, but, washout, what does that say about this pair compared to how it's been playing down there?
Yeah, always a challenge for those on the left side to kind of watch what the traffic is doing throughout the day from pair to pair.
Whereas Drake, I believe he was one of the last to bowl on our feature pair here during the advancers round, so see what that brings for ball reactions. But girls getting started over here to our right.
All right, just had a quick word with Mitch, and he's going to join us right after these matches. Once we move our cameras around, we'll get a quick word with him, and he'll help us call the stepladder finals of each division. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, very much. It's a nice shot by Derek.
Now I just have to remember how I do all these cameras. We have wireless transmitters and all sorts of stuff to get sorted out, so hopefully we can bring you guys couple different angles here for our stepladder finals. Underway in our girls matches to the right. Again, the two winners of those matches will advance to the stepladder finals as the 3 and the 4 seed. The winner of the boys match in front of us will join the winner of Dawson Unrath and Levi down on 5 and 6. Try to keep an eye on that match as well. Again, I appreciate everyone tuning in this morning. Just about noon here, local time in Alexandria. If you haven't already, please share our stream on social media. Hit that thumbs up button and consider subscribing if you haven't already. Entering into the most exciting portion of our tournament as the stepladder finals await us here after this round. Starting with the girls open division, followed by the handicap division, and then we will wrap up the tournament with the boys open division. All 3 stepladders will be conducted on fresh oil, so there will be a brief pause to re-oil the championship pair. Then we'll be underway. Frame 4 for Derek. A nice shot there for a 3-bagger. Clearly he's figured out this pair from the left side after that opening shot. One of the qualities a lot of really good bowlers have is being able to not waste frames when you go to a new pair. Derek showing here, making that adjustment off that first shot. A big 4-bagger for Derek. And if you look over to the girls' side, we've got Taylor and Allie on the A and C match, and Lily and Holly on the B and D match. So that's what the scores correspond to.
Early updates on the Levi Dawson match. Levi with a quick 3-bagger and Dawson with strike spare open. So early hole for our defending champion to make it back to the stepladder.
I do believe Dawson's the only one left on the boys' side with a title here, so we could possibly have a brand new winner on the boys' open division. On the girls' side, as we mentioned earlier, Kira Magsam is that #1 seed looking for her a record third title here at the Midwest Youth. And on the handicap side, defending champion Desiree Galbraith is still alive, currently bowling a match in the bracket round. So if she wins her match, she will be in the stepladder finals once again.
Ooh. I don't know if you caught that, but there was a...
Not part of it.
There was a 5-7-10 standing there for a split second, and then they just kind of all fell down.
And not just fell down, but for a 5-bagger.
It looks like that early washout has not affected how Derek's doing. But still anybody's match here in front of us.
Looking for a six-bagger. This leaves a soft 7. Over on the girls' side, Taylor looking for a double. Soft 10. Looks like that 15 and 16 on the girls' side is starting to get pretty tricky as the rate of strikes has slowed dramatically.
Careful.
And an opportunity here in front of us for Drake Waite. Standing up now, working on a double, has a chance to get right back in this match. Do appreciate all the new subscribers. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. I do greatly appreciate it. Big shot for Drake.
Levi is rolling right along with first 5 down there against Dawson.
Yeah, clearly he likes that pair better than our featured pair here. Ooh, trip 4 for Lily. Shot there. Doesn't like it, but it held.
Sits there. Dawson having a tough time getting the ball all the way up to the pocket.
So a lot of 2-pin combinations over there, a little light
Yeah.
7-pin.
Yep, the classic Twister 7-pin.
Yes, yep. I say it every year. It feels like I'm watching bowling up in Winnipeg on the twister pins. The leaves are very similar.
Couple close matches on our girls' side over here, so can go either way right now.
Okay, 14-pin match right in front of us on the boys division.
Gets the messenger.
Gotta love the bird dog. Good bounce back after that open.
Yeah, if he can get that hit here in the 9th, that's a big double going into the 10th, giving him 240, which still would need, Drake would need 9th and the first one in the 10th. Dawson just tripped out a 2-8, and we'll say less than thrilled with his ball reaction, and that's a tough break for Derek right there.
At least he got the 7 out. There was a 7-10 sitting there for a minute. Good shot for Hawley. Throwing what I believe is a Storm Ion Pro Solid. Good to see that ball in play. A new one from the folks at SBI.
Drake with an opportunity here. He doesn't need another strike, but gotta pay attention to the count. Pay attention to the count, because now it is, he's going to need a strike in the 10th with the spare. Got a hook.
Ooh.
Oof. Well, it's pretty simple. Strike spare. Strike spare for Drake, and he will advance. Anything else gives Derek a chance.
Yeah, currently an 11-pin lead going into the 10th. As you said, count is key here, so this first shot is what it's all about. Let's head to the stepladder finals. Kicks the 10
Get it
out.
out. All right. Well,
This needs 10, however he gets it.
2 shots to get 10. And over in our other match, Levi did miss in the 7th frame, or did not strike in the 7th frame, I should say.
Does pick up the spare, so he's in.
He's already in the 240s, and Dawson is maxing out in the 220s right now.
Okay, so the defending champion in trouble on the boys' side.
But a big shot here for Drake, and that's going to be enough to get him into the first match of the stepladder.
So it looks like a Levi against Drake Waite. Now this is unofficial, but that looks like our opening match on the boys' stepladder finals. On the girls' side, still here in the 7th frame as they have 2 matches on the pair.
It was a big double for Allie to maintain a small lead over Taylor, and then Holly with a 3-bagger up is stretching a little bit over Lily currently. Wow.
Jeez.
That was a great shot, but still holding on to the lead there.
Good tournament for Derek, making it all the way to the final bracket round.
Yeah, very much. And I mean, even with, a spare here, 215, I think if you ask him, would you take 215 and take your chances? Probably get a yes.
Again, following our girls' matches to the right, we are going to pause briefly to move some things around.
I don't know if everyone caught that. That was a light pocket 6-pin that just stood up for
Wow,
Allie.
so she'll have to have it respotted.
Yeah, the pin spotter knocked it down because it did move. But that's a tough break.
Especially working on a double.
Working on a double, and then Taylor comes back and peers one, and
3-bagger. Is
yep.
now right back in it.
And unfortunately for Derek to add insult to injury, let's finish on a solid 9-pin.
Yep. Still a good tournament for Derek. Still a good payout. But as you could imagine, the disappointment of not getting to the stepladder finals and ultimately having a chance to win is what we all come here for, right?
Yep. Oof. And a little insult for Hallie right there,
Misses.
missing the spare. So, double from Lily right there. That makes things a little interesting. Oh, that one fell. Couple good matches over here on our girls' side still going on, though.
A rough shot there for Allie, and Taylor's got an opportunity here to wrap it up. Fortunate to not leave the
All right.
4-9.
Well, the spare here keeps Taylor in a good spot to move on to the stepladder final, as Another late open for Allie is putting her in a difficult position. Not out of it by any stretch.
175 max left for Allie Salter. Spare here puts Taylor in the 180s.
Yeah, but it's as simple as open in the 10th frame and a strikeout. That's not anything unheard of.
And officially it looks like Dawson's run as a defending champion is going to come to an end, as he cannot reach to 200 and Levi's already in the 220s. So Levi against Drake Waite in the opening match on the boys' side.
Fortunate to kick up both the 6 and the 10 there for Holly. That's a big shot and actually gives Lily a chance to come up and strike out. I mean, they're still in the 9th frame, I know, but that potentially can give Lily an opportunity to take it away.
Well, big shot here for Lily on 16. Working on a double. Looks okay. Trips a
Another
4.
trip 4.
Okay, big spare.
Well, still 2 tight matches. Allie's not out of it, but she needs to put up a double right here. That's a start. Taylor needs a mark, which never a given.
Got the 10 out.
do
There you
it.
go.
Just needs count. 3 pins and 2 shots, and that'll be a winner for Taylor.
Earning her a spot in the stepladder finals in the 3-4 matchup. She'll face the winner of the other match. Again, they're going to have to oil our championship lanes first. They'll oil 13 through 16. Then we will start with the girls' open finals on 13 and 14.
And there's enough right there. Even with a 410, that's still enough.
Good spot for that, like they say.
Well, a good showing by Allie either way.
Maybe a tester shot here for Taylor, although I do believe we're going to fresh oil, so.
Yeah, and it
Maybe
could just be more of a, how does this feel in the hand right now? Because
Yeah, not many people are playing out towards the gutter, so it might actually do the same thing on fresh, so.
but here's the other match right here is
Brooklyn carry for Holly, and that kind of makes up for the 9 pins, huh?
yeah, well, that either way would force Lily to get this one, and then depending on what happens on the second shot.
Okay, so Lily's got a strike here.
It's
Yeah,
close
nice.
if it gets up. No.
Never sees the lane.
Unfortunately, that's going to do it.
So Holly and Taylor advance, is that what we see?
Yeah, Lily can't get to the 193 that Holly's at, so that will be enough right there, and Holly will move on and bowl Taylor in the 3-4 match.
Okay, well, that updates it for us. We are going to pause briefly. I'm going to move some cameras here, get some stuff ready for our girls' open finals happening on 13 and 14 here in just a few minutes. So stick with us, hit that subscribe button, and we will be right back. All right, and we are back, and welcoming in is this guy, PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope. Mitch,
Where am I looking? Where's the camera?
right there, that one. So how you doing?
Good. Glad
to
to be
see
here.
you.
Glad to see you guys here
I
again.
appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time once again. We're about to call the Girls Open Finals. That's up next. Ken Fletcher is here as well. Still, he's just off camera. Don't mind him.
You can see my hand right there.
We had a little bit of a, I don't know if you want to call it technical difficulties, but we did get our cameras up and running to where they need to be. Let's kick this back out to the lanes. See if we can do this right.
Looks like they're just getting ready to go.
All right, out to the lanes we go. And Ken, who do we have in our opening match?
Yep. So we got Taylor Letha against Holly Orgeman, and there hasn't been a whole lot of drama in the girls division. Our top four have been our top four pretty much since qualifying, so should be some good games here, though.
Okay, I just need to adjust some cameras, so give me a moment here. Good thing we know all the tricks. So, Mitch, what have you seen so far? You've been here. You bowled the adult youth. You've been here kind of since Thursday.
Yeah.
And what have you seen so far with like the oil pattern and the way the pattern's playing out, and I guess the overall tournament experience?
Sure. I can't tell if it's a characteristic of the building, but it seems a little similar to last year, where the gutter, or at least near the gutter, seems pretty favorable. A lot of urethane. Even when I bowled the adult youth doubles, and I think it was just a house shot or something similar to house shot, but the straighter angles to the right definitely looked a lot better.
Yeah, I think, Ken, didn't we hear the same from Dawson Unrath? He kind of explained the pattern as being similar to last year.
Yeah, how did he put it? I mean, probably a lot similar to that, but yeah, when they put out the pattern, I think we both kind of looked at it and were like, gutter's in play, and when it's in play, that's where everyone goes out here. I think it's, like you said, characteristics of the building just lend it to that, and we're seeing it here with what Taylor's doing, but with what a lot of the boys did as well. Just urethane from right, and it's usually solid.
Yeah, for a lot of the qualifying, it seemed like controllability was a focus.
And clearly the fresh oil has not hindered the girls from going flush. Because as everyone probably saw, they did re-oil and will re-oil for the boys division when they come back to 13 and 14 here in a little while. So this is the fresh pattern with just a couple minutes of practice on it. Three nice opening shots from Taylor there.
So, Mitch, I know we talked a little bit off camera when we were moving stuff around, but take us through your season. You said you had a good year. You were 24th in points, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Which was an improvement from last year.
Yeah, the last handful, 4 or 5 years, I've found myself in that top 32 to 40 range, and was really looking to break out of that, and I really wasn't sure what it was. And so last year, I made the switch to Storm, kind of a, not necessarily a Hail Mary, but I just wanted to get a different, change the view, if you will, right? Get some different resources, get some different help, get some different opinions. And I think it paid off.
Very nice, yeah. I would agree.
Yeah, I'm just a big fan of the resources that Storm offers. I think they helped me become a better bowler, which I was at the point where I needed to do.
Interesting. So what would you say, and I know this is kind of being a little more critical of your own game, but what would you say is like the next thing you need to get better at to advance on tour higher in points? What would you call is your biggest weakness?
Gosh, it's so hard to say. Like everybody on tour, in the top 50, even the top 80, like sometimes just that 1%, like that one better shot every 2 or 3 games even. Seeing the lanes a little different, maybe trying some different layouts, some different surfaces. It's crazy the subtle changes that can make a big difference long term. So for me personally, I think it was more so just playing to my strengths, figuring out what I can do to get the shape that I like to see a lot more. Like I throw pretty firm. I like my angles pretty straight. And I kept feeling like I had to change who I was and what I like to see to succeed. But I feel like with Storm, they really helped me just get better at what I was already good doing. We try different layouts, different balls, just different ways of seeing the lane. And this year really showed that.
That's interesting because, like you said, at the pro level, the margin of error just gets so much smaller, and it comes down to that one shot a game, learning how to carry to get a 5-bagger instead of a bunch of doubles. To score the way you need to score to keep up with guys like EJ, Belmo.
Right. Yeah, like a lot of the kids are asking, like what makes the tour hard, and it's not necessarily the patterns that are hard. It's like the keeping up that can be hard.
Right.
Like you put any pattern out and you give the pros enough games, somebody's gonna average 230, and then it's a matter of how do I get that look or how do I keep up with that pace. So it's a different type of difficulty.
That's true. What have you seen from all the equipment in the past year? I know you've probably had to learn the SPI brand all over again, find out what you like, what you don't. What's been at the top of your list as far as for the SPI brand?
I find myself really liking their like mid-range bowling balls, if you will. So like the Phase 2s, the Ion Pros, IQ Tours, the IQ AI. Again, like just getting different opinions from those aren't balls that I initially thought I would find myself throwing a lot. And just with the help of the tour reps, trying different layouts, those are the balls that I really found success with this season.
I like it. All right. Good start here for Taylor. Front 5 against
really
Holly.
nice.
Holly's got to find a couple strikes here. Is that an IQ AI she's throwing?
I can't tell.
She was throwing a Ion Pro Solid in that match over on 15 and 16 earlier. Let's see what she's throwing here. Tom, checking in from Germany. Do appreciate you watching today. Thank you for turning in from the other side of the globe. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in the Girls Open Division Finals.
Is this one of the first youth two-handed females you've live streamed, you think?
Yeah, there were a couple here this weekend, and come to think of it, I don't know if we've had a female two-hander like on our stream over the years.
No, I mean, even in qualifying, I'm not sure I can remember one that sticks out, and we had, 2 that we've seen on our stream today?
Yep.
Holly being obviously one. A little more common than it used to be, but
It was only a matter of time.
very much so.
So I guess the next question for you is the great urethane debate. It's been 78 hardness on tour for, this past 2 years now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what have you seen that changed in the environment by going from the original urethane rules to the 78?
I think just how long people could use it during blocks, the hardness made a difference. I mean, we still see it, I would say 90% of tournaments, at least the first game or two. But I would say the ability to use it for a whole 6-game block is definitely it's definitely a way shorter window with the urethane.
So then is the breakdown any different? Not having the people playing, I guess, further left?
I don't think so, because I feel like the first couple games are really where the pattern is the most malleable, I guess, if you will. Right, it has the most change in it. So we still see urethane in the first couple games, and then once it breaks down, we're still seeing a lot of reactive.
Yeah, so, obviously you've seen all the USBC stuff. How do you think that's going to shake out? Do you think they're going to first
Yeah,
start with
I
a
don't
78
know.
hardness thing, or are they going to do anything at all?
I guess it just depends what their real goal is, right? Like, because they talked about the integrity, I guess, of the game. They've also talked about like the development of youth players, right? Kind of coming to like a standstill, if you will, right? Because they're kind of becoming reliable on it. So I don't know which direction they're really wanting to go. Are they just wanting tighter specs because that is the way they want to see the game played, or are they wanting to look for the future? I'm not really sure.
See, I think it's a little bit of both, but the one thing not a lot of people are talking about is how the current urethanes get softer, and how do you police that?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know the reasoning why they do less testing. I know, I mean, before I was on tour at least, it seemed like they did a lot more on-the-spot testing. Even at USBCs, right, at nationals, I feel like they used to do hardness testing.
Right, they do the whole
And they used to
side
do the
weight thing
static
and everything,
weight.
yeah.
And they kind of stepped back from that, so I'm not really sure why. Maybe time factor, I don't know. But maybe they feel like they let it get a little too out of hand.
Sure.
Personally, I don't really want to see urethane vanish completely. I just do think they need to be more diligent in the specs and maybe just tighten that window of hardness for urethane.
I would agree. I'd like to see him start there, just to make it consistent across the board. And isn't there a rule on tour about how many, like a window you can use a bowling ball? It's like for 2 years, is it? Or
yeah.
from a certain date?
You're right, yep. We have to use balls manufactured after August 1st of 2023, I believe.
And does that date always change as the years go on? It adds a year? Or is it just...
Last year we voted on just keeping it the same. Going forward, I don't know if we'll do another vote or if they are going to shift it 1 year or not.
Okay. Because I know that was something at the Lucy. There was a team that, because somebody threw a ball that was before that date.
Right, yeah. In that case, it was somebody who wasn't a pro, so they didn't... I don't know if they were just not aware of the rule.
Honest mistake, I would say, yeah.
Most likely. If you're not used to looking for that or even know what to look at, right? It's the serial number. You don't necessarily know what you're looking for. It can be easy to overlook.
All right, Ken, what do we got going on here? Taylor with a commanding lead early on. What have you seen?
Well, I mean, it's, a fresh pattern that's still pretty flat in the middle, and Holly is just, it seems like she's just trying to inch left, and, could see that one was kind of runaway Brooklyn. Just somebody who's probably not super comfortable at the moment, but Taylor just staying with what I assume is a game plan and just firing it from right with, urethane, and it's worked out great for her so far.
Yeah, that last shot from Holly, you really saw how flat the middle was and how much the middle hooks when they missed there. Because that Ion Pro Solid just took off and went Brooklyn. But very solid game here for Taylor. Only missed the one.
Yeah, and even the one could have fell. But it's Holly clearly somebody who is a lot of talent for her age. Only 16. Happen to have the sheet right there. Somebody I think we'll see for the next couple of years. Wouldn't be shocked if we see her winning one.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, you were mentioning you've been here since the beginning. I'm sure you've seen the progression of some players, maybe from the handicap division to the scratch division, or even maybe just making the first cut into making the second cut into maybe winning the whole thing. So I wouldn't be surprised, if Holly's one of those players.
And then even players like Kira, who has won here twice. She has now spent a year at Jacksonville State with the O'Keeffes. I can see a change in her game to this year. And the way she's able to play the lane's different. Like it's crazy how good these kids have gotten over the years.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed actually watching just the qualifying. There's a lot of talent up here.
See that ball take off, just how much reactive. And like you were saying, the urethane that Taylor's using is a tool to control the pocket, and we're seeing that right in front of us.
Sure. Yeah, you didn't see a lot of people, especially games 1, 2, have a lot of success playing left of 13, 14. A lot of them who scored pretty high to begin with are playing where Taylor's playing to the right.
Looks like a ball change here for Holly, just to maybe see what was out there. Maybe she's.
Yeah, just to see what could have been, maybe.
Yep.
Have seen her throw this a little bit today, so probably a one of those just confirm what she is saying now.
Looks like a 78U.
Yeah, and honestly, a respectable move. I mean, you lost the match, but you don't necessarily have to just throw 2 shots and move on, right? You can still learn something.
Yep. So Taylor will move on to take on the number 2 seed, Callie Trisky. Their semifinal match. Again, Kira Magsem, the number 1 seed, 2-time winner here at the Midwest Youth, looking for a record 3rd title. Great week of bowling here for Holly. She'll finish in 4th. And what's our payout schedule look like for the stepladder here, Ken?
Well, I got to find it in the filing system again.
Always the best here at NDBowlTV.
But if I remember correctly, it is 1,000 for 4th place.
Very good.
Yes.
Another testament to the local USBC for how much they raise for this event and how well this tournament does. 182 for Holly and a 4th place finish in the girls open division.
Yeah, I mean, that's still even a respectable game. You know, 182 has won a lot of games on our show over the years, and not too often that you see somebody who can go up there and shoot 279.
So, Mitch, if you were in this position, throwing urethane where Taylor is this a position where you would not want to waste the urethane throws?
Yeah, you're right. I probably would try a reactive ball. I know she won her last match with Harsh Reality, so I would probably throw that just to get an idea because, I mean, as you know, you're throwing urethane on the same pair. It's probably going to go away at some point. Plus, you kind of want to get the most you can out of that surface that you hit it with, so there's no real point in throwing some more shots with it. But that's just my opinion.
And
I know some players, it's like a tempo thing, it's a feel thing. Maybe they want to keep the same thing going, and here you see she's going to give that Harsh a try that you just talked about.
I think she did throw it a little bit in practice just to see before they did start the match, but yeah, never hurts to have an idea where you're at after a game.
What's crazy is that if that ball is like 4 boards left, it's gone.
Yeah,
You know, and
board
that's-
right, it might be gone.
Right?
There's definitely some bounce to the right if you
Give it
get a
up
little
for Holly
too hard.
Ortman, taking 4th place and receiving $1,000 into her smart account. Callie Trisky, please report 13-14.
Okay, let's update our bracket. There it is. Taylor Letha goes on to take on Callie Trisky in our semifinal match. Kira Magsam waiting in the championship match. And this is with Callie, this is a different way of attacking these lanes. She's using a big ball with polish.
Yeah, so she's actually using the Harsh Reality Pearl. So just the Pearl counterpart to the Harsh Reality that you saw Taylor throw in the fill.
So for you, when you're attacking lanes between surface and polish and ASIMs versus symmetricals, what are you looking at?
Oh man,
I know that's a loaded question.
yeah, there's so many different things.
But in what situations are you like, okay, polish would be better as opposed to sanded? Because we're seeing both styles here having success.
I think it's a little different for the women. I think they can get away with pearl balls on something like this that the men can't, just because their rev rate's a little lower. Their ball isn't as volatile like you would see on a pearl ball on something a little fresher, maybe a little shorter. Like myself in the situation where I know they're tough, It seems like they're, even if they're not a short pattern per se, it's kind of playing like a short pattern, right, to the right. I'm looking for surface, so I'm looking to slow down the ball reaction.
I believe she gets the 2 shots on each lane. Is that what they're...
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Since she's had a chance to warm up on the practice pair over there.
Sure. And they did re-oil the practice pair, so it's going to be similar, but then you got the boys open finals players, the handicap players, they're all over there kind of warming up as well, so it's probably not going to be as accurate when you come over here, but better than on the burn, I guess. And we haven't really talked about it, but let's look at the pattern we're bowling on today. It's a 2-to-1. It's the lower half of that graph. And then when we move towards the top, you can see it's a 41-foot pattern. It's a shade under 30 mils. Mitch, if you were going in blind and you saw a pattern like this, what would be your way of attacking it?
I mean, the easy answer is urethane, right? Especially if you're not familiar with the house, familiar with the pattern, familiar with the topography. You know, urethane's always a healthy choice.
Because it's always about control, right? On the
Exactly.
fresh, especially.
Especially when you're going in somewhat blind, right? You know, this is a pattern that I think they developed for just this tournament, so it's not something you may have seen elsewhere. But just based off of watching, you know, I actually saw a few guys have some success with stronger balls to the right and just using their ball speed to control it. So I would probably be using either urethane or something stronger, like you saw Taylor throw that harsh reality.
Should bounce from there, yeah.
There you go.
Trips out the 10.
Yeah, luckily that ball is still, it is polished, or it is a pearl, I mean, but it's still a really big engine, so it still wants to slow down. It's not something like an IQAI or a high road that wants to be clean to the front and then really boomerang down lane. It still wants to get into a roll pretty early.
Ooh, 9-pin for Taylor. So what's your cue to getting out of urethane every time?
I would say more so when it starts to come behind the head pin. So when you start to see the 2 pins, the buckets, the flat 10, or like the messenger that, you know, goes in front of the 10. That's where you maybe try one just a little bit slower, and if it's still not making it up, then you look to make that move into reactive.
Well, good spare there in the first. Again, if anyone in the chat room does have any questions for Mitch, please let us know. Our girls' open finals semifinal match. This will be followed by the handicap division finals and then the boys' open division finals to wrap things up here today. Timely phone call there for somebody, but strike nonetheless. As a reminder to silence your phones at sporting events. I always feel like that was one of the things at the KFYR many years ago, is somebody would always call the bowling alley because they'd watch it on local TV, you know. You'd always hear the phone go off because it's, you know, the desk is right behind the championship pair. It's
And now you just get dogs on the lanes.
Yes, that happens, yes.
Gonna hook from there. Ooh.
So do you think that was because she missed a couple boards in and it saw that kind of urethane puddle down lane and never got
It
going?
could be that, or it just could be the pearl cover. It's just not quite slowing down quick enough for what I would like to see. You know, they've been bowling with 4 on a pair most of the time, so maybe they were breaking down a little bit quicker, so she was able to throw that pretty early. But with just the 2, especially with the 1 just playing right with urethane, I'm just not too sure if you need that clean of a cover. But I think it's also what just has worked for her. I think she used that ball all of qualifying to qualify first or second. So, I mean, I can see why she wants to try and to make that work.
Hang on. Okay.
How did you bowl in the adult youth?
Not bad. I feel like there's more expected of me.
Yeah.
Coming in as a pro with the the 240 average and no handicap, because it is a handicap tournament. But no, so I bowled it twice. The first time I bowled it, I bowled 697. My partner actually bowled really great. He only averaged, I think, like 160, but he shot 560. So it's a big score.
Yeah.
Dang.
I think we finished 10th or 11th. And then the second shift I bowled with a kid from Winnipeg, and well, we grinded out there. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I was shot, but we grinded.
Very talented, too. I've seen him bowl up at the
with
Manitoba
Chase.
Open and everything.
But we had fun. It was a good time. We had matching jerseys and all that.
Awesome. And that was held on a different pattern, I will mind you. It's a totally different pattern they use for that tournament, so they're not bowling on the 2-to-1 here, so.
Even their house shot, though, like, was it a house shot? Do you know? Or
Probably something similar, but I've always heard it's tough here.
like I was saying, it's played to the right, which you don't normally see. Like, we have to move right, which is a strange move, especially on a house shot. I think it's just a characteristic of the building.
Yeah, in past years, they used to do Pro-Am on Saturday night, and, like, everyone would bowl with all the pros that came in, and they would just put out the house shot. Well, people would struggle on it. They're like, this is hard.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is a little tricky.
Skate.
Careful.
And missed by about as small of a margin as you could. So early open for Taylor. Are you a plastic spare ball guy, or are you the player of the urethane?
I know I wasn't for a long time, actually, but the last couple of years I did switch to plastic, and I really do think it makes a difference.
Really?
I do. I feel like even if you can throw a straight ball with urethane or reactive, you're having to do something different, and that's just another thing that can go wrong. I feel like bowling is a game where you want to minimize the moving parts, right? You want to minimize the things that can go wrong, right? In your approach, where you want to have a solid physical game, or little, head movement when you bowl, or arm swing movement, right? So throwing the plastic ball, I feel like you can just kind of throw your normal release, and you can just really focus on your target. So for those out there who don't throw plastic, I would recommend it. Coming from a pro, I would definitely recommend it. If you go to a tour event, you are seeing 90% of bowlers throwing plastic balls.
Really?
Yeah.
I suppose, like,
It's not because we can't throw straight.
Right.
It's because
Like,
we see the benefit of it.
Yeah, the urethane ball still has a core in it. It's still going to want to roll. It's still going to do something. So if you don't have the perfect flat release, it's gonna do something.
Yeah, and not only that, so if you're throwing urethane for your strike shot, right? We can only hit the ball once before practice. Well, not once, but we can only hit it during practice. We can't adjust the surface once the game starts, and so you really want to maximize the surface you have on the ball. And if you're throwing your urethane ball for your strike shot and your spare shot, you're just doubling the amount of oil rings you're putting close to it on the ball. So just another benefit, I think, of throwing plastic at spares.
I feel like a lot of people tried to go the urethane route just to have that one extra spot in their bag to not have to have both.
Sure.
But
Yeah, I mean, let me clarify this. If I am going to a tournament where I'm only allotted 5 balls, 6 balls, or if I'm flying and I can only bring 6, I will bring a urethane ball for spares.
Sure.
But when we have the option to bring as many balls as you want, or you're driving to a tournament or in league or anything like that, I'm always throwing plastic.
yeah, that's very smart. How do you shoot at this one?
I throw it straight. I throw it like a bucket.
This is one of those where admittedly I just get lazy sometimes, like in league, and I'll hook at this on a house shot.
I hate
But-
hooking at this and leaving the 5.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, that's gonna
please
take
don't do
off.
it.
Oh, we're doing that.
Yeah.
Well, Kelly gives it right back.
You know, yeah, it's a tough pattern, and if you're hooking at your spares, you know, it's just another thing that's just hard to predict. So like the 3, 6, 9, 10, the bucket, or you know, the bucket and the 7, those are spares that you know, you'll almost always see a pro throw straight at that. Right. That's the one thing you can control is the straight ball.
Okay, time to regroup here if you're Taylor after the.
Yeah, she's absolutely not out of this match. You know, you could still argue that her ball reaction is better. It's just a matter of putting a couple together.
Starting to maybe see that carry down from throwing urethane as much as she has.
That plus, you know, the surface that she originally put on it when they were practicing is going away. At this point, it's either you make a small move right, just try and get a little bit of a different entry angle, you know, slow down a hair if she's comfortable doing that, or you're making a move to reactive.
I know we talked about it a lot last year with, you know, applying surface to a bowling ball and how long that surface stays on a particular bowling ball. Have you noticed certain products hold surface better?
No, honestly. I think I've only really used Abralon. I think if anything, just the how can I even say it? Like the amount of pressure you put on it. I
Sure.
think that makes a bigger difference on how long the surface stays on your ball.
Yeah, wasn't it last year you were the one saying you always flex the bicep when you apply the.
there you go.
Yeah, it was you. Yep. I was like, I heard that somewhere. I think it was Mitch. Because we were talking about the tour reps. That's right.
Ball switch here.
Okay, yeah, so she is going to reactive.
That's the harsh reality, it looks like. Good move.
Same area, but just a different reaction.
Yeah,
So
maybe just like a board left if that.
So what is your typical move off of urethane? Are you looking for a big engine, just something similar but in reactive?
Usually, yeah. I mean, it depends on the volume. If we're looking at something higher volume, kind of like this, then yeah, bigger engine, bigger cover. But if we're bowling something lighter, you know, you can even go to a ball like an Ion Pro, like, you know, a little bit of a kick to the engine, but a little
get it.
Got it.
cover. Casual bird dog.
Yeah. You know, when a guy like me gets one of those, I get pretty excited. They don't happen very
A lot
often.
of them here, though. Hey, I promise you, if you bowled here,
Yeah.
you'd get at
It's
least
both
one.
twister pins.
Yeah.
It's just like bowling in Winnipeg. I get more bird dogs in Winnipeg.
Exactly.
Probably doubles my bird dogs for the year.
Saw a lot of, I saw like a couple 710s even made here.
Really?
Yeah, the pins are bouncing.
Yeah, we had one earlier on
it was on our feature pair, 2, 4, 8, 10.
out of the back. Yeah.
All right, there you go. Pick it up.
Again, this is our semifinal match. Winner gets Kira Magsam in the championship match. on the spare. Looks pretty
good.
good.
Strike up for Taylor, a big opportunity.
Standing about 18 their feet. Over 6 or so.
Good shot.
Pretty good.
Do these girls bowl in college? Do you know? I know you were mentioning.
I think Callie's still in high school, or is she first year college?
Callie is in college.
Okay.
So Hennepin Tech, and then Taylor, I believe, will be going to Youngstown State.
National champions, that's right. They just won I believe it was the NCAA side of the women's nationals. I could be wrong. It could be the ITC side. I'm not sure. But that's out in Ohio. Got it to the
Got
a little early.
Yeah, it's that bounce right I was telling you. Just a little bit.
Suppose everyone couldn't see that because I had a camera out. Do you apologize?
Let me just describe it for them.
Yeah.
It was a little bit too far right too early, and it just saw that friction and over bounced off of it.
Not an easy spare on this.
No, yeah, and this is definitely one of those debatable ones. You look at it, you go straight at it. It's not the easiest pattern.
It's going to hook
Full.
from there. Okay.
All right.
It's like you find the slot where you're going to get it to roll and not overhook.
Well, 10-pin match.
Again, appreciate everyone sharing the stream. If you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button and please consider subscribing. I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher and PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope, calling the action here at the Midwest Youth Championships, Alexandria, Minnesota. It's going to hook.
Close if it gets there, and it does turn up.
All right, what's the situation here, Ken?
Well, Kelly has the lead with strike up, but also 10 pins, so strike here means that she can step up in the 10th and shut out Taylor no matter what happens. Otherwise, a spare means that Taylor can go up and strike out to force her to strike out.
Okay.
So it's anyone's game, but if Callie wants to win it right here, she needs to strike right now.
Get up.
Mitch, are you apply the pressure kind of guy, or you want the ball in hand in the 10th kind of guy?
It's a good question. I don't know if I feel strongly one way or the other. I think I'd prefer to go last, though, if I guess I had to choose.
Yep. Ken, what about you?
I'm always in that camp. Like, I want to be able to say either I won it or I lost it myself.
You don't want to lose or win sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of other factors in there, like which lane you like better, that kind of thing when it comes to choice. So,
Oh,
tough break there for Callie. Her road to the championship got a little bit more difficult there. She can max out 191.
I'll say it's still up in the air. I mean, Taylor needs to go up here, and if she goes 9th and 10th, strike, 9 spare would be a winner. But still anyone's game. And now a very good chance
Now it's a tie game.
of a tie.
Ken loves ties.
Yeah?
He calls out the tie every time.
It's fun to see roll-offs.
And do you know, is it a 9th and 10th frame, or do we do a sudden death here? I want to say it's a 9th and 10th.
Yeah, I think it has been Because I want to say we had a tie in the last couple
Surely in the
years.
10 years, there's been one tie.
It had to be. It just, my memory is not as good anymore.
Nope. Still need the spare here, which
Ooh.
is there. Okay.
Is that a one you go at straight to?
Personally, no.
No?
No. That one takes guts to go straight.
Really? Yeah. That's tough. So what's your plan there? Are you like you're gonna hook at it, so you're going across the middle of the lane. You don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
what
just
kind of
making a small adjustment off the strike shot.
Okay.
I feel like the 2-8 is one that makes more sense to hook at. But then when you throw the bucket, that one's a little tougher because, like I was saying, it's a lot easier to chop the 5.
Close if it gets there, but doesn't roll up.
Yeah, that could be some of that urethane carry down, because that one looked pretty good.
So essentially, Callie's got a match. Whatever she does here in the 10th, and she
Yep.
wins.
Say, as it stands right now, spare strike for Taylor means strike spare for Callie. And the good or bad of not being on a mark in the 9th.
I will say Nevin's wife has confirmed with us 9th and 10th frame roll off. So thank you for the assist from the chat.
Okay.
All right, got
Well-
them all here. That's every pin. Is this where you would hit the reset and take your time?
Personally, no.
No, you're not one of those?
I like the saying, just let them bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always like some of the little things that, you see some of the pros do to
Oh, yeah.
try to catch some little bit of an advantage.
The Norm Duke untimely tape change.
Tape, yep. All right, good strike there for Taylor. So writing's on the wall here for Callie Trisky to advance to the title match.
I think he would switch the tape in his spare ball when he just had a fill ball left.
Yep.
Wouldn't even throw it.
I feel like that famous U.S. Open when Mika missed a 10-pin, I feel like he did that somewhere in there because he's sitting there monkeying with the tape in the middle of the match.
Yeah, he was always good at making the tide change a little bit if it wasn't going his way.
Well, 20-pin fill, strike spare or spare strike is good enough.
Looks
It's
decent.
going to roll. Ooh. Her father Dan over here is loving it.
Yeah, I got to talk to them a little bit. We bowled on the same pair for the youth adult doubles on Friday. So, really nice family.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Callie's sisters here on NDBowlTV over the years as well. Okay, needs 10.
Close if it gets there. That's enough.
Nice.
Callie Trisky will advance to take on Kira Magsam in the championship match. Who do you guys like early on?
Tough to say. I didn't get a good chance of watching Kira that much during qualifying, but I mean, it sounds like she's a very solid bowler, right? You were saying she bowls for Jax.
Jacksonville State, yep.
Obviously, no stranger to pressure situations, so hard to root against that.
With where she's played all day, I'd be very curious to see what the ball reaction is going to look like. She's been
Congratulations, Callie Trisky, moving on to the title match. Give it up for David Lee, third place at $1,500 scholarship.
Wow, there you go. Good weekend for Taylor.
The title.
There you have it. Everyone in the chat room, let us know who you think will win. Will Callie Trisky be a first-time winner here at the Midwest Youth, or will Kira Magsam win a record third Girls Open title? And Kira will get 2 shots on each lane. Can't quite see what she's throwing. Looks like a Storm logo on there. Not sure. Perhaps an IQ tour.
Don't think so.
No?
Maybe a level.
Maybe. I'm not sure on this one.
I was trying to catch a glimpse that she was going to throw, but it's hard to see.
I mean, I could be way out in left field and it might not even be a storm ball. Like it's almost got
It's too many dark
silver
balls.
covered.
Too many dark balls out.
Yeah. I don't know what it is.
Maybe Ion Pro.
I was gonna say it has a little bit of that where it's
With
just
the
a
silver,
lot of
yeah.
the dark.
One of your favorites there, Mitch. If it is an Ion
yeah.
Pro.
Can't get enough of that one.
Have you thrown much of the new solid Ion Pro?
I haven't really, no. Like we were saying, there's just not that much to bowl during the summer for us Northerners. So haven't got a chance to throw that one. I've got a chance to throw the new Cove and Ember.
Okay.
Those are interesting pieces. Definitely have a spot in the tournament bag, I'd say, especially for somebody looking to build a tournament bag. I think those are two great pieces to build around.
Yeah, I have both. I have the Cove and the Ion Pro Solid sitting on my shelf waiting to put holes in them.
And I haven't thrown the new Gremlin either, but that one looks promising.
A lot of people like that one.
I mean, you can't go wrong with the dark purple.
Right.
Has there been a bad dark purple ball? I don't know.
Now we're talking about purple bowling balls. You got to be
Right.
careful.
Oh,
Oh, Switchblade? Anybody?
Yeah, right. I had a lot of success with that back in the day. Ken getting intel from Papa Trisky over here. What did you learn?
Just basically that they've been best friends for pretty much ever, he said.
Perfect.
So,
So straight up friends match here.
Yeah, this will be, you could see a good friendly match, or you could see the I really want to beat you men's match, which, we'll see how it goes, but should be a good match either way.
Yeah, not short in star power here. We've seen these two over the years. Got to think this is probably one of the last Midwest Youth tournaments both of these gals will be able to participate in, given
that's
the...
what they were saying earlier. This is their last youth tournament.
Wow.
I'll say I believe both of them, because they're both 19.
Yep. I feel like once you can bowl this through your first year of college, bowl it again, and then the whole age as of August 1st thing comes into play, and so you see a lot of the kids come back from college, they bowl it one more time, and well, here we go. We got some Cali fans in the chat as well as some rooting for Kira, so looks like Kira will kick us off on the left lane. Looking for a record third Midwest Youth Championship title.
What were the ones that she's won? Do you remember?
The banners are that way. I want to say, because last year Brooke Salzman won, the year before Kira won, the year before that I think it was someone else, and then Kira won. So it's like every other year I think she's won.
Yeah, because she was only, 15 when she won her first, wasn't she?
Something like that, yeah. If anybody in the chat wants to provide an assist on that one, I know they're all past champions are listed at MidwestYouthChampionships.com. See all the past winners since 2016, the 10th anniversary of this tournament. Throwing an IQ AI, it looks like, at her spares. Even saw that one kind of have that check.
I didn't want to say
goal. Yep. It's just what we were talking about, but like you said, maybe there's a case of you don't want to bring so many bags and,
Sure.
you know. Can only imagine she's headed back to Alabama here in the next week or so. First frame for Trisky.
Yep.
Shuffles it out. It's a good hit on twisters.
Remind me, does the leader have to be beaten twice?
Not in this one. Nope. Oh, good shot. And there's her sisters in the chat saying Kira won in, well, Callie's sisters in the chat saying Kira won in 21 and 23, so this would be every other year.
Yep.
But I feel like Haley is remembering 8 pins too, if I remember right. Was it Haley?
I remember an
Had
8 pin,
really,
but I don't remember
a really
who it
tough
was.
break in one of these. Haley, if you can confirm that. I remember a pretty tough break one year. I know she had like a pocket 8-10 one year, I think it was. So that cost her in the 10th, something like that. Could be wrong. Oh, yes. Yeah. Haley did confirm that. Well, sorry to bring up old wounds. All right. Frame 2 for Megsim.
Push a little. Oh,
Ooh.
gets the trip.
Oh,
Get the roller. Not quite.
the way she got that out to the outside part, I thought that was going to take off sooner than it did.
Yeah, no, she's rolling really well. So you're not seeing too much unpredictability out of her ball reaction.
Straight now.
Oh,
Well, early open.
oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah, good shot. Mitch, what's your least favorite single pin to throw out on tour?
The 5 pin.
5 pin.
Because 1, it's embarrassing, and 2, it's the pin with the most room to miss on both sides.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Never thought of it that way.
It's funny how little hesitation there was in that answer.
8 to the 5.
Have you ever missed a 5 pin on tour?
Oh, God, probably.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I definitely have. I don't even know why I said probably. Probably missed every single pin at one point. I feel like everybody's probably missed at least one of every single pin.
Trisky frame 4.
Little
It's
left.
inside.
Little left, yep.
Oh, tricky spare now. Jessica asks, are we able to see the handicap finals anywhere? That is the next stepladder finals following the completion of this match. We will move our cameras over to 15 and 16 and conduct the handicap stepladder finals. So stick around.
Hook a little to get it out. Oh, too much.
Well, we see it a lot in these championship matches. You get the little opening and the other player gives it back. See who can take advantage here. It's definitely an Ion Pro. Confirmed. Looks like with surface.
Yeah, for a few guys on tour this year, the Ion Pro is a nice step after urethane.
That 10-pin trip forward that you only see in this building.
It's one thing, like I was telling Ken earlier in our broadcast, was in the past years when we watched Kira win titles here, she was so good at hooking the ball. And seeing her and how good she is outright these days, is it because she learned some things in college? Has she developed her game over the last couple of years? Is
Sure.
this something she's been comfortable with the whole time, but would rather hook the ball?
Probably just has a better eye for good ball motion.
Right.
I was going to ask you guys, actually, if, over the years, you've seen a lot of winners playing right here. Like, is that a consistency that you've seen just throughout the finals?
I would say that. I think, like, early on, I don't know if it was the patterns they choose, but early on in the early years of this tournament, it was a lot of hooking the middle, I would say.
Yep.
But the last 5 years, and I don't know if it's the emergence of urethane or what it is, but a lot of people are winning from way out. So I think talking to Dawson Unrath last night is what he said. He's like, I miss back when they used to hook it a bunch here.
Okay.
The last few years, it's been the other way. All right, on that spare.
Keeping an even match right here. Close. That's a good shot.
It's got a chance. Ooh, takes
All right.
out the 7.
So I got that to a better spot, but just labored a little at the end.
It's kind of a characteristic we've seen over the years on this particular pair. When we get to the stepladder finals, it's hard to double.
Yeah, probably a few factors in that. Obviously, difficult patterns, but the moment.
Yep. You've been in your fair share of championship matches over the years, whether it be local or national.
Sure.
What's kind of your way of dealing with the moment and calming down? Is there a certain thing you do?
I try to put myself in the mindset of it's just like practice, right? Like don't make it bigger than it has to be, right?
Yep. It's so easy to think ahead,
Yeah.
and to keep yourself from doing that is pretty difficult.
Sure. Yeah, it's hard to not succumb sometimes to the situation, but yeah, just reminding yourself that you've done this 10,000 times, right? You've thrown 10,000 strike shots. What makes this any different?
That's pretty good.
Well, it might come down to who's be the first to put up a double.
Yeah, I would say their ball reaction is similar, but maybe here again the slight edge. But yeah, who's going to throw two great shots in a row?
Couple high shots in this left lane for Kira the last couple frames, so maybe there's a little move here.
Oh, good shot.
Maybe it's more who can carry a double.
All right, first to double. It's the way it seems.
That one looked a lot better. That looked like a parallel move left or something. She definitely didn't get it as far right, which is why I don't think it went high.
Yeah, she struck every time on the right lane. She hasn't yet on the left. On the 10,
Spare.
okay. It's got a hook. Oh, another tough spare.
And the 4 moved a little bit too.
Yep. And they're
now the 4's down.
Respot that.
Could be to her advantage.
Yeah, very much.
Mitch, what's your favorite tournament on tour?
Definitely the doubles.
Yeah?
We bowl so much singles throughout your career, really, that it's just fun to team up, especially when you get to do it with a friend like I do with my buddy Packy. We've been doing it, gosh, for a while now. So yeah, that's probably. I mean, the PBA League too is fun. Like I said, it's fun to compete with somebody and
Yep.
not against everybody for once.
I always hear people talk about the Lucy as one of the
Yeah,
most
Lucy
enjoyable
number one, too.
experiences
Yeah.
because it's such a lighter environment. You're still giving away PBA, PWBA titles,
Sure.
but everyone's more relaxed. People are having a good time, and
Yeah, it's a great cause. We're there. Of course, there's a title at the end of the day, but we're there for a great cause.
yep.
What about you? What's your favorite?
What's my favorite tournament?
Why is it the Manitoba Open?
Yeah. Lately, it's been one I don't have to work at. But I have favorite stream tournaments and favorite bowling tournaments.
Yeah. It's got a lot.
Well, you picked it up once. You have to do it again.
Seems like he's lost a couple shots off her hand on that left lane.
But yeah, I feel like every tournament has its own feel, its own traditions, and there's a lot of them I enjoy going to bowl every year, and there's a lot of them I enjoy going to stream, and there's some that I do both. That might be crazy, but I still do it. Got a hook. Okay.
All right. Good,
All right. Good
couple good spares.
Yeah, even outside the tour, I love doing like USBC Nationals.
Yep.
Even I go to Sioux Falls, I do the Big Sioux. It's another like team double singles event.
Do you do the Ozarks, Greater Ozarks?
I used to when I lived closer. I did that in the Greater Tulsa Open. Those are just fun weekends, right? With your friends, you're competing together, you're having a good time. It's more than just bowling.
Almost like a state tournament at the local level, or
Exactly.
do you guys have provincial tournaments? or
We
anything?
do, yeah. We do have an annual tournament like that. But when you get to travel for a weekend, it's just fun.
Yep. It's a good shot.
Yep. She's dialed in on that right lane, which is potentially to her benefit with the 10th upcoming, but
Yeah, you see the difference in the angles of how they're attacking it, right? Like Kira being a lot straight at the fronts. And I feel like that is probably the safer way to attack it, right?
well, either way it happens, a mark here and Kira's in control, but a double would go a long ways.
Yeah, it just depends on what she does on this left lane. Wrap 10 last time up here on what we thought was a move.
To the left.
Push enough. That was perfect.
Got it, and that's her last shot on that lane, so
Well, pressure's on Kelly right here to throw some strikes.
and not just throw strikes, but all three on the hard lane too.
That was pretty good there.
So what's the situation here, Ken? She hits all three for 197.
Kira would need the first one.
Okay.
It's a little left, but it's gonna not sit there.
4-7-10. It's gonna about do it.
Yeah, she'd have to pick it, and there'd have to be a lot of wrong going on in Kira's 10th frame.
So we're looking at a three-time winner in 10 years.
Yeah, impressive.
And every other year winning in 21, 23, and on the way here in 25.
Gonna be close.
So 163 for Callie Trisky and a great weekend for her. What's the second place payout there, Ken?
That would be a solid $2,000.
Still a great weekend.
Well, let's just say, with where Kira's playing, nothing is a given. But throw it right at the head pin.
I don't think we'll see a gutter.
We will not see a gutter, and that's going to be the win right
That'll
there.
do it. A record third Midwest Youth Open Championship title. Kira Magson. We'll have a word with her.
Yeah, it's just a
Shortly.
solid game, hey?
Very.
Like, a few 9 counts, but never gave away the pocket. You know, could have easily have been. I know she only bowled 197, but could have easily been the 220s.
And again, we're going to have to move some cameras around, and then we'll gear up for our handicap finals here momentarily, so stick around.
One of those you wish something else was standing right there just because.
Yep.
Congratulations to Kelly Christie for taking second place and $2,000 scholarship. Let's give it up for our 2025 Midwest Youth Championship Girls Open Champion, Kara Medicine. Taking home $3,000. And she is the first and only three-time winner of this event. Career
There you
earnings
go.
$12,000.
A record winning title right there for Kira. Congratulations to her. We will have a word with her shortly. There's our full payout. We'll go over that here in a moment. They're going to take some pictures. We're going to talk with Kira, and then... Uh-oh, I better move my camera before the oiler takes it out. All right, I'll be right back, Ken.
Yep.
I get Joseph Booming and Desiree Galbraith for lanes 15 and 16, please.
All right. Welcoming in now is our winner, Kira Megson. How does it feel? Three-time winner. It's never been done here.
I mean, it feels great.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. It's just a blessing to be able to come here and bowl at one of my last youth tournaments ever.
Right. So when you got here this weekend, you look at the pattern. What was the plan of attack? A lot of people said that it played similar to the last few years.
I don't know. I feel like I've learned a lot since college, and so I see things a little differently. So I wasn't really worried about the last couple years. More or less just looking at the pattern, and then most of the time I don't do well my first block because I just am like trying things out. But I just kind of tried to look at the pattern and see where I should probably play to give myself the best room for error.
Sure.
And I wasn't originally that far right, and then I found this, my third block that I bowled, and it just looked really good, and so I just kept this going.
Ion Pro, right?
Yeah, it was an Ion Pro.
Sanded. Looks like
Yeah,
a
it
little
had-
bit of a surface.
Earlier this morning, I had like a 1,000 on it, and then this I just scuffed it with a little 1,500 because this was bowled on a couple games,
Sure.
not as much. So
Yep.
just a
So
little bit.
we had talked about it earlier in the broadcast how your first 2 wins, you were very comfortable from left, very comfortable hooking the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was impressive how comfortable you looked from right. Mm-hmm. Now, is that something you've learned in college, Team USA, or like did you develop that recently to be more comfortable?
I think that I've just gotten more comfortable with my versatility since college. Like, we don't really play this far right. I've gotten a lot better from the left, actually.
Really?
With college bowling, with the way they break down. We're sliding almost into 40 constantly.
suppose, yeah.
So, yeah, so I think it's just like the discipline that I've learned in college that allowed me to be able to do this. Not that we do this often,
Right.
but just, yeah.
And so you're down at Jacksonville State with
Yes.
Shannon O'Keefe and the powerhouse team they have.
Yeah.
Gianna Brandolino coming in next year. Like, big expectations?
Yeah, I have big expectations for this next year. We were good last year and even the year before when they won the NCAA championship. And I just hope that our success continues and that I am grateful to be a part of it with all of those wonderful girls.
Very nice. I'm assuming you're heading there in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, next Wednesday I drive down to move into my apartment, and then classes start the week after that.
Very, very crazy.
Yeah, really
Busy.
quick. Summer
Yeah,
went by
right.
fast.
Ken, any final thoughts?
Did you ever think you would win 3 of these when you started here?
No. No. I mean, for like 14, I think was the first time I was in a position to win, and like I was comfortable. It was so crazy because there were so many older girls, and just to keep trying to be an example, I guess, for people who are my age now, and I'm the older one in
Right.
the college. So
Well, a way to finish off your junior career with a win here and a, what is it, a $4,000, $5,000 payday? What is it, $3,000?
$3,000.
I don't even know anymore.
oh, it's still,
Still a
still
lot.
plenty. Yeah.
You got to be up there on the career ranks at this tournament for career earnings. I know it's on the website, so check that out. But congratulations, good luck in college, and maybe we'll see you down the road.
Maybe.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Kira Magsam, 3-time winner, a record here at the Midwest Youth. So congratulations to her. Looks like we will be underway with our handicap finals here in a moment. They just finished oiling the pair for the boys here later on, so then the oiler's done. But
Yeah, I believe they're just waiting back here and ready for them to turn the lanes on whenever they get to it.
and we moved our cameras. You can see us all back here now, the whole booth. They will have their practice shots here in a moment. Looks like they're trying to get the scores up and running. Shout out to the folks here at Garden Center Lanes, just entering in new Brunswick Sync scoring this year. Definitely looks good on stream. All right, Ken, if you give me one moment, I'm going to go adjust the camera and I'll be right back. All right, Ken, what do you think so far? We got 2 more stepladder finals, and then we're going to wrap things up.
I mean, it's hard not to say that the best girl won today. I mean, Kira led qualifying, well, second in qualifying, led the advancers round today by almost 100 pins, and bowled as solid a 197 as you're going to see. Yeah, I mean, impressive to see somebody do what she did.
Yeah, win it 3 times and never back-to-back. So that means if she's 19, I mean, she started winning at 15. So
well, and if I think she was right. Did she make the show the year prior to that too at 14?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's 3 wins. I want to say a second at least, and in what 6 years?
Wow.
That's that's like we've talked about already today. To see somebody progress like that, I mean, we saw it. We saw it when she first started how good she was going to be, and it's only continued. So, yeah, pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, very nice. So keep an eye out at the collegiate level, Jacksonville State, if you want to see Kira and that team try to win another national title. And they got quite the team on hand to do it this season, so we'll see what happens down there. Moving on to our handicap division finals. This is what the stepladder final will look like. And I do believe the 2 there that you see are brother and sister, I believe.
No.
No, they're not.
Nope. That's Joseph Bung.
No, I'm saying the 2
Oh.
Galbraiths.
Oh,
In
okay.
the stepladder final.
I see what you mean. I'm
Yes.
like, I didn't see you had that up there.
Like, do we have a potential brother-sister match here?
There's a good possibility, it looks like.
Okay.
If anything, bragging rights in the family.
That's right.
And I should say that we've been pronouncing Joseph's last name wrong. It's Booing.
Booing. Okay, Joseph Booing against Desiree Galbraith. Again, we mentioned we are probably going to butcher some last names, and we do apologize for that.
We'd heard it once, and it may have been said incorrectly that one time. We won't point out who
Perhaps.
said it. But that's why they give us these sheets.
Have you always gotten mine since day one?
Just because I've heard them say it in Winnipeg, yeah.
Okay.
And they still kind of say mine wrong every time I go up there. I don't know if it's the French connection to Winnipeg, but I always get the Sene up there.
The accent?
Yeah. All right, I got to adjust my scores, or can everyone see them just fine? I know we're at a different angle here from the side, but it looks like we can see the scores just fine. Let us know in the chat room, if you will. Well, we're underway here. Looks like they have the handicap already in there. 77 and 65.
So,
I just got used to the old scoring here on how the handicap works with the total scores, and now they have the new scoring in here. So
Now the question is, was that 77 before the first shot or after it?
I think it was before, because it was up there before the 7 was recorded. So
Okay, let's see. Nope, that is with it, so it's 70 and 65.
is it?
Yep, so it's 5 pins. Or 5 pin difference between the two, I
Okay,
should
yep.
say.
So now he's at 80 with the spare. Okay.
Yeah, Joseph Booing out of Ada, Minnesota. Up in
That's
close
our
to
neck of
mine.
the woods, yeah.
I'd say a little closer to my area, that's for sure. 132 average, 222 IQ, 545 high series. Plays baseball, basketball, and trap shooting, and likes fishing in the outdoors. So likes to do a lot at age 17.
We mentioned it before. Desiree is the defending champion of the handicap division.
Yep. As we've seen, out of Alexandria. 16 years old, so still has a few years left here. 138 average, 213 high game. As she says, Grandma Breedy, past pro bowler, and obviously grew up in the bowling alley.
Yeah, as Susan is one of the owners here at Garden Center Lanes.
Be interesting to see if, she'd be able to run the ladder and become one of the, 2 repeat champions?
Yeah, I feel like Zach won it 2 years in a row. Rebecca Brorman won it 2 years in a row.
And I don't think we've ever had a repeat in the handicap.
Okay. So Mitch, when talking about, the handicap division here, still learning a lot of things.
Sure.
What would you say is something a bowler in the handicap division, if they were out here bowling all the time, should work on to get their game up to the scratch divisions? Like, what is something you would suggest to work on?
Well, I think first you need to identify and find a coach. They're well equipped with raising somebody from a handicap bowler to a scratch bowler, because I think every handicap bowler may struggle with different things. So it's hard to say, one thing that could help, promote you from handicap to scratch. I mean, we say it so much, but spare shooting.
Yep.
I mean, that can easily increase your average 20, 30, 40 pins sometimes, just taking the time to practice that. In this case, with these two bowlers, I would like to say they need to work on releases. They both throw a fairly straight ball, right? Which is actually kind of good on a pattern like this. That's a little tricky. But, if they're looking to make that move to become scratch bowlers, they're definitely going to need to work on some release drills.
Sure. Kind of like one-step drills, foul line drills, that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, working on the release is definitely working backwards, right? So you're starting at the foul line, you're doing no-step drills, and then you're integrating it into the full approach.
There it is. A trusty phone call, right at the start.
Unfazed her, though.
So at what point did you know you wanted to bowl on tour?
It's hard to say. I never really planned on it. I went to Wichita State, just wanting to become a better bowler, not necessarily with become a pro bowler in mind. But, I had some friends that were definitely gearing up towards that, and I just tagged along for a few tournaments in the summer, did like some regionals or just some bigger events like the GIBAs they did in Iowa with the Fusion and the 11th frame. And then I just tagged along for a couple of the summer swing tournaments they had. You could bowl as non-members, and did better than anticipated, and I thought, well, let me actually give this a try. So it wasn't really until I was done college where I thought, if I'm going to try it, now's the time.
Okay, so you had a little bit of success, which is kind of what gave you the confidence to kind of go out there?
Sure, yeah. There was a summer swing event in Jonesboro for a national title where I finished 5th, like as a 21-year-old or 22-year-old. And that was the moment where I was like, okay, well, maybe I can actually compete out here. Maybe I can give this a shot. And you're kind of at that crossroad after college. Like, do I just start a career? Do I just bowl on the weekends, become one of those guys? Or do I actually give this a shot? And had some good people backing me and said you should do it. Otherwise, you'll regret it.
Right. Very nice. And when it came time for college, because I know a lot of kids here are going to bowl collegiately. There are a lot of kids bowling in this tournament are in high school currently. Was there any sort of process back then for recruiting, or did you just get in touch with, was it Gordon Vatican at the time?
I had some friends that were going there, and I knew of some schools. I wasn't too well versed. I don't feel like it was as accessible back then. So you kind of just knew about what you were told about, or like who you knew who went to various schools. And then I met Coach V at Junior Gold one year, and he was interested. He had some good fortune with some Canadians along the way, so he had a soft spot for me, I think.
I suppose Frankie was around that time, wasn't
exactly.
he? Yep.
And Frankie was kind of the one who, like I was mentioning, somebody like he was the one that I knew that went there.
Yeah.
Ooh, good
nice
spare.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, I met him at Junior Gold, and it just kind of snowballed from there.
Very nice. Yeah, now you're doing it as a job. You've been out there 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, I think this is coming up on my 7th year.
Wow.
Kind of crazy to think, yeah. It wasn't always full-time. I had some struggles with doing it full-time because I had visas that I had to work in order to stay in the States. So last year, I think, was really the first year that I bowled every single event.
Wow. That's crazy. You don't think of how hard it is to be able to do a full-time, like every event type schedule.
Yeah, you need some employers that are willing to work with you and give you the time off to do that because, yeah, it is tough to do it as a full-time job.
So do you work outside of bowling on tour?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I work in Winnipeg. I work, so the government runs all of our gambling and lottery operations. So I technically work for the government, but I work for the lotteries division. So I work at head office at the casinos.
Okay. So like a gaming division type thing, yeah.
Exactly.
Very nice.
And they're just super supportive of what I like to do, and they give me the time off I need to compete. And yeah, couldn't ask for a better situation, really.
Yeah, and last year
Big double.
you didn't have to pay entry fees the way last year worked.
Yeah. Yeah, I was super fortunate last year to be in the top 43 where, yeah, they didn't make us pay entry fees.
That's big. Like,
Yeah, it is.
To be into that, you saved all that money up front, and now
You're talking $6,000-$7,000 that we saved in just entry fees, and yeah, it goes a long way.
Wow. And like you said, you have no idea how the tour is going to be next year with the new TV deal and everything. So,
yeah, unfortunately, we're kind of kept in the dark a little bit because, I mean, we don't really know what's going on behind closed doors, right? I'm sure there's a lot of signatures that need to be written down and a lot of business talk that needs to happen. So we're just kind of waiting.
sure. Good spare there.
Yeah,
pretty
pretty good
close.
couple games here.
Yeah, pretty close here on the handicap total. For those of you in chat, who are we cheering for in our handicap stepladder finals? Let us know. Ken, what are you seeing so far?
I mean, kind of what we've seen. What we see a lot with our handicap division is, they're kind of go, go, go. They don't take too much time.
Yeah, stick to their rhythm, to stick to their timing kind of thing. That's Clayton Moore in the house.
I was wondering who that was. It's a good spare there. Yeah, but I mean, a couple of good games we can throw in. So, double here from Desiree already, and we'll see if she can keep going.
What are their averages, respectively?
132 and 138.
So they're both well on pace to be beating that.
Good shot there. Tough break.
Yeah, bowling well above what you would expect so far.
Mitch, what advice would you have for somebody that would have to start bowling tournaments in a handicap division, whether it be youth or adult, on how to get going in the sport as it pertains to tournament bowling?
I would say first, focus on enjoying it. I think it's really easy to get wrapped up in competitors around you or your own performance, but there's a lot there's just a lot of good things that can happen outside of bowling, at a bowling tournament, right? The people you meet and just the experience you have. So I would say just setting your expectations properly.
And I feel like that's really easy for a handicap bowler to walk into a tournament, depending on what kind of handicap event it is, that may have a lot of high-end scratch bowlers in it, and to become overwhelmed.
Sure.
And not want to come back to a tournament because you're watching guys average 240 and you think, I can't keep up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I feel like tournament selection is important for that reason. Just to, I guess, have a better understanding of that's how handicap works. To not get scared out of coming back to events.
Yeah, and it's great to have an event like this that has the different divisions. So you're not, I mean, yes, in qualifying you're bowling on the same pairs, but you're in your own division. You aren't necessarily bowling against the guy who is averaging 240.
But at the same time, you get to see that in real life.
Exactly.
To know what it takes to kind of get to that level.
Ooh.
So in the chat, Jessica says Alexander is a first-year bowler and will be joining the St. Cloud High School team this fall. So first-year bowler, and he's our top seed, isn't he?
Yep.
That's pretty awesome.
I think last year
experience.
too. Was Desiree the 1 seed or the 2? I think the person who finished second was also a first-year bowler. I want to say.
Yeah, who was that?
I think his name was Lucas, but I want to say he was a first-year bowler also. So,
Wow.
yeah, this tournament gives a great opportunity for players like that.
And sometimes that's all it takes is that one experience where you're like you said, you had a good experience out bowling a summer series event. You're like, okay, I want to do this.
Exactly.
At this level, the same thing could happen. They could come out here just to bowl, and now they're bowling for a title, and they're like, okay, this is cool. Let's do it, you know?
Well, a little opportunity for Desiree here.
So with handicap, Joseph can max out at 230. She's got, what, 239?
Yep.
She's got to put up a strike here. Okay, on the spare.
Yep. Let that one go a little early.
Nope. Pretty easy to do. I've always wondered how hard it was for the handicap division in something like this, because not only you're bowling on a stepladder finals, probably for the first time, but you got a live stream here too. You've got a bunch of people watching. It's the only thing going on in the building.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is it they kind of put blinders on because they're not used to it, or is it more than we think it is? You know,
Hard to say. I think it's different for every player. But yeah, and I mean, they're just kids, right?
yeah.
So it can be a lot.
I mean, I can remember back to the first couple of years where most of them didn't even know what, how to properly do a step ladder.
They just bowled. They were just bowling every single frame.
Yep, they just went up there and went. They didn't really care.
They were visiting in between and just alternating lanes.
Oof, close.
Okay, so 3 pins.
Well,
Going into the 10th. Spare here is pretty big.
well, I think it was already had that factored in because it was 12 pins going to the 10th.
So the 9 was in there before it got recorded.
Yeah,
These
so
scores are throwing me off.
yeah, it's quick to take it into account. So spare here would be necessary, and she got it. So I mean, you put up a strike right here for 208, and I mean,
Yeah, you force him to still get 9.
Yeah, he went 7 out the last frame, so. Maybe.
There. All right. Well, there it is. So 9 pins and 2 shots for Joseph. We'll see what happens.
A little bit of pressure here for Joe. Needs 9.
That's all right.
That's
There
going
it
to be
is.
enough. All right. Well, maybe a mild upset, if you will, beating the defending champion.
So now Joseph will move on to take on Caleb, right? Caleb Galbraith.
Yep. Face Desiree's brother, younger brother.
And does it in fashion, doubling in the 10th.
Congratulations.
Goodness.
Congratulations. Joseph moving on. All right. Desiree Galbraith takes 4th place and $1,000 scholarship.
One of the local favorites here, getting a good ovation. Nate, Nate in the chat calls Joe the Slim Reaper.
That's fair.
All right, here you go. Updated bracket. Joseph Booing against Caleb Galbraith in the semifinals. Got to imagine Caleb will also be getting most of the support from the crowd here. Caleb will get 2 shots in each lane, and we'll be underway with our handicap semifinal match. Ken, how much handicap does Caleb get? Do you know?
Caleb gets 40 pins. So is that 30 pin difference? Or is that 25? I already forgot. That's a 30 pin difference then.
Okay. Yeah, so Joseph gets 70. Yep.
I'd say a pretty good game for a 13-year-old right there.
Yep. Throws it pretty good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the in the scratch division
In the next few years, for sure. So what sort of, as a two-hander in the handicap division, what sort of resources or coaching should somebody like Caleb kind of seek? Is there certain, do you believe in certain coaches know the two-handed game better, or?
I think fundamentals are fundamentals to a certain extent. But I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's learned a lot off YouTube.
Yeah.
At this point, I think a lot of kids are picking up a lot off of YouTube. There's so many resources out there. It's so easily accessible, and I mean, half these kids are YouTube wizards at this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if you asked him where he learned a lot, where he would say something like Darren or Packy,
Right.
or Brad and Kyle videos, stuff like that.
Yeah, Ken and I were talking about that earlier in the broadcasts about how much information is readily available to the kids these days. As when we were all in youth, it was you had to rely on
Books.
coaches and I don't know about books. I don't
Maybe,
know.
come on.
I don't read
now.
that many books, but but like it was coaches. It was who you knew.
Yeah.
Who could pass that information on to
It was
you.
the best local bowler that you knew, right?
Yep.
Yep.
To you at the time, like that's the best bowler in the world.
Yep. Yeah, it's a whole different world because I like right about the time I graduated high school is when Facebook became a thing in 2005. So juniors, there was no social media for us. It's like you don't think of how different that makes junior careers these days and what they can learn, and we'd probably be surprised. All right, semifinal match is underway. Caleb's got to spot Joseph 30 pins.
Nice spare.
Ken, how did you get your start in bowling?
Oh, it was my dad.
Yeah?
Yep. Well, I mean, both my parents bowled when I was younger, but Dad especially, and I wanted to do anything he did, so picked it up from him, and he's taught me not everything I know, because don't think he would teach me how to bowl how I do. But yeah, he got me into it, and the Fargo Moorhead youth scene 20-some years ago was where I kind of got the love and the drive to do it.
Yeah, it was fun because I grew up around the same time. Mitch, what about you? How'd you get your overall start into bowling?
So my parents bowled when they were kids. Like, we're talking 10 years old, 9 years old. Just a Saturday morning fun thing to do. I think that was kind of popular for kids in like the 70s, right? Parents just let them go on the weekend. So they did it for a couple of years when they were kids, and they had fun. And so when I was maybe a little bit younger than that, like 7, they were just kind of throwing sports at me, see what would stick, and bowling was one of them because they had some fond memories about doing it when they were kids. And it's the one that stuck. So they weren't. I wasn't, born into a bowling family by any means. They just threw straight balls when they were kids, right? So I was fortunate to have some good coaching early on to really get me to a point where, I could make the Canadian team. Have a chance to go to a place like Wichita, and some pretty good local bowlers too to look up to. Obviously, guys like Mike Schmidt, right? Who was a world champion. I was fortunate enough to be bowling in a city, a smaller Canadian city with a 2-time world champion, right?
Yeah, and your game's changed a lot since the days I first started bowling Manitoba Opens with you. You used to have a backswing way up there. Like, we're talking, maybe not Mike Fagan type backswing, but it was...
Yeah, looking back, you really become products of your environment, I feel like. And if you look at a lot of the younger bowlers from Winnipeg, who you've probably seen at the Manitoba Open over the years, like a lot of us had higher backswings, high ball speed, high rev rate.
Yep.
And I think that's just the product of the lanes, what worked there. So when I went to Wichita State and, started bowling on a larger spectrum, definitely have to make some adaptations because high ball speed, high rev rate definitely isn't the play everywhere all the time.
So was that one of the first big changes you made then when you went to college?
Yeah, it was just kind of like quieting everything down, right? Like, I had a lot of head movement and I had a lot of arm movement and wrist movement, so it was really just minimizing a lot of that. It's funny because now people say I bowl like I don't care.
Sure.
That's how they compare it. Like, you just look like you're throwing a practice shot.
Right.
So it's just minimizing a lot of that unnecessary movement.
Huh. Yeah, fewer moving parts is...
It's the name of the game, I really do think.
Ken, what's our payout here for the handicap division? What are we playing for?
All right, pretty sure it's the next one. Yep. So we're in our semifinals. So I always hate calling it the loser, but the person who does not win this match will take home $1,500 and then $2,000 or $3,000 for the championship match.
So is that the same payout as the women's?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, once you get down past about 10th, it does break down a little bit different, but the top end of it is the same. You wonder if somebody like Joseph has really had this kind of like rapid fire bowling too. You know, you get into league and sometimes you get 3-4 people on a pair and it goes a little slower, but how much one-on-one has he had to do?
I've seen a lot of junior leagues in like doubles or trios form a lot lately, really. So I don't know if they're maybe more comfortable with this.
Yeah, depends how he practices too. Sometimes you'll see kids just like fire shots for 10 games straight. We'll get like 10 games in an hour and a half.
And like they say, you got to practice with a purpose. You know, like what's your typical practice routine like?
Practice, yeah, I think like to an extent. Oh, nice. Love to see that. I feel like when you're a kid, actually, I think getting just the reps in really makes a difference. I had a friend who used to say, if every bowler had an odometer on them that showed how many games they've bowled, then you wouldn't question why a bowler is better than you. And so I do think that's true to an extent. But then once you start to get into like the scratch bowling, you know, your sport patterns, your releases, then that's when the practice the purpose comes into play for sure. That's when you have to start looking, okay, what can I improve on?
So at this level, you're thinking reps for muscle memory, for
Exactly.
technique, for
comfortability, like so many things.
And then at the higher scratch level, you're thinking practice for
back-to-back
tools
Jeez,
and
exactly
versatility in your game. Sure.
Yeah, like like for Caleb, for example, like just enjoy it. You know, go out there and have fun and find out what you like and get to the point where you feel like, okay, I want to actually get better now, right?
Nice shot there.
Now we're both throwing uppercuts here. So back to the urethane thing. Now we see Caleb throwing a purple hammer.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is going to change for the youth? Let's say they move it to a 78 hardness rule. How do you think that changes the youth perspective? Are you going to take youth away because they don't want to readapt at a certain level, or
so? I think if you still leave urethane in the mix, it still gives them the option. You know, I think if you get rid of the softer balls like the purple hammer and the pitch black, you'll still see kids throwing urethane. It's just it'll be for a shorter window. They'll have to get more comfortable throwing reactive and playing around with layouts and playing around with different parts of the lane.
So there'll definitely be a learning curve.
Yeah, a small one.
Caleb getting into a rhythm right here.
Yeah, both players now collectively a 5-bagger, so. See him there take a towel to the urethane, a very important thing to do with the urethane ball. When did you learn to throw urethane like well?
Yeah, like when I first started getting into the more competitive side of it, like urethane was kind of being thrown by some pros on short patterns. Like that was the only time you saw it because it was a nice option on the lower volume, shorter patterns because it was controllable, right? So I did buy urethane at that point when I was trying to learn to bowl on shorter patterns. but it probably wasn't until like the pitch black came out, so like 2011 maybe, or 12 even.
Yeah, it was
feel like-
early 2010s.
I feel like that's when people started figuring it out. No, you can use this on multiple patterns. You can hook these things. So I'd say around 2013, 2012 is when I started seeing people actually using it for more than just a short pattern.
Yeah, and then you started seeing people win with it. Like, I know Jacob Buttriff went on a really big run with the Purple Hammer for a while.
No, it's been, urethane's been dominant, really, since like 2013, 2014, especially on the left side, but on both sides, really. I mean, Belmo's won a handful of titles, too, with the pitch black. You know, not a lot of people talk about that, but he's had his fair share of wins with urethane as well.
Do you think that the usage of urethane has excelled due to the emergence of two-handed bowling and the rev rates that come with it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're correlated for sure. I think it's just the development of the patterns and using more oil, you know, that's played an effect. But yeah, the rev rate for sure, like we were talking about, it just offers controllability, and you know, the higher rev rate you have, the less you have of control of it. So the urethane's a nice option for that. Do you throw urethane?
I don't.
You're a lower rev player, so I wasn't
tried.
sure if...
Yeah, I've actually, ever since, you know, signing on with Storm, I've been more conscious of trying to find a urethane-like reaction at my rev rate, you know, and the level has been great. Short pin.
Yeah, stronger balls, right?
Right. It still doesn't help me later on in the blocks, because that's where I really struggle. It's not when urethane is being thrown, it's when everyone's forced out of it and the heads are gone, and I have to stand left of 30. Now I've had oil, but there's also a puddle.
Mm-hmm.
How do I get around it? Has always been my trouble with urethane.
Yeah.
And late in blocks and qualifying. Or when you need good games, games 7 and 8 to make it. Well, now I can't turn the corner enough to get corners out, you know? And it's just, I've tried different layouts on big balls with polish, or I don't know.
Yeah, that's almost a situation where, well, maybe you just play into it. Maybe you stay right and you try and go something weaker, or even like loft it and try and play like using that oil down lane. Just an option.
And that's what I've always told people is, like, as urethane's being thrown, I like to get towards the middle and trap it using the hold, you know, with my rev rate. But then eventually the head oil goes and you have to get into that different zone, and with the puddle down lane, it Deadwood and the staff here at Garden Center Lane's right on it. Ken, what's our situation here?
Well, 11-pin match going to the 10th frame, so
Both working on a strike. Yep.
yeah, both on a strike. It's you know, Joseph, he really could use this spare, and you don't see what Caleb can do. Great. Oh, that's a tough chop. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably going to be it. Caleb just needs a few pins, but I mean, again, you know, it's really not a bad game.
No.
215 with handicap right there. I mean,
Yeah, as a handicap bowler, you're really just trying to beat your average, taking advantage of the handicap they give you.
Caleb's about to shoot 200 scratch.
Right.
That's hard to beat.
Gotta love the local support for Caleb. Always fun to see. Mitch, do you feed off the crowd energy?
Well, depends who they're rooting for.
I suppose.
I was about to say, you know, if I was bowling against Caleb right now, I don't know if I'd be a little intimidated with the home crowd cheer.
Because I remember back in the day, you had the home crowd in Winnipeg for you all the time.
Oh, yeah, they always get behind the locals. I mean, how do you not, right?
Right. Do you get a good response out on tour from the fans?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Good.
the fans definitely have their favorites, and you'll see that. But overall, like most of the fans just love professional bowling, and they'll cheer on whoever's bowling. Maybe trying reactive there, or
I was going to say that was a ball switch of some kind.
Let's give it up for Joseph Boone, third place and $1,500 scholarship to Smart Challenge.
$1,500 scholarship for Joseph.
Alexandria Odom up to the title picture.
Great tournament for him. Let's update our bracket. Yeah, this is what we got going on. Alex against Caleb in the final. Ken, what's our handicap spread on this one?
Yep, looks like Alex is going to get a little bit more than Joe, so 33 pin difference with 73 for Alex.
Okay. And again, this is first time tournament for Alex. Alex making his way down here from the practice pair. He'll get 2 shots on each lane. It's a good time to thank our sponsors for this event. Help make this event possible. The host lanes here, Garden Center Lanes with Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, the local USBC Association here in Alexandria, along with all the other great sponsors, help make this possible. A weekend where they give away over $40,000 in scholarships. As a youth bowler, this is a tournament you shouldn't miss. If you're a parent watching, this is a good one to get your kids into, especially to start out if you have to in the handicap division and work your way up. We've seen so many kids over the years start out in the handicap division and make their way to eventually winning the scratch division. Mitch, what's your favorite kind of pattern to bowl on? You short, long, a lot of oil, little oil? What's the
I would say
preference?
long patterns, just because I like to get in my comfort zone where I can keep my angles a little straighter. Can use stronger bowling balls, what I like to use. But like we were saying on tour, like you got to figure out a way to average 230 on everything. So
Right.
it's hard to pick one over the other.
Would you like more variety of patterns on tour and not the same, I don't know, how many do they have, 15, 20 patterns that they use?
Yeah, I mean, they do make tweaks to them. They don't try to keep it the exact same. But, yeah, it would be interesting to see a tour where they experiment with interesting patterns like you see at the U.S. Open, where you have, like, that checkerboard pattern or something really flat. I wish maybe they would dip into that a little bit more. I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe they fear low scores, if anything. But they're always tweaking things. They're always trying to make adjustments.
I feel like USBC has done a good job over the last few years, like at the Masters and the U.S. Open, of really exploring different patterns,
For sure.
so to speak. And I don't know if it's a test for trying to see what different patterns work, because they talk about the urethane thing and how they break down the lanes, but in reality, without seeing it happen, how would you know?
Sure.
And I know people are probably going to say I'm defending USBC, but there's always talk like you're never going to understand the environment on tour unless you bowl on tour. Mm-hmm. And I think the same holds true with how urethane breaks down a pattern. You're not going to truly know unless you watch it happen in real life. Like, you can't duplicate that in a test facility.
Yeah. That's when you're trying to get better to bowl on tour, that's the hardest thing, is it's so hard to replicate how the lanes break down when you're practicing, right? Like, they break down in such a way that you haven't seen before because of just the rev rate, the accuracy, the ball choices.
So then is it a case of, like, the moves are 10 times quicker?
They're quicker. They got to be more precise. And they got to be better. It's tough. You can practice it and try to envision it as much as you can, but until you're actually there and just getting the reps on the actual pattern and the situation, it's hard. It's a really hard thing and that's why a lot of bowlers who are maybe successful youth players or collegiate players or amateur players, they go on tour, they go to the Masters, they go somewhere to try and test their skills against the pros and don't succeed because it's just so unique and it's so different and it's so hard to prepare for.
Well, plus you're bowling for a livelihood too, your life, you know, as a job. So then you're out there, and when it's all about needing reps, well, you're also bowling for your life, you know.
Yep.
So it's hard to just say I'm going out there to get reps.
Yeah, it's hard to work on things, especially mid-season, because, like you said, it's your livelihood on the line here. You know, if you're working on something, are you going to be 100% at it? Probably not initially. So you have to ask yourself, is it worth trying now? I know it's something that I know I probably need to get better at, but at the same time, don't want to sacrifice a few $1,000s because now I'm missing cuts because I'm trying something new.
Right.
So yeah, just to go back, when the kids ask me why is the tour hard or what makes the tour hard, it's just a different kind of hard. It's a different level of difficulty that's not necessarily like, oh yeah, this pattern is hard or these players are good. Like there's just a lot more factors.
I've heard people talk about how much more accurate pros are, so the breakdown is so specific in certain spots that you don't see on the amateur level, just because even at like a Manitoba Open, there's enough people playing in different parts where it blends it.
Yeah, you can normally stay in your own comfort zone or your own like your own lane, if you will, right? When you're bowling against amateur bowlers, because they're playing a little bit more everywhere. But yeah, the pros, because they're so accurate, those spots become so much more defined. And if you're not making bigger moves and quicker moves, then you're falling behind, and then your 2-1 is now a 6-3. But it took you 4 frames to figure that out. Now you're half a game behind. It just it can get away from you really quickly.
That's crazy. Changes the way you think about it, everything, your approach, all of it. So when you come back and bowl amateur events, do you approach them differently?
No, not necessarily. Like I don't go into it with a different mindset by any means, but the moves are definitely smaller, I will say. You know, you can afford to make a smaller move or afford to stay in a ball longer than you necessarily would on tour because, well, one, you have the pins to play with more most of the time, and two, those spots just aren't as defined, so you can make smaller moves. I just want to point out, so you said he's been bowling for 1 year.
That's according to the chat.
Because it doesn't look like that.
A first-year bowler.
That's pretty impressive if this is a first-year bowler.
Right.
But I mean, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're seeing when these kids get on YouTube and they start practicing, and they're coaching themselves at their own pace, really.
Perhaps Alex was a kid that always open bowled, but maybe it's his first year competitively, maybe in league, maybe
in high
getting
school
involved in school, And anybody in the chat, if you want to clarify that, more than welcome to. Is he throwing a rock star?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't quite see the lane there, and so he hasn't seen any traffic on the left side.
Yeah.
Because it's been a fresh re-oil. He's the first balls to go down that side.
I mean, even Caleb to an extent. Like, yeah, the other two bowlers were right-handed, but they weren't necessarily tearing apart the pattern, right? So they're pretty much both following their own carry down.
Do you tend to excel at the long format tournaments, or do you like the short sprints?
I want to say the better the bowler, you know, the more they'll tend towards the longer format. You know, the cream rises kind of thing. So I would lean towards that. But I don't know. As of recently, I've been doing good in the short format.
Yeah, the
like,
sprints.
Like the World Series, the 12 games there, or like the Bowler's Journal, right? 3 games.
That's right. You won it for the second time.
Yeah.
In what? So you won in Syracuse?
I won in 2019, yeah.
Wow.
In Syracuse. I think it was 2019. And then I won this year in Baton Rouge. It's pretty crazy how 3 games can make such an impact.
Yeah, that's wild. I was going to talk to you about that because that just became final just not like 3 weeks ago or something.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it's crazy because I mean, you've bowled the Bowler's Journal, I assume, right? Like
Yep.
you normally just go there to, get your feet wet, right? Like you just flew in, maybe you want to get some games in before your official practice or your team event, so you just want to loosen up, get used to the climate, get a loose feeling of the pattern, right?
Yep.
Because even though it is the same pattern as doubles and singles, it never quite plays the same. But then, you might just go out there and only miss a couple times and shoot 830 and make a few $1,000.
It's insane. The 1 year I did okay at the Bowler's Journal was I kind of backed into it. It's a funny story because I went to go sign up for it, and this was back when they didn't have the online signups, and the guy was like, it's a full squad. I was like, okay. Well, then I was still standing around. He's like, we had a cancellation if you want to bowl. I was like, okay, I'll bowl. And it took me till about the end of the first game to realize that the entire squad was one big group, and they were talking to each other on how to break down
Oh, nice.
the lanes. So then by the time I got to game 3, they were wide open and shoot a big game the last game to shoot like 700, but they were hard in El Paso that year.
Yeah, they were. I think that
And-
was my first USBC experience.
Yeah, El Paso was tough, and that's when they had the Bowler's Journal in the convention center with the big tournament, and 700 was good that year. It was
Sure.
good enough for like 50th or whatever, but that's good money in the Bowler's Journal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, actually, speaking of like kind of backdooring your way into it, when I did win in Syracuse, we had bowled earlier that morning, and I had like I don't know, 690 maybe or something, and I was, like 23 at the time, so I was like, I had 690, like I'll just take my couple $100. I don't really want to pay another $60 to enter the singles.
You got the
That's gonna
instant cash, yeah.
And then I had some friends bowling again. I was like, I'll just bowl doubles. Like I can probably do a better double score, so I'll just bowl doubles. And then Brent Bowers, who was with us, was like, no, you got to do singles. I mean, if anything, I'll put you in if you're worried about the $60. And I thought, okay, I'll get in. I'll pay for it. Don't worry, I'll get in singles. And then I shoot 795 or something, and
you win
the
it.
singles. Yeah.
Could you imagine if you would have just bowled doubles? And
Try not to think about it. But I mean, funnily enough, like John Rakowski, who technically beat me, he bowled 840, only got in the seniors entry. So I still won the open division because he only got in the senior.
Jeez, wow. The year in El Paso, I just like you. I just wanted to get 3 games, paid the $60, didn't do the extra stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the last game I had front 10, didn't convert, but it's like had I shot 300, I wasn't in the 300 jackpot.
Give
And
another
that year,
$1,000 or whatever.
there was only like 3 of them that year, so it was worth a ton. And I think at the time when I was bowling it, there was only one guy that, because if they bowl one, they show you the payout.
Oh yeah, you're right.
If there were none, and it was like 19,000, and I'm just sitting here thinking, man, if I would have converted that and not been in it. But I guess it's a lesson learned, just always get in that stuff,
You can't be afraid to bet on yourself.
right? It's good advice for anybody out there. All right, Alex, frame 6, good strike.
Yeah, he's gonna hopefully look to make a comeback here.
All right, so some clarification in the chat. Alex joined the junior league this year for the first time. He had a little bit of a off and on open bowling, but nothing serious until this year. Okay, so that makes sense. Just took second in the handicap division at Matt Lang last weekend. Probably throwing a rock star right now, yep. Very good. Thank you for that information. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, regardless, I mean, his first year in organized bowling, it's still impressive.
Yeah, it's really good fundamentals.
Like, similar to Caleb, I wouldn't be surprised if you see him bowling in the scratch division in the next couple of years.
He's kind of got the Ryan Barnes like arm swing, the two-handed
A little
arm
bit.
swing. With
Yeah,
the
Ryan, another good example
tempo.
of somebody on YouTube that I think kids are learning a lot from.
Yeah, and he's such a crazy story because he played
He is.
basketball, baseball for so many years and then started bowling at, 18?
I think he always bowled, but only actually started practicing or taking it a little more seriously
Sure.
when he was like 17, 18.
And then went to Wichita. All of a sudden you're on Team USA and now you're top 10 in points on tour.
Yeah, like rookie of the year. Right, exactly. Like, it's hard to really wrap your head around what he's done.
It's like, yeah, you come from really good genes and you've got a Hall of Famer for a dad, and a mom.
Yeah.
It's like
does that make a
still-
difference? Sure, a little bit, but he put the work in.
Right,
I mean,
still,
he
like,
didn't
that's
just pick up a
insane.
bowling ball at 18 and was who he was, right? Like, he put the time in. I'm talking like that odometer I was telling you about.
Yeah.
I think you'd be surprised with the amount of games
Really?
he's bowled. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy watching how fast he's kind of risen in the ranks, and it's impressive. Caleb frame 8 working on a
Ooh.
strike, and that peeled off the corner, didn't it?
Still in a good position, especially if he can make this.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good
Spare.
spare.
That's the Simo way of shooting it.
Really?
Yeah, just like right up 7.
You go cross lane?
Yeah. Yeah, most people do, other than Simo. But I think he's even got like the Simo-esque jersey on, so
Right.
makes sense.
It's funny how you can probably pick out the pro bowler that they mimic watching certain bowlers here this weekend. Yeah, his arm swing, it's quick into the swing like Ryan Barnes, very similar.
You're right, it is. The first step especially, very similar.
Well, for Caleb, his sister won this thing last year, and he's making a case to try to win it this year. Quite the accomplishment for the family. Oh, good shot.
It's 2 of those this game.
Well, writing's on the wall. Pretty straightforward here for Caleb. You know, for a kid that age to be that comfortable playing on the gutter like that.
Yeah, and just a well-bowled game. Like, he's got a clean game going. We saw one the women's scratch, right? It's tough to do.
I will say one thing with how we grew up, and it was always how far left you can go and how much can you hook it, you know, on Guardian, on wood lanes. Like, that's one thing. Like, if you back then tried to play out in the gutter, everything would hook at your toes. You know, it was a starter reactive, and the oil patterns. I mean, we're kind of going same sort of thing these days, but the other way. But at our age, I never got to practice playing like that, you know? And I just think it's impressive a kid his age can throw it at the gutter with confidence like that every time.
Yeah, that does it right there, actually, too.
Yeah, it's enough by 1.
It's impressive in a handicap final to shoot.
I mean, 4 something.
He's going to shoot 2-0 scratch.
Both games, right?
It's crazy.
And to think, I mean, at only 13, you know, here's somebody who could be climbing the career earnings list before too long.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to look at. If any of you got time, go to MidwestYouthChampionships.com, and they have a career earnings list, and it's pretty impressive. Several kids are over 5 figures. So congratulations to Caleb, a $3,000 scholarship winner,
I don't know if he even knows it yet.
right? Yeah, he probably doesn't know it's already over,
I feel like at this age they don't care about the money, right? They think they just want the trophy.
right? Maybe. It's hard to say. I mean, again, it's not like it's money you can spend right now. It goes into a smart account. Until you go to college, you can't really see it. So, let's update our bracket here. And again, we'll try to get a word with our winner and move some cameras back to 13 and 14 for the finale. The boys' open final.
Yeah, really not a bad game thrown by Alex. I mean,
Not at all.
a couple spares are in the middle, sure, but you know, to shoot 140, you're gonna have a 2-teen with handicap.
Right. You beat your average, you know.
Yeah, that's all you can do. And I mean, he bowled great all day. It looked like so.
And one thing to consider, these kids in the handicap division likely never bowl on conditions like this. So to beat their average and do it consistently like this is extremely impressive.
Yeah, very much so. There, finish with a good one.
Congratulations, Alexandria, $2,000 coming in squarely. Let's give it up for our 2025 NYC Handicap Division Champion, Payout Standings. He's happy he didn't have to bowl his sister. Next up, we have the boys division. Levi Gabriels and Drake Lake, the lanes 13 and 14, please.
All right, we're going to possibly get a word with Caleb. We're going to move some cameras around, and then we will be right back. All right, welcoming then now is our handicap division champion, Caleb Galbraith. How does it feel?
It feels good, yeah. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. I don't
Have you ever bowled in a tournament like this, like in like a stepladder final like that?
yeah. 2 years ago I was in the Synoptis sweeper and I
Okay.
won that. Yeah.
Wow, you won that one.
Yeah.
Nice. So did you have a strategy going in at all?
Not really, no. Just kind of threw the ball.
Just threw the ball?
Yep.
Yep. 13 years old.
Yep.
Wow. That's impressive to win one of these. So is there bragging rights over your sister?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, is that what it is? Because she won it last year.
Yep.
Did you want to face her in the stepladder?
Not really.
You didn't?
No.
No? I thought that would have been kind of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just kind of feel bad if I beat her, so.
I guess there's that, the sibling rivalry, that kind of thing. So I expect you're going to be bowling this for the next few years?
Yep.
Very nice. $3,000 scholarship. That's got to be a good start. You got to have
Yep.
some scholarship money already, right?
Yeah.
You come from good genes. Your grandma owns a place. She's a Hall of Fame bowler herself.
Yeah.
I guess any final thoughts?
Nope, not really.
Throwing the purple hammer. It looks pretty good. I like your game. I like
Yeah.
where it is. I was telling Ken and the guys, I think it's really impressive how you're able to throw it at the gutter at such a young age with confidence.
Yeah.
And I think you're in really good shape. I think going forward, I look forward to seeing you in the scratch division down the road because I think you're going to have a really good shot down there. So
Yep. Mm-hmm.
congratulations.
Yep, thank
And
you.
Maybe we'll see you again.
Yep.
Champion of the handicap division, Caleb Galbraith. All right, looks like we are getting set up for our boys division finals here in a second. Just getting some final pictures for the handicap division just to kind of wrap things up for them. Ken, final thoughts on the handicap side?
No, I mean, Caleb bowled great today. Seeing 200, 200 in a stepladder final when you're 13 years old, that's incredibly impressive. So awesome job to him.
And big thank you again to the staff. You want to run through the top 10 in both the girls? I don't know if we ever did that. Let's do the top 10 in the girls and in the handicap division, just in their payouts, just to kind of highlight what's going on here.
Yep. So, I mean, we have gone through the stepladder, but as far as payout, we'll go through it again. So, Kira Magson with her third title, taking home $3,000. Callie Trisky, $2,000 for second. Taylor Letha, $1,500 for third. Somebody who I think we'll see again next year. Holly Orgeman, $1,000 for fourth. Ellie Salter in fifth at $800. Lily Topinka, $700 for sixth. Angie Steinke in seventh for $600. Olivia Baskin in eighth for $500. Alyssa Hessler in fourth for ninth for $400. And coming in 10th, Jasmine Gilday getting $340.
Very nice.
So the handicap, very similar prize fund. Caleb, as we said, $3,000 for first. Alex, $2,000 for second. Joseph, $1,500 for third. Desiree, $1,000 for fourth. Fifth place, we had Joseph Krebs getting $800. Sixth place, Emma Ashnowitz getting $700. Connor Wahlberg in seventh getting $600. Kason Gosowicz in eighth for $500. Eli Moore in ninth for $400. And Landon Trutwin in 10th getting $300.
All right, let's take a look at our boys open division bracket. This is what it looks like here. Our final 3 games of the tournament. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Consider subscribing if you haven't already, and if you would be so kind as to subscribe, that would be great. Again, you're watching final day coverage of the Midwest Youth Championships here on NDBowlTV. I'd like to thank the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And of course, a big thank you to Zello Gear. Looks like we might be back. All right, we do apologize if we had a little hiccup there in the internet, but we do appear to be back. Again, let us know how it looks, how it sounds, if you would. Didn't miss any of the action. They're still warming up here for the boys' division final. Had to do a quick little reset of the stream, but it appears we're back up and running. So for those of you still in the chat, please let us know. All right, might have to adjust my scoring camera here, but we will be underway with the boys division quarterfinal match. First match here, Drake Waite against Levi. Haven't figured out the right way to say his last name, so we're not going to butcher it, but
We're calling him Levi. Levi.
Give it up for these guys bowling for $5,000.
again, sorry to anyone out there who lost connection, but we had to restart the stream really quick. Appears we are up and running and everything is just fine, but let us know if there are any problems. That would be appreciated.
Couple nice opening shots. Gonna be curious to see how Drake's ball reaction is to start, because he did not start off well today in the first game, but then went 230, 260, 230 to fly up the leaderboard.
I do find it funny how some players tend to excel on the fresh, and other players tend to be really good on the burn or
Broken down.
out.
Yeah, curious if the maybe slightly slower ball speed that Drake has with urethane will hold up or not.
Oh, good shot. That's a Winnipeg hit right there. The pocket 7.
Seems like that left lane has been hard to carry on.
Yeah, and the girls' final, it definitely
Right.
was.
Don't know if it's just like hooking a little bit earlier, but it's definitely a little bit different.
Good spare. Good opening shots from the guys here.
Yeah, it's always interesting with the boys open final because these guys have been sitting around for a good 3 hours since they last bowled the bracket matches. So it makes you wonder, how much time did they spend on the practice pair? Are they in good rhythm? How will they come out of the gates? How do you do when it's let's say you're done with the tournament and you have a show the next day?
It's tough. The next day, or even like these guys, a few hours, like it definitely gets you, especially if you were maybe like in a zone that got you to that show, right? Like you struck when you needed it to make it there, and then you have this long gap. It's like, how do I get back into that mindset I was in? It's one of those things that you just gotta practice again. You gotta put yourself in that situation to where you can recall on a time when that's happened, and you build off it.
See, and I've always been the same way. It's like you get in a zone, you bowl really well to get to that point, and then you gotta wait. Or else, like you said, the next day, like that'd be hard to go get back into that same level of adrenaline intensity, so to speak. Nice shot there.
They're throwing some lumber around right now.
As expected, both players in the urethane, likely freshly sanded for the stepladder finals, as is available per the rules for every round it is offered. Takes me back to the old days at the Manitoba Open where they did it between games. I always thought that was intense.
Yeah, for a while that was like the WTBA, so like the World 10
World one, okay.
Rule was between games, so we followed suit with that.
And did that change recently? Because I know in Manitoba, Melody changed the...
Yeah, I think we started more so going by USBC rules
Okay.
the last few years. Yeah, it looks like it's shaping up to be a pretty high-scoring match.
Yeah, both players are pretty comfortable right now.
It's 8 quality shots to start this game. Just a casual 5-bagger to start the match.
Yeah, easy. Again, Drake's one that we've seen on our stepladder finals here before, I do believe. No stranger to the environment.
Tell Levi is relatively calm for this, just sitting on his phone as he's waiting to bowl his next couple frames.
Hey, anything to get your mind right in a good spot. How do you stay mentally ready on tour when it's such a grind from week to week? If you've had bad weeks or good weeks, how do you stay, mentally sharp, mentally grounded, that kind of thing?
I think it starts with just surrounding yourself with the right people. Yeah, I think you just need a really good crew around you, right? Guys who don't necessarily not take it serious enough, but guys who can take a step back and just relax. It's not always bowling, right? I think that's really where it starts, surrounding yourself with the right people.
Is there anything you do out on tour to kind of take your mind off the bowling aspect? Do you like to do other activities?
Oh, yeah, we always do stuff. Like, we'll try and hit a hockey game if we're in a city that has an NHL team, or we'll go mini golfing. We always, I don't want to say fool around, but, like, we try and keep ourselves occupied, if you will.
Yeah.
What about you? What do you do? 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 What do you do?
Pretty good.
It's going to be who
blinks first?
Yeah. Who blinks first or who gets the bad break?
Highest score you've ever lost with?
Ooh, I don't know. Like, I think I lost to Graham once in our Canadian team trials with like 258. I want to say. Stuff 8 to lose. It's a heartbreaker.
Yikes. I bowled a local tournament up in Minot this past spring and lost to a local friend of mine. He shot 299. I had 269.
Ooh,
Yeah, that was a fun match, but always tough when you label that many shots. You feel pretty good about it and still get mowed over.
I've been a part of a 300 to 300 tie.
Really? Wow.
That was one of the Wichita. Some crazy high averages in Wichita.
I bet league there is just different because of the
People
talent.
don't clap for 300s because it's just
really
normal.
Wow. it's ho hum, you know. And, oh, there's
Yeah.
another one. Yeah, that'd be different. I never thought of that. It's like there's so much talent that goes through that town. That league would just be different.
There's a lot of solid bowlers from Wichita that you've probably never heard of.
I bet.
Because it's so deep, yeah.
I wonder, like, is the I don't always want to call it an amateur scene because we're all bowling for money. We're really not amateurs, but the weekend warrior tournaments around there, are they always pretty stacked then? Do a lot of people go out and do those?
It's funny, they are, but they aren't. Because I think a lot of people are almost afraid of each other.
Really?
Like, because the college attracts so many good bowlers, and a few of them stick around, right? A lot of them just like their leagues. You know, it would be surprised to see a guy average 250 in league, and that's all he does is bowl league. Doesn't really compete, other than maybe like an Ozarks or Greater Tulsa, right?
So it's almost a detriment to the weekend warrior scene because everyone's like, well, all these college kids are going to come in. And,
for sure.
Wow. Yeah, that's something. Well, to all you Wichita bowlers, at least drive somewhere. Let's bowl, you know. We need you out of tournaments. All right, through 7 frames, we've seen 1 miss so far.
I'm feeling the importance of this one taking a little bit more time.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Very good shot. How do you like the pace of bowling on tour? I like the what do they call it?
Like throw qualifying?
Like the double jump thing,
I'm a fan. I mean, we tend to lean towards like the 3 or 4 to a pair for the most part with the double jump. It goes by quick, which is nice. I'm definitely a quicker pace bowler.
Yep.
So I like it.
Because I know they've limited fields on tour to have only like 4 or 5 max.
Yeah. Well, a big thing they wanted to do was one squad, right? Because it's so hard sometimes to compare squad to squad, especially when you're making cuts, right? Like you bowl on the B squad, you're not bowling the same thing that the A squad bowled on, right? Bottom line, it could be the same pattern, but you know, different time of day, different bowlers you're crossing with, and so that was just something they wanted to eliminate to just kind of, I don't know, up the integrity, I guess, right? Eliminate one of the things that people could complain about, probably.
Right, because you always had the one squad that had all the rev rate, and
Sure.
you have,
Bowling's hard enough to make it consistent that was one thing that they found they could at least minimize.
All right, Drake Waite here working in the front 8.
Oh, well,
9
I mean,
converted to 4. All right.
that could be worse, but now that puts him in a position that he can lose
The
this
advantage
match.
has shifted.
So this is about where did you miss? It's kind of the key in this game.
Yeah, rather unfortunate part about bowling.
Yeah, like you legitimately bowled the exact same thing, just in different spots. You scored more, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you ever bowl with like the modified scoring?
I have, yeah. I did bowl a tournament or two with the world bowling score. Interesting, like higher scoring pace, obviously, you've probably seen before. Scoring pace is much higher, but again, like trying to just eliminate those things that people can find something to complain about, right?
Right.
Just a little bit late.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's just a little bit firm, if anything.
It's a big hit, too, because 259 max means Drake just needs a mark.
Yeah, tough way to go. You come out here and you put together a really good game, and
Yeah, not over by any stretch yet, but I mean, with the way that these two have been throwing shots, that's a big hit to not get.
does this change your mindset on the practice pair for anyone looking at this pair thinking it's higher scoring?
I don't think so. Again, it's one of those things. What got you here, right?
Okay, on the spare.
Levi's got a pretty solid game, though. Pretty impressed. Like, very few moving parts. Powerful still.
Yep.
It's a really good game.
I feel like these days the kids are so much more ready for post junior bowling at a much younger age. I think they're already to a point where they feel comfortable competing against adults a lot earlier than I ever was. And I think it's, like you said, a product of the environment. They have the opportunity to bowl against the adults these days. Back then we didn't.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to find out about tournaments. Like, back in the day, either you saw a flyer for it or you knew somebody who had maybe bowled it. But now on Facebook, you see tournaments. You get invited to tournaments online, right?
Yep.
It's another bad break. Yeah, unfortunately, it just came down to a game of carry.
Yeah, you shoot 248 and you don't even have a chance in the 10th frame.
Yeah, that's
Right.
tough.
They probably threw the equal amount of good shots, but yeah, it's just the game of bowling, unfortunately. You love it and you hate it.
Clean game in the 240s, but it's not going to be enough for Levi. A good tournament for him, and he'll finish with for a payout.
He is going to get a $1,500 scholarship for 4th place, so
Very nice weekend.
Does he go to school anymore, or is he in high school?
he doesn't have a college listed, so I'm guessing that he's a senior or going to be a senior because he is only 17.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, bright future for sure.
Yeah, if you're a college coach out there, hopefully you're watching, and it's a kid to look out for. So again, we're kind of back in that situation where we talked to about the girls. You kind of have the game in hand here. Is it a matter of throwing shots to stay in rhythm, or do you save the shots on the urethane line?
I mean, I guess he technically needed, pins there.
A
So.
few pins, but now he's good.
Yeah, so now I'd probably look at something else. If you have another urethane, try that. Or, I don't know if he's thrown anything else during the tournament. So you might not even have that other option. I'm not 100% sure. So it's a little different with the two-handers than with the one-handers because I feel like they can get a little bit deeper. They have, I think, just more boards to play with left. So they can stay in urethane a lot longer than when we were watching Taylor earlier. Like, she had to get out of it pretty quick because it's tough to move left as a one-hander with urethane. But these guys, they're not afraid of moving into, 20 sometimes even with the urethane.
So how important is it for you to have multiple urethanes in the bag drilled different?
I have a few, but again, I'm in that one-hander category, right? Like, I can play pretty straight with it, but as soon as I got to start moving left, I personally struggle with urethane. But a guy like Packy, right, who I bowl with a good amount, he probably has 2-3 ball totes of black hammers with different layouts, different weights, different surfaces, because it's just something he's a lot more comfortable with.
And have you found a certain drilling that works better on urethanes than, say, reactives?
Yeah, like I tend to go with the taller pins on urethane to get them into a roll a little quicker. That helps me out. But like I said, a guy like Packy, he has six urethanes with 6 different layouts. And he is not afraid to throw any of them.
Wow. It's crazy how they can see the subtle differences in them and know when to use them. That's
right.
impressive.
Yeah, and then at that point they start playing different weights too because of the
right. The numbers are different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, comment in the chat room about squad equity, how it's a nightmare no matter what you try to do. Yeah, and I would agree with that.
Right. So yeah, that's why the PBA moved to doing one squad only and limiting the fields. Not because we don't have the people who want to enter. It's just they really want to make it one squad.
Ethan Tepley says you're the best golfer he knows. He had fun playing with you.
Oh, God. I hope he's not talking about me.
Hey, the kids like to be jokesters on NDBowlTV, so you never know. Hey, are you a decent golfer?
No.
No?
We should mention former champion Ethan Tepley.
Yes. Shout out to Ethan. Thank you for joining us in the chat room. 2019 champion here at the Boys Open Division. And now we'll get a look at J.J. Christensen. He was our qualifying leader, wasn't he, Ken?
Yes, he was. 14:35.
It's a big score on this.
Yeah, as I think I said while we were on stream earlier, he didn't even need to throw his 6th game of qualifying to make it to today. He had
Top
enough
21, yep.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah, there were a couple big qualifying scores last night in the last squad.
Yeah, I think he was one of them. Because I don't think that was there when we got here.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing reactive the way it looks, right?
Yep.
I didn't quite catch what ball that was, but
He did put a purple on the rack, so
I think it's an obsession. I think. Oh, no.
oh, it looks like a physics.
Yeah,
I thought I saw a physics logo on there.
Like the Proton? Is that what it is?
Yeah, maybe.
I should know, but I wasn't
Right.
on staff at this point when the ball came out.
Same. It's a good time to mention that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network.
let's see. Did it look like that? Pretty close.
Yeah, it's close. It seems like his has a lot of the black color to it. But yeah. Just probably a different pour. I like some people with the Ion Max. They got really cool pours, like colors to them, and then there's some that are like, oof.
Yeah, that's
a lot.
Ball when it goes online.
All right, semifinal match: Drake Waite and J.J. Christensen. Winner to take on Dawson Peterson in the title match. And picking up right where you left off.
Yeah, like already he's into like 15, which is fairly deep for urethane.
Again, this is the first meaningful shot he's thrown in probably 3 hours. Takes a little bit to get settled in, get comfortable. Do you find how on tour when you're on a show you get a practice in between every game, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
No matter what seed you are?
You get a couple shots, yeah.
Do you find that to be helpful as opposed to you're bowling on a practice pair and you come in and get 2 shots?
If anything, it's just helpful to get the surroundings, right? A little more familiar with that because obviously you got the crowd, and the lights, and you're taking the ball reaction kind of with a grain of salt because it's going to be different.
Right. Ooh, fortunate to get the 9 out. JJ's another one. I like his game. Very solid at the line. Nice strong release. It's crazy. It almost seems different to see one-handers.
I know.
You know, it almost seems like, oh, we got to
I was
do one-handers
surprised
now.
with the amount of just solid one-handers competing.
Yeah, our top 2 seeds in the boys division are one-handers, so.
Yep.
I know. I was talking to Dawson's dad earlier, and he was surprised Dawson's whole pair in the advances round we were all one-handers. He said it's been a while since at a youth tournament and advances round he'd had a whole pair of one-handers.
Wow. Now are we talking Dawson Unrath or Peterson?
Yeah,
they bowled together.
Okay, well, yeah.
yeah, there you go.
There you go. It didn't matter.
Let's see if Drake can keep it going.
It's been pretty solid the entire stepladder final so far.
Yeah, since that first game in the advancers round where he had 150, he hasn't had a game under 230.
You always hear the pop of the fingers on the every time we throw it.
Yeah, he's got solid ball reaction. Got the one on the right lane a little bit right. Came back for a light hit. The 2 on the left lane a little bit tighter. And they held.
How important are certain grips for you? I see you're a Vice guy.
I am, yeah. I've only really known Vice. When I went to Wichita State in 2013, they are sponsored by Vice, and so I never really deviated from that. No issues.
So are you a lift guy, a oval guy, semi-ovals?
Just oval. I love the vacuum grips, though.
Really?
Couldn't recommend those more, especially if you're a tournament bowler.
Why is that?
Ooh.
I mean, you don't really have to change them out that much. You know, you don't have to worry about swelling anymore because they're drilled to expand. That's why I recommend them, especially for tournament bowlers, because I mean, how often do you have to switch out your grips because your fingers are swollen because you bowled 12 games in a day, right? Or 2 days. The vacuums, like I never have that issue. And just to say what the vacuum is, you basically just drill the top inch of the hole with an inch and a 32nd bit instead of the 31/32. So it just gives it a little bit room for that rubber grip to expand.
Right. I don't know if I've ever thrown a ball with vacuum grips.
If you do, it'll change your life.
Really?
So I'll warn you now.
Well, have your reps at Vice send me some, and we'll give them a shot. I'll shout them out on NDBowlTV.
It's a big double there. It took advantage of the roll, too.
I think that was maybe a pinch move right. Just at least from my angle, it looked like it could have been.
Candy Christensen says, fun fact, JJ and Drake are actually really good friends and rode up to Alexandria together, so this is for probably who has to drive home.
would say that it's funny that we're getting more friend matches, but I don't think it's surprising either.
No. A lot of these kids, once you get to a certain level, I feel like they travel to events together
Gang
because
up.
it's cheaper. Yeah. And, when you go to events and you split bracket winnings or this or that, it's a good thing to do in the bowling world, and so it's no surprise.
Okay, good spare. Got a dead even match here.
Ooh, that one checked up a little early.
Yeah, I looked a little slow.
Do you use the speed things on some of these scoring very often to kind of monitor your ball speed?
Sometimes. It's hard to find bowling centers that have that, actually.
Really? I think a lot of them have it shut off because of open bowlers want to see
Yeah, I
how
know.
hard they can throw them, so they tend to not have them turned on. I think it was a few years ago, we've had some players, after they throw a shot, they come back and look up right away, and they're looking at the...
Yeah, you'll see, like on the PBA telecast, there's normally a monitor to the right that has like that, it's not lane talk, but...
it's like
yeah,
it has a
tracker, right?
tracer.
Yeah, and it has the
Yep.
ball speed, it has the rev rate, etc. So if they miss, they'll look at it and see what was different.
Ooh.
Got the messenger. Nice little bounce off the cutter out there.
I've always found it weird that on the PBA Tour events, or some events that have like the show playing out in front of you, like on a screen.
Yeah.
Like, is that not distracting the way it would reflect off the lanes? And
I don't think so. I mean, off the lanes, you don't see the show. It's normally just the scoreboard, but I know what you're talking about. It's normally to the right. It's more so for the fans that are seated like parallel to the lane, because they can't necessarily see the pins.
Sure.
But as the player, you don't really see that. But again, that's one of those things you kind of have to lock in. And, you got to shut out the crowd. You got to shut out the thousands of people watching on TV and that one TV that's playing you too.
Right.
Ooh.
Nice.
Got away with one there, it looked like.
I don't know if it was at the stadium where they have that big screen above the walkway,
Yeah.
and then they're bowling,
Mm-hmm.
and like they cut to certain cameras and you can see it playing. Like,
You can kind of see at the stadium, yeah.
so I guess it's by the venue where it
Mm-hmm.
would really matter.
Yeah, because the stadium plays it on their giant like LED screens down lane, but they do try and kind of hide that with a curtain.
Solid shot there.
Yeah, it's a good bounce back.
So what's next for you after this?
Not a whole lot. Gosh, I'm trying to think. Like, I think there's a few local things. Talking like North Dakota, like Williston in a few months.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
There's a couple events by JMAR in South Dakota. I'll probably try and go to one of those. Unfortunately, we don't have too much up here in the summer.
Be good to see
Out
up in
there.
Williston. That's a fun tournament.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go to this year.
Brad does a really good job with that event. There's over 30,000 added, which is insane. And so if any of you out there want a good tournament, go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and check out the Coors Light Fall Shootout. I do believe I have the poster up there, and get all the information on that one. Now on string pins. So fun environment up there. Christensen working on a four-bagger. Trip out the two.
Not get away with that wide shot.
That one seemed faster. Like the other one he threw wide, he gave it enough time to recover. That one seemed like he gassed it a little bit. Maybe.
Get over there. Oh, it wrapped it.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh,
Bad break.
Like when you leave the 1-3 combination with the 10 pin over there, and or 1-2 combination. You send it around the 10. It's the worst.
you got to take a breath and come back with a good shot, though. He's still in this match. Only takes one miss by Drake, and that's dead even again.
Again, the winner gets Dawson Peterson in the championship match coming up next. It's in.
Yep, that looked left, but
Got away with it.
it's away with it.
Okay, bad break followed by a good break.
As the great Matt McNeil always said, I only get so many breaks a game. Can't use them all now. I always joked with him about that. He'd get a couple breaks and come back, be like, oh, I only have 2 left.
He didn't need the breaks, though. Let's be real. Oh,
boy.
Oh.
So what do you think's happening out there?
Transition. I don't know if he's really moved that much since we've started. That was an interesting shot though, because that's the lane he's been going light on. So I don't know if he tried to maybe just send it a little further right or slow down, or if the reactive is breaking him down a little quicker.
Hook a little. Nope.
You know, what's interesting, too, is I've seen Dawson Peterson bowling this weekend, and he's been kind of favoring that in the middle of the lane, kind of with a little belly on it, and these might be playing right into his game.
I agree.
The way they look. He's got that soft touch at the bottom. He can just make it work from that spot, and I think these are starting to go right into his wheelhouse.
Yeah, for sure.
Bounce back shot, pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, when he gets it out there like that, it's good. But yeah, is it that reactive that where JJ's throwing it, he's hitting that break point, and it's just spiking off of that a little?
Yeah, it's hard to tell what he felt in that shot, you know. Maybe he just got a little bit more than he wanted.
Yeah, there's so many little feels in bowling. It's so hard to know. Like, when we're the ones bowling, you're like, oh, I caught it just a touch too much.
Yeah, especially on a pattern like this. I know it was relatively high score in the first game, but it's still not an easy pattern by any means.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you heard him right off the hand. He did.
Well, the good news is
On a strike.
Yep.
Have to reset.
Yeah, it's no different than a wrap 10 at this point.
Yep.
just gotta reset and throw a good shot here.
Oh, and then he gets the
Bad
7-pin
break.
hit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good shot.
Okay, so 213 max.
Well, I mean, it's almost an even heat right now, but a couple pin count difference, so you need to come up here and throw a couple more good shots. Put up 213.
Yeah, if Drake goes up and goes spare strike, he's only in 2-0s. Regroup and throw a good one. He doesn't like it, but
Nope,
gets
that
away
was-
with it again on that lane.
That was much further left than he's been.
Yeah, just not a great shot.
So what's your thought process here? You just got done throwing one way right and back-to-back left shots on 13.
Here I'm telling myself, let's just end on a good one, right? Like, let's just, for your own sanity, let's just throw a good one. If it strikes, it strikes. If not, it doesn't. But let's just get one you can turn around and say, okay, I'm okay with that one.
Yep, I'm happy with it, yep. It's pretty good.
Better if it peels, but doesn't. Well, I mean, it's not over yet. Still need 18 pin fill from Drake.
Still got a mark.
Well, 203, not a bad game, but
Sure, the shots he'd like back, for sure.
uh-oh. Oh, just sits there.
Yeah, I feel like he's almost better off playing there, like playing the hold instead of the hook, like you
Yeah.
were saying Dawson was kind of doing.
Yep.
Because the ones that he's missing are the ones he's almost feeding too much to the right.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to see how Dawson attacks this pattern on this particular breakdown because it seems a little different than even what we saw in the earlier advancers round.
Well, that's going to be enough right there.
Yeah, Drake Waite will be heading to the championship match. Dawson Peterson coming up. Again, a guy we are pretty familiar with over the years here at the Midwest Youth. Guy who's made our show on this at this tournament quite a few years.
Congratulations. Drake White moving on to the title match.
That looked like just a tester ball right there, too.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he liked it.
Taking third place, taking home $2,500 in scholarship money this weekend. Dawson Peterson to 13 and 14, please.
Yep, you heard Nevin say it over the speakers there. $2,500 scholarship for JJ for finishing third.
It's crazy to be bowling for that kind of money. Every year we're here, I say it every single year, to be some of these kids 13, some of these kids up to 19, to be bowling for that kind of scholarship money is insane. And like you said, they probably don't think about it, but I think back to when we were kids and we had scholarship tournaments with 120 entries, and I took, fourth for $50? And I was like, sweet.
I don't know about that. But
Or, if you want to go back to your TV show debut back in 2012.
Yeah.
wait, let me hear about that.
Oh, yeah, because it was the final year, actually, of the WDAY WDAZ Bowling Classic, which is now the NDBowling.com Classic.
Okay.
And they cap it at 96 entries because you had to have a sponsor and all that good stuff. And I got in at the last second. I talked to Lonnie at Sunset, and he found an opening. I got in, whatever. I bowl, make the cut, go up to, at the time it was a rotating second day thing between Grand Forks and Fargo. I was up in Grand Forks, got up. It's crack of dawn, drove up to Grand Forks, ended up making the show, lost the first match. Guy ran me over, which is fine. But for, I think it was a $140, $160 entry, I won $400. And WDAY is like, we'll send you a check in a couple weeks. I didn't even get paid on the spot. I'm like, whoa. And I'm like fresh out of college, so I'm broke. Like I'm paying student loans and everything.
That money.
I was like, that would be really good right now. Like that's why I'm bowling this. And yeah, nope, $400 for 5th out of 96.
But now that's the ND Bowling Classic.
Yes.
Is it still checked?
No, and you don't need a sponsor. And last year we filled it at 120 entries, and it's a really good tournament. Gets really good support from Sunset Lanes and Ryan Krabanoff at Country Titan Games. Together we all do a great job with it. The stream is great. It's a really good tournament now. It struggled for a few years once the live TV show got out of there, and struggled with 30-40 entries for a few years, and then it's kind of what it is now. Testing out some reactive shots there. Some of you may have seen Dawson on some Brunswick ads for bowling balls or reels. He throws it so good, he makes a lot of products look good. I've seen you throwing some stuff at HQ. Was it the Cove?
Yeah,
You
I
guys
did some
shot
videos for the Cove and the Ember, actually.
Very nice.
Yeah, I like going out there and doing some shoots and just hanging out with the guys.
All right, title match, $5,000 to the winner, $3,500 to the runner-up. Let's hear it for these guys.
So, what's your overall thoughts on the Cove and the Ember?
Yeah, like I was saying, I think they're a great complement to each other, and I think they're really good pieces for somebody looking to build a tournament arsenal. They're two good pieces to start building around.
Okay, opening shot, Dawson Peterson against Drake Waite, and trips 4. So that's what you like to see, your first shot.
It looks like he's further right than we anticipated.
Probably. I know he's playing the down lane further right than I've seen him play, even yesterday and this morning. What do you guys think it's going to take to win this game?
I don't think it actually might be that high. I'm thinking like another 220 might be a good score. So I think they're going to see a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Just the urethane carry down, making it a little tough to carry.
Yeah, I was right there with you. 2-teen, you get somewhere in there and take your chances right now.
Stood up on that one like he didn't like it. Came off his hand a little different. I made it nonetheless.
Classic ball, online. That's all that matters.
I think it's been the slide sole for Drake. Took a brush to it, I think it was before game 1 here, and every once in a while you catch him standing up like that.
That one hooked up on him, and it seemed like Dawson's first shot over there surprised him too, so maybe something's happening on 13.
I'm wondering if they're after the parallel left almost and just use more of that oil in the middle lane. It's probably that, or looking into that reactive. Honestly, these could be some pretty big shots here. Apply a little pressure. Like, obviously, Drake's ball reaction is a little questionable to him right now. So if Dawson can get a double in these next 2 frames, it says a lot.
Nice shot
Pretty
there.
good there.
seems like Dawson's a man on the mission. I mean, like I said, he's been on our finals here several times over the years. Hasn't gotten it done yet.
He's ran into a lot of tough opponents, and I think once or twice we can say maybe himself, but kind of looks like a different guy right now.
Well, like we said, fresh off the national title with Whitewater. Looking to add to a already good year.
Oof, good shot.
Perhaps just a little late getting there.
Yeah, if he made a move off that trip 4 to start, obviously it was the right move.
Spare.
Do you change your release with the spare ball, or do you still throw
Very
the same?
minimally. For the most part, it's pretty similar.
Because like I throw a plastic ball, but I still dead hand it.
Really?
It's just what I've always done.
That defeats the purpose of the plastic.
You would think, but it's just maybe I should throw urethane at it then. Third frame for weight, and he gets the 10 to go that time.
There's that 10 forward.
Yeah, on the first frame he hit the 10 too. It just didn't go. Like it was moving. That time he got a little bit more of it.
Let's see what he does here on this lane, though. Seems like it's always 13 is the key to the match.
Every year, right? Seems that way.
Big double.
Can tell when the ball sits up in a certain part of the lane with him that it's going to mow through everything.
Yeah.
Again, appreciate everyone tuning in today. Do appreciate you sharing the stream on social media. And to all the new subscribers today.
Little firm maybe there.
Yeah, what do you think happened on that one?
Seemed a little firm.
Okay.
I think you're right with that. The last one, it looked like he fed it there, and that one looked like he tried to throw it there.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep.
This is a spare I hate shooting. Even with the plastic ball.
It looks like he's trying to go at it from the left, which I think is a smart play if you can do it.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Got away with it.
Good thing he threw it like he throws a strike ball.
Yeah.
A little bit of side turn probably.
I didn't
helped
see
him
a
there.
lot of chop spares. I don't know
Really?
if you guys did, but it seemed like a lot of the 8 counts weren't very easy to chop.
How do you throw any of the left corner pins? Are you one that goes way cross lane, or are you one
No,
that...
I stand on 20.
Okay.
I try and minimize the angle. Still has angle, but just a half the lane.
Yeah, I stand on like 25. I used to be like way cross lane, and I'm just like, yeah, no. Maybe?
Yeah, that one you just didn't get right.
All right, so what's the move here off of those last 2 shots?
Throw it better.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I don't know if he's in a position to really make a big change. I mean, obviously the first 3 shots he threw were great, so he knows it's there. It's just a matter of executing. I don't think he was too happy with the last 2 shots.
Is this one of those where perhaps you make the adjustment depending on what happens here with Drake's next 2 shots?
I just don't really know if there's an adjustment to be made.
Well, an opportunity to really apply the pressure here.
Yeah, it really turned the tables.
High 4-pin.
Little much. Gonna hook a little.
All right, pretty close match. 2 pins through 5 frames. It's one of those where right there in the 5th, you'd really like to hit that strike because that's a big momentum boost.
That's pretty good. He liked that one.
I've seen so many shots from him on 13 in these stepladder finals. Like I said in the last one, that just set up in that right part of the lane.
Yeah.
And when it starts to roll, you're like, okay, that's a no doubter. How important is surface on all of your urethane products?
Super important. Like, an incredible difference maker in how it reacts. Obviously, they say surface of the bowling ball is 70% of ball reaction, and it's just that much more important on urethane.
So that's like 3 in a row where maybe he thought off his hand it's going to shape up the way.
Yeah, I just don't
It
feel like the
didn't.
last two were as, like I said, like fed to the right. I felt like the last two were kind of pushed there. So at this point, if he thinks he's going to keep throwing it like that, I would make the small move right and just bank on that type of angle.
If he lets it go like that,
Yeah,
he's good where he's at.
exactly. Yes.
Such a small detail, and at this level, that's what matters.
Yeah. I mean, tricky pattern. I don't think the urethane over the last couple of games has helped with the area, so gotta throw good shots.
Better. Yep. You could tell off his hand.
Yeah, it's interesting. On that lane, it seems like playing the hold is the play. On the right lane, you can feed it there.
I don't know if you could hear Clay over here off his hand said good.
Yeah.
So it was almost the same thing that you guys are seeing. If it gets off his hand a certain way, you know it in the first 10 feet. Opportunity for a double.
Yep.
There
That looks
is
good
it.
all the way, too.
So in the boys division, this is a $5,000 top prize, correct?
Yep.
$3,500 per second.
Yep.
$1,500 match. Do a quick reset there of 14 to spot a full rack. Full rack missing the 6-pin kind of gives me PTSD. the 2 count life that I have. But
You tell that story every year, so I don't think not tell it now.
yeah, it's in a position of the game where I think it can wait. Frame 8.
Looks okay.
Oh, tripped it out.
Trip 4 for a big 3-bagger. These are a couple big shots here for Peterson now.
Yeah.
Yep, say better again there.
Yeah, like that just looks a little more fed to the right as opposed to thrown there.
Yeah, I almost see it as like he's catching it instead of letting it go at the bottom.
Yeah, sure.
How important is release when it comes to throwing urethane? I hear a lot of people talk about that, and I have to ask because I don't throw it very much.
I would say in the grand scheme of things, it's less important. I think that's why it's so popular, because it gives you the biggest margin of error, not only placement-wise, but release-wise. But at the point that Dawson's at right now, yes, it makes a big difference. You know, urethane gets you to the pocket with a variety of misses, but really figuring out how to strike comes down to the release.
It's inside.
Set up and get it. Oh, we got it.
Takes a 7. Huge hit.
He had to have that hit. Drake's still in control here, but he had to have that.
All right, what's the situation, Ken? You're the numbers guy.
2 strikes and a 9. And he's going to win.
There you go.
Got that one right.
Gonna get there and hit. Oh, he does. One more strike and a 9, and that'll be enough.
Really appreciate everyone sticking with us today. We're down to the final frame. Ooh, and can't
Just
trip out
labors.
the 2, so
All right, well, count is still hugely important here.
Didn't look like he caught that one.
You could see him kind of fall off of it again, so maybe.
yeah, you were talking about the slide too.
Well, you spare and get at least 8. Forces Dawson to double.
Hey, on spare. It's in.
It's
It sits
okay.
there.
That's enough.
Takes a 10 out and 237 for Drake Waite. Now ball in hand.
This is what Dawson probably wanted.
I think this is what any competitive bowler would want.
Just give yourself a chance.
Yep. Step up in the 10th for $5 grand. Add to a national title you won earlier this year.
Good.
Gets it out.
Really good.
Come up with that one more time here.
Look for the right.
There. Oh, he swishes it out again.
What a shot. I feel like that shot was personal.
I think that one exercised a few
Yep,
demons.
that's what I was gonna say. That's a few
Just
years
enough
at this
touch
tournament.
to get back.
Yep, that's a few years let out in one shot right there,
Sometimes you just will them down.
right?
You know?
And just needs count. That's it. Dawson Peterson gets it done.
Second place, $3,500. In your 2025 Midwest Youth Championship Boys Division winner, Dawson Peterson, $5,000 scholarship coming home.
Congratulations to him.
Thanks for
Wow.
everybody being here. It's a blast. We'll see you August 6th through 9th next year.
There you heard it. August 6th through 9th for this tournament next year. Congratulations to Dawson Peterson, winner of the Boys Open Division and a $5,000 scholarship to go with it. So we will have a word with him shortly. But first, I just want to say thanks to you, Mitch, for giving us a little bit of your time. Once again, it's been good talking to you. Very good insight. Good luck on tour whenever you guys kind of learn of your schedule and whatnot. And yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Thanks for coming down and promoting an event like this. You know, I know it means a lot to Nevin and the group here. And it means a lot to me to display the talent that the North has to offer, if you will, right? I'm really proud of the guys up north.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing you in Williston, maybe up in Manitoba again.
Sure.
And then, yeah, we'll see you out on tour. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for
Good
having me, guys.
Michupe, PBA Tour champion. Once again, big thank you to him for giving us a little bit of his time. We will get a word with Dawson here momentarily.
Few formalities for him to do. Or is he just going to jump right back here with us?
Yeah,
All right.
he's coming in here. We won't even change the camera. Dawson Peterson, winner of the 2025 Midwest Youth Championships. How does that feel?
It feels good.
Yeah?
I won this tournament for like 6 years, so.
And we were talking about that during the final match. We've seen you on NDBowlTV here quite a few years. How many times have you been on stepladder?
It's the third time I made stepladder.
And your best finish was, were you in the
Third.
championship match?
Third.
Third was your best? Okay. So earlier this year, you were part of the Whitewater team that won the national title. How cool was that?
It's surreal. Got to bowl on TV, which never thought I'd be able to do.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And with that, I have to ask. I know, like, I see you, Zach, and Lucas all traveling around and taking our money. You know, was there ever a thought that you guys were going to go to the same college, or was it the plan all along that you guys would separate and go
I
to
don't
your own
think
places?
we really had a plan. We all just kind of did our own thing, and
Went with
we
what
wanted,
felt right?
yeah, we wanted to go to different places. So.
Very nice. So I guess take us through your week. You know, I saw you bowled. How many shifts did you bowl?
I bowled 4.
4 shifts. And I think the first shift I saw you bowl, it didn't.
It did not go good. I went like 80 under.
So did you have just a different game plan going into the later shifts, or?
The first shift I got out of urethane like after the first game. It started hooking too early.
Okay.
And I got in reactive. Got way too far left. Ball quit hooking once I got to that down to the high end. And the second block I bowled, I just committed to urethane, and I just chased it left with it.
Sure. And then this morning you started back a little ways from that top 2 cutoff. You went down to the low end of the house and had 279. Did you see something different down there? Because on our featured pair, you had a decent look, but then when you rotated down there, you killed it.
Yeah, I think the pins just started falling.
Really?
I didn't really move this morning at all. Just kind of kept the same game plan.
Really? So then you got the top seed, which is a huge advantage at this tournament. And then going into the finals against Drake, who is pretty comfortable out there. What changed in that championship match? I know we were talking about how some shots it seemed like you threw it to a spot, sometimes you fed it to a spot. Was there a change you made there to run the back? What was it, 5 or 6?
Well, earlier this morning, 13 was playing a little tighter. I feel like it does every year.
Yep.
So I knew I'd probably have to loft on that lane, and 14 played like just normal. And then about halfway through the game, it started just like being kind of lazy down lane. So then I just did the same thing I did on 13, and it turned around for
Right,
me.
I saw you come back and talk to Clayton Moore, and there was a
Yeah.
shot on 13 you threw, and he said, off your hand, he said good.
Mhm.
And I was like, okay, so what they're doing, they must see the same thing. Ken, any final thoughts?
No, I mean, we said it after you threw that last one. It kind of exercised the demons. It felt like, long time coming for you to win this, I think. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is probably your last attempt at this
Mhm.
one, so pretty cool to get your name up on a banner. And I have to imagine you're headed back to Whitewater here pretty soon.
Yeah, I move in at the end of the month, and
Very
then
good. Well,
season starts up.
Well, congratulations again, and good luck on the title defense for college.
Thank you.
It'd be good
Appreciate
to see.
it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dawson Peterson finally got it done here at the Midwest U, so congratulations to him. And Ken, that'll do it for us. Any final thoughts from Alexandria?
Yeah, I mean, yet again, just an awesome tournament. 3 hugely deserving winners, and we say it again, these kids are good.
That they are, and this is a big shout out to Ken wearing some of our merch.
Yep.
Go look on NDBowling.com. We have a merch shop available. To do it for us, I just want to say a big thank you to Nevin, Susan, the entire management, everyone that works here at Garden Center Lanes for such a well-done tournament. Every single year I say it.
Yep.
The money they give away, the way they do these things for the kids is incredible. So big thank you to them, and I can't wait to be back once again next year.
Yeah, top notch. I mean, nothing but the best that they do. So, yes, awesome. Thank you to them.
And big thank you to everyone who tuned in today and shared our stream and subscribed. I do appreciate that. Please tune in near the end of October as we will go live from Minot at the NDBowlTV Masters right here on NDBowlTV. Thank you for watching.